see.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to Topstep TV. This is the opening call. We have a great show of trading lined up ahead for you today, starting with the opening call. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hoagland, and to the far right, Coach Ray. Ray, how you guys doing this morning?
Excellent. Happy Monday, my friends. Jay, always a pleasure. Ray, great to see you. Hope you're feeling well. Hope everybody enjoyed their long weekend celebrating Easter if you celebrated Easter. Ready for the week, though. Ray, what are you thinking? How you feeling?
Yeah, no, like you said, I mean, long weekend, nice little break away from the charts. Now, raring to go here. See what kind of context we can give our audience.
Awesome. Let's get right into it. Beach and Snow says Easter was lovely. Hopefully, everybody enjoyed your 3-day weekend, whether you celebrate or not. Hopefully, you enjoyed some time off of the charts, but it is time to get back to work. We're going to take a look at a gold opening range trade here. Gold does open up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. We normally look at a 1-minute opening range trade. Ray, take a quick look at these gold charts. Do we like where we are for a potential opening range trade?
Not so much.
Well, the opening range trade has been very, very scarce as far as positive results. We're opening in range and above value from Thursday's session. There was no trade, of course, on Friday in the metals. So no real change in the perception of value. We're still relatively range bound, and we don't have any numbers at 7:30. So that would be a kind of a plus to take this trade. But it's been so cold lately. I'm fine just taking a pass. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I think the market right now is a little bit inside a range, kind of in the middle of a range, and really without a catalyst, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult to get this maybe market moving in any one direction. So yeah, I'm okay with a pass. I think it's kind of in the middle of the range. I think there's probably a better price location that we could wait for in order to participate in this market. Right now I don't think it's less than ideal.
All right. So
Not optimal.
sounding like a no trade here. We got a VWAP at 46.8110 in gold. Last trade here, 46.9950. It does open up in about a minute or so, but it sounded like a no trade. We're up about 0.42% from settlement right now. Remind us, was Friday a settlement day in the metals?
No, because they didn't even open. As a matter of fact,
Can't
the
settle if you don't
markets
open.
that did open did have settlement. They just left settlement from Thursday's settlement. Even the markets that opened, because they weren't really open during regular trading hours, except of course the treasuries. But nah, there was no real true settlement, although it was a settlement day.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Hogue. 30 seconds until the open here. We'll take a look at this trade. It's sounding like a no trade. Taking a look at the tilt really quick before gold does open up. 54% short tilt, so 50-50, not really too much to write home about there.
Let's see what kind of opening range we get. If it's a
We'll
small opening range, I'm down.
There you go. Small opening range, we'll take it. And gold is officially open for business. And we're taking a look at that 1-minute opening range.
Jeez. A lot of holes, a lot of prices
and already
to trade. Yes.
About a $3 opening range so far. And we'll wait for a 1-minute candle to close. We'll see how large or small that range is. Then we'll wait for a candle to close outside of that range for a potential opportunity. We'll use our discretion, which data traders can rely on as far as decision making goes. Like, do I want to accept this risk? Is this enough risk to take? Is this even a trade in a good enough location to take? Make our decisions from there. 46.97 last trade here in gold. I got a high of the range, 46.9960, and the low. Give it a couple seconds here just in case it extends. 46.9960 at the high. I got a low 93.80. So this is a short or no trade.
It's 60 ticks so far. The 74 tick range overall 60 tick opening range.
Yeah, I would actually be a little bit more interested in this in the closer to the VWAP. But we don't get to pick location, right?
Okay.
Unfortunately,
You, sa-
no.
you saying a long off of you up, Ray?
Yeah, maybe closer to the VWAP, maybe a little bit below around that area. I think that would be more ideal, I think.
Gotcha. Well, it took out the low of the opening range. If we do want to take this trade, it's either a short or a no trade. If it does take out the high, that will be an invalidation of this trade, which I think we kind of leaning
We triggered.
towards. See what we get here.
So we are
Trigger short. We seem
we're
like we're
just about
triggering
to
into it.
close this first opening. There's the trigger for shorts.
Yep.
We
Yeah,
are
I feel like we're
100 ticks
triggering into a
with.
bunch of buyers.
I don't like it.
All right. No trade. We are not going to take the opening range trade in there in gold. Again, do not have to take trades you don't like. That is the strength we have as day traders. You don't got to take the trade if you don't like it. So we're going to pass on that one. If you do take the trade in the chat, let us know how it goes. 46.9250 last trade here in gold. Let's get to that economic calendar. We do have some numbers that are coming out in just a little bit. I see the comments in the chat. There's some interesting things going on with the schedule, but make sure you stay tuned in to Topstep TV. We will keep you up to date on any market moving news. 9 a.m. Central Time, we got US ISM Services PMI. At 10:30 a.m. Central Time, we have 3 and 6 month bill auctions. And then at 12 p.m. Central Time, we have the president on the calendar set to speak. It has him on the calendar for an egg roll at 12 p.m. And then at 3 p.m. Central Time, he's on the calendar again to speak with the military. So keep an eye out on the news. Keep an ear out on the news, an eye out on the ditch, like JD always says. Listening to Top Step TV will bring you any market moving news and the market's reaction to it. But again, we got the ISM Services PMI number that has the potential to move the markets around about a half hour into the session open. And of course, any unplanned headlines that come out have the potential to move the market around as well. Everyone is paying attention to the situation in the Middle East with the US and Iran. Hogue, that is what we got on the economic calendar. Let's go through that checklist and make sure we are prepared for the trading day.
Absolutely. And Top Step Daily Checklist. It's all about context,
Check
risk
your,
management, and patience. What's that, Jay?
do we have Hogue's audio? Is that me missing it?
I should be
I think he's good.
Oh, you're good, Hogue.
should be good.
You're good.
All right. All right, so let's get that checklist up and talk about it. Doing your market research. That's the first thing I do when I get up and I start looking at these charts, doing the pre-market research. And again, it's all about context, risk management, and patience. Your morning checklist. Do you take a walk? Do you get some water? Do you get fed? Do your morning checklist. What about your mindset check? Are you in the right mindset to take trades, to be a good decision maker? Happy traders make better traders. What about your trade entry checklist? You have your hypotheses as to what you think might happen today. What happens if that first hypothesis does not come true? Are you prepared to take that market generated information and make changes to that daily checklist and to your hypotheses? And then, of course, at the end of the day, because you're writing all your trades down and you're doing your journaling, you're going to review those trades. You're going to review your journal. You're going to watch at the buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul at the end of the day. And there's your Top Step daily checklist. You don't do the homework, you don't get to play.
Awesome stuff. Coach Ray, you're, as someone who assigns homework, how often do you assign homework to your students?
Yeah, there's a fair amount of homework that's being assigned, but I can't say that everyone is actually doing their homework. So
Yeah.
I would say that I assign homework, but I don't assign it that's due every day. I think it's assigned every couple of days kind of thing. So assign and due a couple of days, right?
You would have been my favorite type of teacher, Coach Ray. It was the ones that gave us homework every single day. It's like, come on, what are you doing to us, right? Don't you know I
Yeah.
got a life outside of this?
Yeah.
Do you have to deal with kids using AI to do their homework?
I mean, I don't necessarily mind that they use AI to kind of check their homework. right? Because that gives them gives them something to validate that they did it the right way. But it's really hard in math, especially, I guess, to really understand whether they use AI to create it. I guess
Good point.
you have a history with I guess how well they do on the assessments, right?
Right. It's like, hold on a second. You
They have
just,
to show their work.
Yeah, exactly.
right.
Well,
You
the thing
all
is,
have,
AI will show work too, so that's the scary part. So
oh man, these kids got it good.
yeah.
These kids got it good. All right. We
They do.
don't have any. Go ahead, Hogue.
I remember having homework every day in math. Every
Yeah,
day.
yeah.
Show your work. Show your work. Show our work in the markets. We got no trades on right now for the house account. We decided to stay out of that gold opening range trade. I think it was a good decision. Not really giving us a whole lot to work with here. No 730 numbers out. So I think we can just get right into the charts. Hogue, Ray, let's take a look at these higher time frame charts in the metals. We'll see maybe why we didn't like this trade, where gold might be going. We'll take a look at silver as well. But what are you guys seeing on the higher time frame?
All right. Mondays and Fridays, I like to go with the longer time frame. We're going to start with the weeklies here this morning. We've got the excess low from last week, the week of the 2nd of March. The market since we've come off those highs very strongly, the market's been just trying to seek value. It's been trying to seek balance. And here we are, relatively close to the center of the area of balance that it's currently trying to make. It continues to seek balance. The March 22nd, or excuse me, 2nd of March. This is the monthly. What am I doing here? Let's take a look at the weekly. So there's the excess low from the 23rd of March. It's really what I was kind of focusing on. We're we're kind of in the lower half of the area of the rip to the downside that we saw end of January, beginning of February. But the market is continuing to try and find balance. Let's take a quick look at the daily. Here we go. All right, how's the volume doing? Well, volume still remains relatively low. It's been largely holding below the 20 session simple moving average of volume, and we haven't seen any really major jumps or decreases in open interest over time. We did lose 2,000 in open interest on Thursday. Remember, this was Thursday. We're almost back to the bottom of the opening range right now in gold. Keep an eye on what's going on there. But you know, last week we looked at the 20 session simple moving average. It's been resistant. Market is still trying to find the area of balance. Weekly kickoff high and low remain the same from last week. Volatility has kind of fallen off, but with the lack of liquidity, I kind of felt as though there is opportunity for bigger moves in this market if something changes. We're still seeing big opportunities in daytime ranges, some pretty big daytime ranges. And as far as the current area of balance, I feel like we're right in the middle of it. So that's part of the reason why we were kind of off on this opening range trade. However, on the 30-minute chart, there's still an interesting nuance. We'll check that out as we get into the 30-minute chart. But Ray, what are you seeing here on the daily chart?
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, I mean, a market that does appear to be in some sort of range. Looking at the DMI here, I see that kind of that downward pressure that we've been receiving of late is kind of waning here a little bit, where we see that price is above our 200 moving average, and we're seeing that maybe we're getting a little bit of pressure here to the upside in this market based on the daily, but I think what's kind of causing us a little bit of all of us, especially on a short-term trade like an opening range trade, is kind of where the location of the market is right now, is just right smack in the middle of this volume profile. Would like to see maybe price closer to the edges of this volume profile to really entertain maybe a possibility for an opportunity in either direction. Right now, I'm kind of thinking, right, was it 5,028 as the upper end of this visible range volume profile, and on the lower end, 40 was it 4,389. Those are a couple of daily levels that I would like to keep an eye on and see if market makes it to those levels, because I think those offer me much better location for what a directional trade. On the upper end, I would obviously be looking a little bit more on the short side, and then on the lower end would be more on the buy side. So, but we don't get location, right? We get whatever market we're given, and we need to navigate it the best we can.
Thank you, Ray. Jay, what are you seeing on the daily here in crude? Excuse me, gold.
In gold, what I'm seeing here, Hogue, we are about half of the daily ATR range so far. Daily ATR in gold is $181. We're at about $98 right now, so there is room on either side. And I'm looking at the 20 moving average on the daily, 47.89 is at the high, and then the high of the March 23rd candle, which was 45.6870. Both of those are in range if we see a daily ATR range on either side of this market, right? Pretty much printing a daily doji right now. Not a whole lot of direction in this market. Again, it was closed on Friday for trading. So we'll see what the volume says when it comes in. But for right now, I think I like the no trade in the opening range. Gold really hasn't been directional in the overnight session. And we'll see. We've seen these consolidated days. We've seen these daily dojis recently in gold where it's not giving us a whole lot to work with. Today might be one of those range-bound consolidation days, which you're going to look for opportunities near the extremes, not right in the middle, which we're at right now. So maybe some better opportunities later in the session. What are you seeing on the 30, Hogue?
We've seen price now come back into the opening range, looking like it's about to take out that high of that 1 minute opening range. As we are speaking, it is within just a few ticks of it. But let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. So we had the island reversal from Wednesday to Thursday. Okay. So that gap still remains. The gap, the low of that gap, session gap. Remember, when I'm talking about gaps, I'm talking about the fact that Wednesday's range, there was no overlap into Thursday. So that leaves that session gap. We gapped up to Wednesday. We gapped down to Thursday. That gap remains. And to close that gap, we have to bring price up to 47.4330. The bottom end of that gap, which is Thursday's session high, is 47.2640. We looked into it in the overnight, but rejected price at that level in the London session. So the London session comes in selling at that island reversal gap. All right. Do we like the shorts then? Well, we thought about taking the short on the opening range, which we would have just now been stopped out of that trade. So the market, if you look at the highs, last week's high, 48.2590. Look at last week's low, which was considerably lower, 44.4470. But when we look at the recent high and the recent low, we're smack dab, and yes, that is an industry term, smack dab in the middle of it, which if we're looking for opportunities at extremes, and as Ray pointed out, we're right in the middle of the visible range value area that he had up on his chart. So tells me I might be able to find better trade location as the day goes on. We didn't really have much as far as overnight inventory is concerned. If we were looking for overnight inventory, I mean, the market opened at 5 p.m. Central Time last night there, and it's currently trading here. Is it long? Well, I think we've done a lot to kind of reconcile a lot of that overnight inventory. So that's not really going to be much of a factor in any decisions that I'm going to make today. I'm going to be looking at opportunities up in this island reversal gap, this session gap from Wednesday to Thursday. I'll be looking for opportunities perhaps an overnight low, overnight high. Okay, that overnight high puts us inside of that session gap from Wednesday to Thursday. And I'm viewing that as our kind of nearest extremes to look for opportunities. And Emmons was saying a little while, no, it was Charles Chapman. It's your opportunities are in imbalance, not balance. And we're relatively balanced here. So again, we lost 2,000 in open interest on a double distribution trend day to the upside. kind of forming a little bit of a P formation. A loss in open interest indicates probably some short covering. I'm viewing these markets as still in short time frame control because short time frame levels are being targeted and occasionally respected. And we're not seeing huge jumps in open interest, and volume remains low. So we're just kind of picking each other's pockets here as shorter time frame, weaker hands traders looking for what the longer time frame might be, might where those levels might be, where they start to get interested in participating again and again. Weekly kickoff levels remain the same from last week, 48.74. We tried to get up to it. We failed to do that. We've got weekly kickoff low 42.80 down below. Been a while since we've been down there, but those are the levels that I can see possibly longer time frame traders being interested enough to adjust some inventories at those levels. So we're inside range above value. Do we reject value? Do we close the island reversal gap, the session gap from Wednesday to Thursday? Time will tell. I don't know about you guys, but Mondays, typically not my best trading days. So I'm going to be patient and demand good trade location. I'm not going to go looking for trades. I'm going to take the trades that come to me. Ray, what are you thinking?
Yeah, no, I absolutely align with that kind of mindset there, Coach. I'm I'm looking at this on the 30-minute side, and I think one of the biggest reasons I really wasn't really excited by a potential short in this market. I felt like we were coming into some pretty strong demand areas in this market. I've kind of highlighted a minor one and then a more major one down below here. So going in with a short, even if it triggers short, I feel like I'm coming into a bar full of bulls, right? So I'm not really interested in that kind of thing. I'm looking at the DMI. The DMI is really not giving me much in the way of direction here as to where this market can go. I'm in the middle of the range, both for this past Thursday as well as what the visible range is telling me. So I'm with you 100%, Coach. I think we can wait for much better location on this. If look at maybe some of these extremes of the market. I'm looking at 47.30, which is the high end of value here. Well, actually, 47.24 is the high end of value. That's maybe an area maybe I could start to take a look at. On the low end, I'm thinking 46.60, 46.30 might be another area that I can kind of take a look. But right now, I feel like I'm probably better served than just waiting for the market, hanging out by the brush, waiting for the three-legged gazelle to come by, and so I can kind of come in and pounce. So that's kind of my
There you
mindset right
go.
now.
There you go. Sitting, laying in the weeds like a lion waiting for prey.
Yes.
I like it. Jay, what are you seeing?
Honestly, not too much more than what you guys have already said. This is a pretty range bound market. I'm looking at all the moving averages that I have on the 30-minute, and I can't tell one from the other because they're all kind of wrapped around each other. The 200 moving average on the 30-minute, 46.66. That has been somewhat of a support and kind of out of the way from everything else. So maybe if we get down there, 46.66, that's an opportunity to get into a long. But gold looks like trouble. I did take a short last night in gold, so I don't want to be biased either way. I could take a trade in either direction, but the short I took last night was because we were at the upper extreme of the range and kind of leaving that range to trade to the other side. So right now, gold to me, if I'm going to trade it, is about staying out of trouble, staying out of the middle, and waiting for the market to either choose a direction or to fail at an extreme. But right now, it's very much imbalance. Shout out to Charles Chapman again in the chat that says opportunity is in imbalance. And this is a very balanced market right now, probably less opportunity than what I'm looking for. So I'm okay being patient and good no trade on that opening range trade.
Yeah. Well, you just said it yourself. Avoiding losses, avoiding trouble, right? I think we avoided a pretty good little stiff jab to the nose on that opening range that we
Good way to start
passed
a
on.
Monday,
It's
Hogue.
been very cold. Yep.
Keep your head on a swivel.
Monday. Mondays. Grr. All right. Let's take a quick look at silver.
Let's do it.
So on the weekly, I mean, we're not going to see that much different from from crude oil in silver. We do have the excess low from the 23rd of the week of the 23rd of March. That's auctions die in excess, and that's an excess low. Um, what are we going to glean from this weekly chart? I mean, overall, we're still putting in lower highs and lower lows. I don't think that we're out of trouble to the downside in silver here just yet, but of course, ACH, anything can happen. There's so much talk about precious metals these days. Nobody seems there's good argument for either direction. A lot of these talking heads that are talking on social media and everywhere else about the metals, they're all putting forth really good arguments for either side. Right now we're going to trade what we see. Let's take a quick look at the daily chart now. So we're still basically inside that major pullback. We looked below it back here. That's the excess low we saw on the 23rd on the weekly. We have an excess low there on the daily as well. So it looks like price got a little bit too cheap. We haven't even tested the 200 session simple moving average. We're really kind of falling into range in this area, similar to what we saw in gold. Um, what did we do on Friday? We lost 1,100 in open interest. That to me kind of smacks of a little bit of long liquidation prior to the long weekend, the Easter weekend, the 220 session simple moving average converging now with the 100 session simple moving average right at last week's high. Looks like that might be an interesting opportunity for price to give us an opportunity to limit risk there, but we may have a little time to wait before that happens, and things can always change prior to that. Ray, what do you think of silver on the daily?
Yeah, I would even say that maybe it's looking even a little bit weaker than the gold at this point, right? We're closer to the edges of the range here on looking at the visible range volume profile. But as I'm kind of looking at the daily, I'm kind of kind of attracted to this kind of move, and I'm thinking that maybe that same kind of move could take place currently, right? Maybe a bullish, maybe a little bullish leg to this range that we're in. Maybe we follow the same kind of path before we maybe offer another opportunity to the downside. It's kind of what I'm looking at right now on the daily. I'm seeing that we're maybe in a kind of a wider kind of bearish range here, bearish channel that I'm seeing in this market. I see in the DMI a little bit of separation between the negative and the positive. So I'm thinking that maybe the kind of the best opportunities I think for this market is maybe to wait for maybe price to come up to some sort of level here on the daily that could offer us maybe another kind of continuation move here to the downside. I am seeing a little bit of support here down below. I got this little green area here around what's this 67.94. It looks like a reasonable daily level. That's kind of the low end of this visible range. So that could offer maybe, if I get maybe a little bit of a retest and a rejection from that area, that would maybe commit me more to maybe a kind of a bullish swing of this range is kind of what I'm looking at right now. A lot of lines on this chart today. Sorry, guys.
That's all right. That's all right. I like
Got lines all
your
over the
support
place.
level there. It's lines up with that excess low. Jay, what are
Yeah.
you seeing?
I'm seeing a consolidation very similar to gold here. I am seeing the market range between the 20-day moving average and the high of the March 23rd candle. That March 23rd candle was significant in every market that we traded. Hogue, you notice we haven't talked about October 10th in a little while. Um, I think
It
I
will
think
be.
March 20. Yeah, I think March 23rd may be a new reference point. But that's what I'm seeing here in silver, right? We're holding that high up at $71.03, and then the 20 moving average on the daily as the upper extreme of that range. Decent opportunity for range bound traders if you're going to take it. Of course, the volume is nowhere near where we saw it uh, at the beginning of this year, and not surprised to see that. I think D doing the metal market show does take a look at silver now. It's not as crazy, not as volatile as it has been. So maybe some opportunity there. Maybe some opportunity, and not as volatile and violent as we've seen it be. But what are you seeing on the 30 here, Hogue?
Right. So overnight inventory it may be a little bit to the long side. Here's the open last night at 5 o'clock Central Time, approximately 72.72, pretty much flat. Looks like we did open, or at least tried to open with a gap. Right now, we're seeing rejection from range from yesterday, and this is kind of an unusual situation. We had the island top. It was a 2-day island top. This was Tuesday, Wednesday. So we gapped from Monday to Tuesday. We had an overlapping to higher range on Wednesday, and Thursday we gapped lower. So that created an island top, but it's kind of a two-stage island top. We closed the gap from Monday to Tuesday, but we still have a gap from Wednesday to Thursday. The initial two-session island top is not there, but we don't have a gap up to Wednesday's range. So it's a little bit of an unusual situation. One of the things that I'll be focusing on today, if I were going to be trading silver, which I really do not, is the base of the late spike from Tuesday. All right. So the late spike on Tuesday. What's a late spike? Again, it's when the market ranges for the better part of the day and then extends the range right at the end of the extent of the regular trading hours and closes above that level. That's what creates the late spike. And then we opened above it. We did have value, at least overlapping and to higher, if not outright higher, from the day that created the late spike to the upside. It was supportive, and then it wasn't, right? So once that broke, that's when we created the downside gap from Wednesday to Thursday. So if we were to close this gap, we would have to bring price up to 74.60. We are inside of that gap, and we seem to be rejecting range and value from yesterday. I saw somebody asking, do you like a short in gold right now? And I don't hate it. Do I like a short in silver? Well, we seem to be rejecting the range, the session high from Thursday, which was 73.21. And if we keep rejecting that, then I could see us bringing price to perhaps a better opportunity or at least a better trade location for potential shorts. The base of the late spike, 74.41. What about the gap close, 74.60? This area up here looks prime for an opportunity just based on the gap and the base of the late spike. Those are just levels. This is not financial advice. Don't do what we do. And we'll see how this plays out. But Ray, what are you thinking on the 30-minute?
Yeah, so kind of continuing in my theme of lines here, guys. We're just going to reduce some of them, but I think right now I see this visible range volume profile here, and right now I'm kind of feeling it. We're going to kind of meander our way up and just kind of hang out at this range, maybe fill out this visible range volume profile here on the right hand side is kind of what I'm feeling right now. I'm seeing that price is right above our value range that we developed on Thursday. Okay. So kind of giving me maybe there is maybe a potential or maybe a move higher, but we're not reacting away from this level the way we would expect this kind of the way we would expect. And the longer we hang out here, the longer there's the possibility here that we maybe say, hey, you know what, we just don't have the participation here to the long side, and we're going to kind of rotate back our way back inside the value range, and maybe potentially rotate back to the lower end. And right now I have kind of the possibility of maybe rotating back to the lower end would be 71.60, assuming that we can get back inside this range here. We can get back below the 9, back below the 20 moving average. That's probably maybe a kind of another hypothesis, because again, the DMI is really not giving me any indication as to which direction this market is going right now, right? You see a lot of overlapping positive and negative DI, and we have our ADX down at 14. So there's really no momentum in any direction at this point in time. So again, I think the best path would be to wait for the market to come to some extreme level, right? Maybe 75.40 up at the high end, and maybe closer to this 71.30, 71.40 on the lower end. Maybe look for opportunities in either direction.
Thank you, Ray. We do have a headline just came out. A senior White House official says that a plan for a 45-day ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is one of several ideas currently being discussed The next headline was Trump has not yet approved it. Operation Epic Fury is ongoing. Jay, what do you think? You got anything to mention on the 30-minute chart in silver?
No, I think you guys covered it there. I see a 200 moving average that's right in the middle of the range. So I'm seeing range bound opportunity until that breaks. I could see potential shorts up near $74 if we even get up that high. If we get up there with no volume, then I could see this market falling right back into the range. Pretty balanced for now. Yeah, that's about all I have there, Hogue. I think you guys covered it. Let's see if the
Alrighty.
metals do want to get directional. Right now, silver is up just over 0.5% on the day. Yeah, but that's what I got. I think we can get into the S&P. We got 9 minutes until oil opens here,
Crude
so we got to
opens.
step on the gas. No pun intended.
All right.
Or maybe the pun was intended. Let's get to the S&P, so we can take a look at oil, that opening range trade in 8 minutes or so. What do you
Yeah.
got in the S&P?
All right. Well, 4 weeks in a row, we've been one time framing lower. That's lower highs, lower lows. Obviously, the trend is to the downside. Are we truly in a bear market yet? No. No. As a matter of fact, we recovered a lot last week. We thought we were too short last week. Here's the daily. We came in last week saying, I think we're a little bit too short. There were still sellers coming into the market at this point, at these lows. We said those sellers are not doing a very good job of moving price lower. So we saw the rejection there, and we saw a pretty decent recovery. Now, we said we weren't talking much about the October 10th low. Well, we're back at it right now. Now we've got some confluence there. Weekly kickoff high remains 66.51 for the second week in a row. Weekly kickoff high has tightened up to the downside a little bit, perhaps offering a degree of support down at that level. But we still don't have our death cross, not yet. There's a lot of even highs up here. And exactness exudes weakness. We keep coming up and testing these levels. We're going to exhaust the sellers up there, and we may see the market move to the upside once we can finally get a breakout. So we're using bounce to breakout rules. Ray, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this will probably clear up a little bit if we were as we move to lower time frame charts, but I'm seeing a little bit of a kind of a reversal pattern here. I don't know. Maybe I'm seeing things this early in the market, but a little bit of a maybe a reverse head and shoulder pattern maybe that's forming in the ES here that could maybe potentially lead to maybe a higher price. We take kind of we take a measure here of the neckline down to the head. Could this lead to a move higher? Maybe up to this 69. I don't know. Was that 6,900 level? Maybe that's a possibility here. I'm not sure. But right now, I'm not seeing, like you said, I'm not seeing a market that's really following through on their bearish move here. Right, we're seeing a little bit of stabilization, I would say, in this market. We're starting to see some signs that maybe the bulls are using this as an opportunity to maybe kind of pick up on some longs. So I'm seeing a market that's maybe stabilizing. Is kind of what I guess maybe the best word I could come up with right now.
All right. Yeah, I do see that inverse head and shoulders there, and the neckline is pretty much just right at that weekly kickoff high and the bottom of the October 10th low. Jay, what do you think?
I thought we were done with it, Hogue. I thought we were done. The one thing I'll mention on the daily is we have not had a daily candle close above the 20-day moving average since February 25th. It's been 27 trading days. Right now, we're testing it. 66.40 is that price. Do we get a daily candle close above that? This market's been in a downtrend pretty much since February 25th, and the last daily close above the 20. What are you guys seeing on the 30?
Let's take a quick look then. All right. So we've got overnight inventory is long. Here's where we opened last night. Let's just call it 65.90. We're well above that, but we're still inside range and bordering value area high, which on this platform, value area high is 66.28 half. What's value area? Well, value area is where 70% of the volume occurred in Thursday's regular trading hour session as it relates to the point of control. So a lot of what we're going to be thinking about her early this morning is, are we going to reject value from Thursday, or are we going to accept it and bring price back perhaps to value low, which 65.8275? And again, value is where 70% of the volume as it relates to the point of control happened on Thursday. Friday, and we all know that there was some overnight activity, but no regular trading hour activity. So we're still using the information from the Thursday session regular trading hours. All right. We've got the low from the October 10th bar. We've got weekly kickoff high, which was tested and rejected above last week on Wednesday. We've got a naked point of control up there that I'm going to kind of take that off because we did check to it in regular trading hours. We've got last week's high, 66.5375, and we've got at the base of a late spike. We talk about the late spikes all the time. If you have questions about the late spike, make sure you come to group coaching today. Just pop that question in the question sheet, and we will certainly take a look and get a little bit more clear on what those are. But there's a lot of confluence up here, a lot of confluence. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I see a little bit of, I guess, buying pressure, I would say. We're seeing in the DMI that the positive DI is kind of sloping to the upside. The ADX is really not following its path just yet. Okay, so still kind of giving us a relatively lower reading of 17. So while we are seeing maybe a little bit in the way of some maybe bullish price action overnight, we are, as you mentioned, prices above the value range from Thursday. So, but just barely so, right? So it could easily come back inside the value here and kind of maybe give us a little bit of rotation. I'm kind of liking, maybe an opportunity again, a little bit lower. I think if I'm going to be a bullish, I'm not seeing the reaction that I would like to see necessarily off of this value area high. I'm still seeing a little bit in the way of selling wicks above here. So maybe there is maybe a rotation kind of play that maybe is kind of brewing here. I'm not sure. If we do maybe make a price coming back inside this value range and certainly breaking below this VWAP, maybe we make a rotation down to these lower prices. It's kind of maybe closer to this 200 moving average is kind of where I'm kind of looking at on the 30-minute chart here, around 65. Let's call it 65.85 is kind of what I'm looking at, maybe as a possible long.
All right, Jay, what are you thinking?
I'm seeing balance as well. I'm seeing balance. We have, the market is in a shorter time frame, I think, trying to push up against this 20 moving average and see if we can accept prices higher. But I don't know how convinced I am. If we see price and volume trade above that 20 moving average on the daily, again, 66.40 is that price, then I'd be a little bit more convinced about acceptance back inside that October 10th candle. But right now, it looks like price advertising higher. We got 66.50s near the high of the session, and VWAP's about 30 points lower than that. I think I see more of a rotational day than anything. And of course, anything can happen. We got headlines that could come out that could get these markets moving around. But I'd be leaning to rotation, maybe back down to the lower extreme of that range for now.
And
right now, we got the
if you
S&P.
look on the four,
Go ahead.
if you look on the 4-hour chart, the market is wrestling with Jack's trend line.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. He
We'll
drew that
see.
trend line, what, like
We'll
10
see.
years ago? And it's just sitting there.
Uh-huh.
Eternal trend line from Jack.
Yeah.
We do got crude oil opening up here in just a minute, in just a couple seconds, actually. We can take a look at a potential crude oil opening range trade. But before, we got crude selling here. Got crude selling. It'll be about 2 minutes or so before we get into the trade. So why don't we run this clip? We got
Just
oil
opened.
prices. Yes, it did. Let's take a look. We'll hold the news clip for now. We'll see how this trade. Oh, there we go. We'll run it. Why not?
Oil prices are slightly down Monday, but remained high after President Donald Trump's latest threats against Iran rattled investors and sent prices surging on Sunday. Brent crude, the global benchmark, is up about 0.25% to around $109 a barrel, and U.S. benchmark WTI is down slightly, just over $111 a barrel. Trump says the U.S. could target Iran's power plants and other infrastructure if Tehran does not reopen the Strait of Hormuz. He also appeared to set a new deadline, Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Iran is pushing back. An Iranian official says the strait will remain closed until the country is, quote, fully compensated for war damages.
Doesn't sound much like a negotiation to me.
No, it does not, Hogue. No, it does not. And with that last headline that you just shared, the president has not signed off on the ceasefire plan. It is an idea, but he's not signed off on it. Does not sound like we're getting anywhere closer to a resolution here. We got oil. First minute is in. 110.20 is the high. 109.84 is the low. What are you guys thinking for this opening range trade? You like it? We're staying flat on this one. What are we seeing?
We're at value
I
low
think
from Thursday.
Yeah, we're coming into some areas that maybe we could be maybe a little bit demandish, but it seems to be in range.
Agreed.
It's only a
agree.
36 tick opening range, so it's not exceedingly expensive. No close outside of it yet.
Do we trade above the high? What do we get? Got to zoom in. It's so close. Nope. The high is even in the big contract. Looks like we're getting ready to take it out right here.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind the long so much.
I think I'm with you there, Ray. Give this candle another
signal.
30 seconds here. This one doesn't do it. We can get into the charts. And looking at a 1 minute opening range trade, crude oil does open up at 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central. Look at a 1 minute candle, then a 1 minute candle to close outside that range for a trade. Let's see how crude oil plays out here. $110.15 last trade here in crude.
And trigger long.
Just got the high.
Trigger long. Oh,
did that trigger?
I don't know. Did it close right at the high?
It did.
Okay. We're long one right now. 110.29.
Yeah, I think I prefer that side.
Yeah, I think I'm with you, Ray.
All right. Let's
count long one
here.
110.29 is one micro crude. I actually took this with you on my live account, Hogue. I'm with you. I'm long one as well. Risking about $75 on this trade. 109.53 is my stop.
109.53.
I like this trade for potential back up to VWAP here. But let's get into the charts. What are you guys seeing on a higher time frame?
All righty. Okay, let me get back on the CL chart here. We got our stop in, so we are looking good right now. All right, so on the weekly, as always on Mondays and Fridays, market is disrupted, if you can say that to the least, right? Looking at the weekly, of course, we're overlapping to higher. We're starting to see one-time framing activity to the upside. This is all about what is happening overseas. Of course, we all know that. ACH, anything can happen. Take a look at the daily. All right, so the daily, on Thursday, we had a pretty good move to the upside, but it was decent volume, but we lost about 16,000 in open interest on Thursday. So this was more about short covering than new longs coming in. It's going to take more information for us to put in any kind of new highs. We've got the weekly kickoff high at 119.20, which is more of a measured move than it has anything to do with the high from the 9th here, which was 118.76. 118.76, is that right? 118.76, yes. So we are, sitting in a long position. We just had some new information come out about how negotiations are going, and apparently they're not going well. So we're in 36 ticks of profit now. the 200 session simple moving average has been supportive for, well, for quite some time. I mean, ever since we kind of broke out, it's been contacted a few times on the daily chart, and it's been supportive the entire time. Ray, what are you thinking on the daily?
Well, I'm gonna kind of pass it over to Jay here and kind of let him kind of give us a
Okay.
little take, because he's got a little stake in this
Oh yeah,
this move here.
Yes, sure.
talking about a little steak, Ray. I think I just made we just paid for a steak with this trade. I'm gonna go
Made a
risk off
steak.
here. I'm just gonna go risk off. We got to 1-to-1 on this trade. Seeing a nice pop there in oil. I'm long from 110.28s here. So the worst I'll do is $75 on this trade. But looking at the daily, why I do like this trade to the long side, we can see this bullish structure in the oil market, of course, with what's going on geopolitically. We're holding the 20-day moving average, which is an uptrend. And we have this candle from, I guess this was Thursday, because we didn't trade Friday. And we're holding about 50% of that, and volume is trading up there as well. So, you know, the closer we get to these 118s, this 120 level, the more to me it feels like a magnet. And it's kind of a hard market to be in short, or really be sitting in a trade, waiting for movement. We saw some decent movement here on this trade, but on a daily, this is a market that's pushing to the upside. On the downside, I would be looking at 105s as a potential target, right? 50% of that Thursday's range was a decent price action candle here. Daily ATR is still over $8 now. So far, high to low range, we're at 660. So there's still potential on either side of this range, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see us range until we get another headline. And there you go. I'm out there plus $75 on that trade. Anything else you want to
Nice.
say on the daily?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm very much aligned with the market on the daily. Looks very much like a market that wants to continue to maybe probe the highs here, right? So I have this kind of a wedge pattern. We have this candle here is well above that wedge pattern. So again, I'm thinking that the market is still structurally bullish, and we have the DMI also kind of aligned. The positive DI is also positively aligned. So again, I'm going to be following this this candle here, the candle just prior here, and see how well we respect that candle. And as long as we respect that candle, I'll be looking, maybe drawing maybe 50% of that range there to maybe offer me another location there for maybe for a participation to the upside. Kind of looking, just eyeballing this probably around the 105, 106 level seems like a reasonable area to entertain maybe a continuation move in this market.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Ray. Hogue, you want to take a
We
look at the
haven't
30?
we haven't done anything to Lenny this trade yet. Do we think just take the risk off or let it
So
fly? I know Jay, you're already out.
yeah, I'm out. And I'll tell you why I got out, Hogue. We got pretty close to VWAP. 111.51 is VWAP. We got up to 111.31
Uh-huh.
there. And that volume has left the first 30-minute range from last night to the downside, right? So I think on a higher time frame, this market is bullish, but on maybe the intermediate time frame, it's saying range bound to, slightly bearish for the session that we've seen so far. So I'm just
I
selling
can see
into
that. Yep.
the strength there in the market. So I don't hate taking the risk off the trade, but also this is oil, right? So is it
Yeah.
worth taking it? Is it worth just leaving the risk on because you have such a great trade? You have good trade location. Is it worth leaving the risk on for the potential for a bigger move? I don't think you could go wrong with either, to be honest. Right. The only question I guess would be what do we assume as an upside target, right? Because I guarantee you there's the trader that's in oil right now. I see Darnell Price in the chat says just get long oil until $258. Well, unfortunately, we have to day trade this, so
Uh,
we don't have that much time, Darnell. But we got to think about a reasonable target, and something
Yeah,
measured and repeatable, right? Could this go to 120?
yeah,
It could, but how can I rely on that?
I like the 114. 114 is
114.
probably
Okay.
the high, as a high, maybe the high of the session so far.
value.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Hogue doing some management on that trade. Hogue, you want us to dive into the 30 while you manage that trade?
All right, we just took the risk off it. We're just going to
Okay,
let
there you
this
go.
fly. 30-minute.
There you go.
All right. So, I mean, we have the gap from Friday to from Wednesday to Thursday. We're inside range and inside value. Okay, that's okay. We started with value low. We've left value low. We have a new headline that obviously probably has something to do with this price action. And if nothing changes, I could certainly see value high. Let's just call it 112.70 value high as a potential target. We've got to get through VWAP, of course. You know, that's one of the reasons that Jay got out of the trade is we were up against VWAP and he had a good trade. It was a really, really a good trade. Do we think there's more to it? Quite possibly. But we've got the risk off now. Overnight inventory is short overnight inventory, checking value low, rejecting outside the low of value in the overnight session. You know, there's of course there's arguments to either side. Take it off. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. We're okay with either. Ray, what do you think of the 30?
Coach Jay, since you're out of the trade, maybe you can kind of continue with that theme.
Yeah, I got you. So on the 30, is there more room to the upside? I definitely agree. I could see that, Hogue, right? We do have to reclaim VWAP. We haven't closed a candle above VWAP since 6:30 Central last night. So it's been somewhat of a downtrend, but again, is this just a better opportunity for longs to get in this market? And that's kind of what it looks like and why I was comfortable taking the trade. 111.51 is that VWAP price. If we reclaim above that, then 114 where Ray was looking was 50% of that opening 30-minute candle from last night. I could definitely see that being a target. And I would maybe be thinking position management at 112.60 because that's the low of that 30-minute candle, which we tested once, rejected off of. But again, on a reclaim of VWAP, I'd be looking at 112.60s and then 114s as potential targets here. Of course, this is crude oil, so a headline can come out that moves this market $2 in either direction. But I like the position that we're in right now. To the downside, actually, I'm looking at the highest volume candle from Thursday's price action, right at that high right now. 111.18s. We held the 50%. Yeah, I love this trade. I see a lot of bullish structure here. And of course, that could change, but I see a lot of bullish structure here.
All
Anything
right.
you want to add to the order?
Well,
I think that's it. I think we got it, Hogue.
okay. Yeah, let's take a quick look at the NASDAQ. The one everybody wants. And I think we're a little tardy here. So weekly, you know, the weekly kickoff high hasn't changed, 24.06 even. We approached it last week. We rejected it. We still have one time framing to the downside. In other words, lower highs and lower lows for several weeks. We are below the 10% off the all-time high here in the NASDAQ. Where's the 15% off the all-time high? Well, we took a look at it the beginning of last week, but again, we kind of agreed on the opening call here that the market was a little bit too short for continuation to the downside. Well, we recovered a lot of those shorts. A lot of those shorts are now out of the market. Now, we do have, you know, lots of confluences up here against this weekly kickoff high. We got last week's high, which is 24,348 and a quarter. We got weekly kickoff high, you know, which is 24,406. There's other things that are there, not quite to the bottom of the October 10th bar. However, it is within sight. Who wants to take the daily next?
Go ahead, Coach.
I got it here, Hogue. So what we're looking at, we talked about that death cross in the S&P. We did get it in the NASDAQ. A couple of days ago, we had the 50 moving average cross below the 200. The last time that happened was almost exactly a year ago. What does that mean? It just means that we've been selling off for the last month and a half in the equities. Does that continue? Another market that right now is testing the 20-day moving average, 24,358 is that price. We have not had a daily candle close above that 20 moving average since March 10th. So some heavy sell pressure, nice relief rally here back up into that 20 moving average over the past couple of days. But are these the buyers that hold markets up, Hogue, or are these the buyers that were getting out because they had to cover their shorts? I think maybe a combination of both. and it'll tell us a lot more if they can close a daily candle above the 20 moving average. Daily ATR 533 points so far, high to low range. We're at 406 about, so there is another 150-ish points on either side of this range, 130-ish points on either side of this range. I promise I did my math homework, Ray. But there's potential on either side. I'm curious to see whether or not we get a daily candle close above this 20 moving average.
Yeah, I'm just
Great
going to
last
add.
week,
I'm just going
I
to add here that we have that same
Go ahead,
kind of
Ray.
reversal pattern. Yeah, the same kind of reversal pattern that we were talking about on the IES, also kind of exhibiting itself on the in NASDAQ, right? So again, maybe a market that's maybe in maybe a little bit of recovery, right, from all the selling, and maybe like Coach Jay mentioned, if we can get this daily candle above this 20, maybe we look for maybe a leg higher.
Awesome. Let's take a quick look at the 30. All right. So Thursday was a P-shaped profile, which indicates short covering, which was what we were kind of looking for off those lows from earlier in the week. Okay. So last week at the beginning of the week, we were kind of hypothesizing we were too short. Are we too long now? Is it possible to be too long? Is it? I mean, there's a lot of money out there. If something good happens or nothing bad happens, who's to say this thing just can't continue to rally? But as far as important levels, we've got the weekly kickoff high 2406 even, last week's high in the neighborhood 24,348. So our overnight high was pretty close to that weekly kickoff high. Overnight high 24,398 and a quarter. So overnight high and overnight low in the NASDAQ look like important levels to me. I'm going to probably be patient and see what happens if we can get to those levels, those extremes for early opportunities. Ray, what do you think?
So I'm gonna say that we have kind of maybe a little bit of a demand level that's kind of developing here on the Nasdaq. So if we can remain above this 24, I'm gonna call it 267 level. We can remain above that level. Maybe there is a leg higher in this market. We are above some of the moving averages that we care about. We're above all the moving averages. So I'm kind of thinking that maybe this is kind of going to offer us maybe an opportunity, maybe to the long side. As long as we can stay above this area here on the left-hand side, say stay above 24,240, I think there's a reasonable chance that we can maybe get to some of these highs. DMI really not giving us all that much in the way of direction here at the moment, but I'm liking the fact that we've kind of rejected away from this demand level and away from this value area high, and that could maybe potentially lead us to another leg higher.
Mhm. All right. Jay, any comments on the 30?
Yes, I'm watching this crude oil trade cook right now, and I'm curious to see whether or not the correlation between the inverse correlation between the equities and the oil market continues to play out this week. On the 30, we are near the upper extreme of this range. We do have overnight inventory long, like you mentioned, Hogue. We're not too far away from VWAP. We're about 70 points away from it right now, so not too overextended. But again, I think all of the uncertainties that we've been dealing with in this market for the past couple of months are still out there, maybe even becoming more uncertain as time goes on. So we'll see how the market responds to headlines right now. I think if I had to place a trade, which I don't, I would want to be flat in the equities right now. We are at an area where I think we could, fall right back to where we opened last night, and this could continue to buy up from here. So we'll see what the volume says when it comes in for the New York session. I think it could go either way, and I'm comfortable trading these market either way because that's what we've had to do over the past really 6 months in the equities if you're going to trade it. There was a question in the chat earlier. Do I prefer longs over shorts? I probably see shorts a little bit better in the market, maybe just because they happen faster. But I think you have to be willing to trade this market on either side. If you stay too tied to a bias, the market's gonna prove you wrong. And we're seeing oil continue to rally here. So great trade here, Hogue. And again, we'll see if that inverse correlation plays out in the equities. If it does, I'm looking for downside, VWAP, and then 24/100s from there.
Awesome. Thank you, gentlemen. Always great analysis. Yeah, we're cooking pretty good here in this crude trade.
Yes, it is. Cooking with oil right now. 111.92s. Was 114s, Coach Ray.
Yep.
Looking pretty good here. Looking pretty
Yep.
good. Any other management you're going to do with this one, Hogue? We already took the risk off. We're at a 2-1 right now.
Don't really see kind of any kind of
Yeah.
on a 5-minute chart. No pullback, no swing low. It's just kind of going.
Yeah, I think you kind of just got to
Do
let
you
this one
see a
work.
good spot?
I don't. What I would say is that if we get maybe a 5-minute candle close below VWAP, then I'd get out. But for now, I think you just kind of have to let this one work.
Yeah. I like it.
All right. Cooking it is.
Let's cook.
Right.
Let's get through this schedule. Who else do we have cooking with us on Topstep TV today? This is normally where I would pass it over to JD, but JD is on a well-deserved vacation. So let's go through that schedule. This is the opening call. I'm Jay. That's Hogue. That's Ray. After this, we got fast markets coming up. Andre, Jack, Hogue's going to stick around. Then we got Henrico from 8:30 to 9:30 Central. And then we got Dakota coming in 9:30 to 11. After that, morning highlights. Hogue's going to go over what we did in the opening call this morning and any trades that are taken during fast markets. After that, we got power players, 11:15 Central Time. Myself, Braden, and Dolby. Group coaching today is going to be Hogue, Deanna, and Anne-Marie. So make sure you get your questions in for them. And we post that form to the top of the chat. Trade with Topstep. We got Jack, a mystery guest, and Coach Vince, Vinny Two Ticks in the chat. You see Coach Vince there. They're coming back for trade with Topstep. And to wrap up the day, we got Andre, Dolby Time, and everyone's new favorite Ted for Power Hour. Myself and Coach Paul for At the Buzzer after the close. We got all of our coaches doing classes in Discord. Hoop, Ray, Vince, 6 p.m., 7 p.m., and 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And then Coach Dakota tonight with slow markets. That is our schedule. Who approved JD's vacation? JD approves JD's vacation, I think. That's how that works. Man says, I need a break. Goes on a break. Really good stuff this morning. I see the team already getting ready in the back here. Coach Ray, what are you going to be focusing on this morning? What markets have your attention?
Well, I mean, I think crude oil, I think, is a good one. I think maybe a little bit on the equity side. I think for maybe a little bit of a change. Gold seems to be kind of a little bit range bound at this point. So probably the two that I'm going to be focused on is maybe crude oil and the equity markets. I think are going to be my two markets that I'm going to be looking at.
Awesome stuff. They've been presenting opportunity. I think 2 good markets to look at right now. House count is long crude from 110.29s. 73% long tilt in crude oil right now. Average price 111.75s. Tilt in the and here we go. Crude is continuing to cook here. Wow, what a trade!
So I've adjusted the risk on that to 110.80. There's just like a little 1 minute pullback. Just below that is where it currently is.
I like that, Hogue. I like that. Hogue, you know how you say sell one for the rally? You're welcome. I sold my one so we could the house account have this banger trade. But really nice trade here.
Right. That's right.
We'll watch these 112.60s here. I think we are close to being ready to go. I see the team ready in the back.
Oh yeah.
Hogue.
Yep. Let's do the thing.
Do the thing, Hogue. Do the thing. All right. Take us into fast markets.
Thanks, Jay. Thanks, Ray. Always a pleasure spending the morning with you guys. And of course, as always, thank you for joining us and trusting us with your time. Top of the chat today, Rich Quaz wins the prize. And of course, the prize is only bragging rights. Shubham, we got Trader Hub, we got Coog, we got Anastasios, we got Gorillion Air, we got Tommy C, we got Doom. Doom was here early this morning. It was great to see Doom here this morning. Brad Perez, a couple of new names. Jay Northclips, and Trade with Elder. As always, folks, when you are trading, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Pray for peace every day. It is time for fast markets now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go to the market. Let's go.
You can hear me well, right?
Oh, they can hear you, Enrico.
They can hear you,
Welcome,
Enrico.
everybody, to Fast Markets. Let's do this thing.
Let's go.
Welcome to the Pain Cave, Enrico. Let's do this. Andre, happy Monday.
Happy
do it.
Monday. Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets, the beginning of a new trading week. Who we got? Yes, to the right, Mr. Enrico. Yes, we can hear you. Enrico, loud and clear. Thoughts coming into this trading day, beginning of the week. Enrico, let's break it down. First question I got to ask you. Is it still alive? Is it still alive?
It's still alive. 96 days.
96 days. Okay. For those that are asking, that is a just a little win streak. That could be closing in on record. Anyways, Enrico, welcome to Fast Markets. Let's get right into it. Thoughts coming in to this trading day.
I mean, overnight, as Hogan and others discussed as well, it's a little bit long inventory. So if we flush in the open, I will probably even look for longs. But I mean, this market is so hard to hold any trades. It's take your money and go.
Take your money, go. I like it. Jack, still got about 3 minutes before the opening bell here in the New York session. Take a look at the ES. Last trade, 66.25 half. Headlines, a lot of movement overnight.
Yeah.
Thoughts? What's got your attention?
What's got my attention is this line we've been looking at forever. We did get above it in the ES last night. Now, I think some of the function behind the scenes here is you got folks buying a lot of downside protection, buying puts and stuff going to the weekend. And if it doesn't crash overnight, well, then the rest of the day, just by hedging, they're going to keep buying it back. So that gives some fuel to the upside here. We're kind of around 6,600 in the SPX after the open, same as Enrico, looking to see if we keep going down, wipe out some of this inventory, but a lot of interesting levels. The two biggest are still, I see the 200-day moving average is at about 66.84. We haven't been able to reclaim that yet. It's been pretty good resistance since we broke it. And then, of course, if we really start cooking, we got November lows and the 10%, which has been the bottom of this whole cycle so far.
Yes, indeed. Okay, let's take a look at the NQ. Let's take a look at some of these prices. We got, well, first of all, crude on the move higher. Crude is up $2 and about 50 cents in the last 30 minutes. House account is long one. MCL from $110, 29 cents. Last trade, about $2 in the money as we trade $112, 39 cents. Take a look at NQ trading 24,276. Gold trading beneath 4,700, 46.97 last trade there. And the Dow, 46,664. All right, Enrico, looking a little to the long side, perhaps. Any levels, prices of interest you have on the NQ?
For me, the 224, 240 needs to kind of hold as a support. If it holds as a support, I will probably like longs because that's where the 4-hour 100 EMA is. And to be fair, I don't like trading on Mondays.
Really?
I feel, yeah. Monday is the only day I really dislike taking any trades because usually, like what I've noticed on the markets is Mondays kind of sometimes reverse what's going to happen during the week. So even if you have a really good bias for the week, then Monday can kind of grind you out, take your confidence for the week. And then even though you were correct on Monday on the direction of the market, you don't have the confidence anymore to take those trades and so on.
And to top that, 30 seconds here, we also had non-farm employment report on Friday, shortened trading day, so kind of had 3 days off. So there's a lot to unpack there. Jack, numbers look good on Friday. We'll talk about the jobs report here when after this bell. Not sure how much time, how much really matters as of right now. Headlines flying indeed. Buckle up. We're in for another hell of a week. Let's get into this thing. New York Bell coming in right now. Let's go. And house account is long. One MCL, about $2 in the money right now. ES trading 66.29. Seeing some buyers step in here in the equities right off the bell. Yes. Those jobs numbers, Jack, better than expected.
How much better? I completely memory hold that there were non-farm on Friday as I was getting the Easter egg hunt ready. What did it come? Do you have it in front of you? What did it come in at?
It came in like 100 some odd thousand, 180,000, 150,000. I do believe I should have probably known that before I asked. But then net jobs was essentially zero according to Powell. 178,000. Thank you, BYO. It's at 178,000.
Yeah, wasn't the forecast like something like 65 or something? It was yeah. So I'd have to look under the hood. But as you said, I don't know how much that's going to affect what's going on in the very short term.
All right, a little bit more buying here in the equities all around. Nice pop. We're looking about a 100-point pop here in the NQ. The belt just topped out at 24,351, 50-50 on the tilt. What do we have on the schedule? We have U.S. ISM Services PMI at the top of the hour. Also, we have a 3-month auction, as well as President speaks with the military at noon Central. We will have that for you here on Topstep TV. As you know, we still have a 70% long tilt in crude. A little rejection there in the Dow. Dow did turn around. ES still holding bid. Enrico also, first 15 minutes. Wow, so it's a Monday as well as the first 15 minutes. So for those that don't, very, very disciplined is an approach. Enrico, again, for those that are just watching for the first time, what are you looking for in the first 15 minutes of this New York session before you do perhaps enter a trade or not enter a trade? What are you seeing right here in the NQ, for example?
Yeah, so the first 15 minutes is probably the most important for me in terms of understanding what's going to be the key areas for today's trading session. So I'll always wait for the first 15 minutes, let the market kind of play out. I don't like to trade this time, or I would say even that my rules say that I can't trade this time, the first 15 minutes. And mostly it's because the market usually is really chaotic. It doesn't have direction. And I just like to wait it out. And then once the 15-minute candle is closed, then I will wait for either breakout to the other side, take a trade on the retest, or if the range gets super wide, I even might look into playing the 15-minute range.
Very good. Dow did just see some pretty aggressive selling. New session lows in the Dow. ES still holding bid. NQ still holding bid as well. I just saw some market orders come in and hit the bid in the Dow. Dow just dropped about 100 points. New session lows in the Dow. ES still holding above overnight VWAP. ES trading 66.25. Crude still holding bid right around the highs as we trade. Crude trading $112.31.
We do some life in Bitcoin. Bitcoin futures up about 3.7% over the weekend, up to 69,425 in the spot. You'll never guess who was buying this weekend, Andre. We did have another Sailor purchase.
Yes.
Yeah, Sailor added 4,871 Bitcoin at 67,718. Well, they're always buying, but you know, their average cost of their 766,970 Bitcoins is 75,644.
Taking a little heat. But hey, dollar cost averaging now. Or adding to a loser. Depends what perspective you look at.
Yeah. It's an interesting form of dollar cost averaging. It's pretty crazy to be buying Bitcoin exclusively for a decade and having your average cost be 75,000. But I don't know. Hopefully he knows what he's doing.
And then tweeting.
Yeah, a little FOMO.
Yeah. Holding bid still. Buyers did step back in the Dow. ES pretty muted open. First 5 minutes here in the New York session, looking at a 15-point range. Trading around the higher end of it. NQ, first 5 minutes in the New York session, looking at a 100-point range there. So trade upper end of that. NQ still holding bid, 24,345 last trade. And you got gold right around 4,700. You got 1,000 lot upside in the ES, 66.39, offered 1,000 times, but and pulled.
We did kind of find the support in the 250 area, so kind of the same as the 240. Usually when I look at those high time frame EMAs, they are, you can hit them, miss them, let's say by 20, 25 points, because usually they're like really high time frame areas. So I think the market right now is found kind of healthy support in this area. It was the previous high as well, so kind of resistance turning into support. So maybe we have a bullish day ahead.
So far, seeing more buying in the equities. New session highs.
I don't trust Monday.
Yeah, you don't trust Monday.
I can't.
Then you got the fake out artist. Then you got the snitch. There's a lot of things going on here, Enrico. We got those numbers still at the top of the hour. Let's see some initial
Yes.
buying. So initial buying there, and talking the equities.
Yeah.
Pop it to
Hanging
new
out right
session
around
highs.
6,600 in the SPX right now, pretty much right here, right now. I just moved some things around. I got the 200-day moving average in the SPX up right around 66.87, which is right around 66.50 in the spot. So we're about 50 points of upside away from that.
All the buying just turned right around in the NQ.
Yeah,
NQ, look at this, giving back all of the gains. About 95% of those gains just given right back here in this next 5 minutes, trading 24,280 in the NQ. ES, same story over there, about a 20-point turnaround to the downside. Right back. Wow. NQ, new session lows.
Very mixed bag in the big guys.
Wow.
Apple's up 0.5%. Broadcom's down
Crude?
1%. Nvidia's down 0.8. Microsoft down 0.75%.
This 5-minute candle in the NQ printed new session highs and is now currently printing new session lows. What's going on in crude oil? Crude new highs there, $112.68. $112.72 now as more buying steps in. Crude on the move higher. Gold not doing much. Here. Go ahead. Wow.
Yeah. Jack, do you remember last year when we had the tariff, kind of like the bear market for a few months? There was always a case where Apple was green when the market was red. Yeah, exactly.
No, I remember.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Apple's been very contrarian in general because look at just a chart. If you can see like the CapEx expenditures, Apple their strategy has been to sit out sort of this AI CapEx boom. So they have been like since the last year, there's been so many days where the rest of the Mag 7 is red and Apple's green or vice versa.
Very interesting turnaround there in the equities. We'll see a little buying stepping back in. It's not seeing too much on the headlines for now. Obviously, that can change in a moment's notice because here on Topstep TV, anytime a headline does break, markets do start cooking. Tune in here at Topstep TV. Also, pin at the top of the chat, you got those Topstep daily levels. Update and refresh before every New York Open. Give that link a click. Otherwise, why don't you just click on the indicators tab at the top of Topstep X. Type in Topstep daily levels where you can have them slapped, overlaid right there on your charts. Again, update and refresh before every New York Open. Well, 50-50 tilt in the ES. Again, current 5-minute candle here in the ES and NQ makes new session highs and is currently printing new session lows, same 5 minutes. We're buying here in crude oil. Crude just printed new session highs, $113.14. Man. No headlines.
And again, that's exactly why I chose this 15-minute do not to trade. It's you either get those scalps or you can get the hype of being in a winning trade and then boom, it's gone.
Well, I think you said it best, Enrico. Take your money. See money, take money. Take your money and run. Yeah, the first 50. We're about 10 minutes into this New York session. While we're at it, try and let these markets figure out which way they want to go. Still not seeing many headlines, but what we do have upper left-hand corner of the screen, got the name of the segment called Fast Markets. Why do I tell you that? Well, you hit us up at Topstep TV using the hashtag Fast Markets or hashtag Power Hour because, we bring this full circle back in Power Hour, last hour of the trading session. Hit us up at Topstep TV on the X using those hashtags and send us some cool wins. Love to see those payouts. Love to see performance dashboard analytics. Let's see some win streaks. Anyone getting close to Enrico's? Is that 96 days? 96-day winning streak?
96, yes. Okay. Do you know? Because Dolby told me that it's 99 is the record. I was at 76 when I was on air with Dolby. And when I was on 76, I honestly thought now it's time for a red day. And then Dolby said 99 is the record. I'm like, I'm too close to do not try to claim it.
Well, yes, I believe that a fellow by the name of Delesh did get to 9. Enrico, well, I'm not going to tell you, but trading that, going for the record, yeah, Jack, I believe it's 99.
Yeah, you don't talk to the pitcher in the 8th inning of the perfect game, right?
We just did, yeah. We
So
just...
I won't put in your head what I think the record is.
Well, now you're going to be really in his head.
I'll accept 99, and
I think you're doing just
Perfect.
fine. You're doing just
it's
fine.
the green streak itself is not so healthy for my trading anymore. So honestly, as soon as if I do claim the record, then after that I'm not gonna be hunting for a red day, but it's more, if I have a really good setup, I fail it, I don't see any more setups, I'll just accept the red day. Right now it's not really accepting the red day, trying to bring it back with a few more trades, and I would say it's kind of hurting my overall execution performance and so on.
Yeah.
No stat padding here. No chucking
exactly.
volume shots. I get what you're saying.
Shoot. All right, we're back right in the middle of the range here. Let's we got a number at the top of the hour. Equities pretty much right back in the middle of the range. First 5-minute candle, we did see some buying, so a big pop there. Second 5-minute candle for the new session lows. And third 5-minute candle, well, they're trying to buy it back up. We're seeing gold catching a bit of a bid. 47.03 last trade there. Again, how's it got? Long 1 micro crude from $110.29. $2.50 in the money right now. Crude trading 112. We did $112.82.
Yeah, overnight we topped out around like 115 in the May contract.
Yes, we did. I believe there was a gap on the reopen yesterday. I also think it was filled. I believe it was filled. In the equities, at least.
Let me show something real quick here. You guys are gonna get tired of me showing this oil futures forward curve.
Yeah,
but it can keep you out of a lot of trouble. Well, right now we got May trading 112.73. I'm sorry. April. Next month out down at like 97. Next month out 88. Yeah, and the problem is like that's why you got to be careful if you're just outright say shorting. I've seen a lot of people anecdotally on financial Twitter just getting blown out because they're trading oil calendar spreads for the first time. Like, look at how wide this is. The problem is it's so expensive to, if you want to roll to the next contract as a short, you're taking a haircut. So you could see some like squeeze dynamics there too.
They're trading
commodities are the Wild West.
We got a little bit more buying here in crude. Crude holding above $113 now. Number top of the hour.
We got numbers. Right, those numbers move things.
ISM.
Okay.
Yeah. Within that, we got ISM. So there's an employment component to it. There's a prices paid component as well as new orders. All contribute to the U.S. ISM services PMI. About 15 minutes top of the hour here. Equities can't make up their mind right now, Enrico.
Yeah, what I will start probably paying attention is one kind of element that I use in my trading is RSI as well.
Okay.
And a lot of times those Mondays. What is RSI?
What is RSI? Relative Strength Indicator. What exactly does it tell you?
I call it the speaker of the market emotions. Because a lot of people see the RSIs. If it's overbought, they're gonna short it. If it's oversold, they're gonna long it. But for me, if it's overbought, that's for me is telling that market is actually feeling bullish about the price that we are having. And same thing oversold. If it's oversold, market is telling me that it's feeling really bearish. So there's no reason for me to kind of go against it. The only thing that I look for is divergences. So let's say the price makes a lower high, but the RSI starts making an uptrend. So that's kind of telling me that the market is not really feeling what the price is telling us. And another thing that I really focus on, I have it on my charts as well, is 65 and 35 RSI. And what I have noticed on the market is if we bounce exactly from 60, if we get rejected exactly from 65 RSI, it acts a little bit like a bull trap. So the bulls are getting trapped and we're going to reverse. But if we go above that 65 RSI, usually that's an indication for me that we are kind of what I call zombie rally, meaning that we just grind higher slowly and slowly. There's no really pullbacks. If you short it, you're not going to get stopped out immediately. It's more you're gonna see it grinding against you, and then it's a really painful time to short. So I'm also paying a little bit attention what's gonna happen once the 15-minute reaches that 65 RSI, whether we're gonna make that bull trap or we actually are gonna getting some signs for a healthy rally.
Oh, here's a healthy rally indeed. RSI, yeah, relative strength index, I should say. See that number? It kind of gives you an indication as to whether if the number's above 70, indication that perhaps the market, particular market, is overbought. If that number gets beneath 30, indication that the market may be oversold. So, kind of for scalping, could be a useful tool for scalping. And RSI out here on Topstep X just printed some new session highs there in the equities.
Yeah, we tested above 6,600 again. The SPX rejected it. There is maybe the biggest positive gamma for the 0 dates on the board right there. Looks like for now the sellers are matumboing it right there.
Yeah. Get that weak-ish out of here. We did see about $1 pullback in crude. Crude pulled back to about $112 even. Saw that pop in the equities. Markets are no headlines on that either. Again, keep an eye out for those headlines. Again, president scheduled to speak with the military. Noon Central. Also, top of the hour, the president will be participating in a White House egg roll. Easter egg roll, that is.
Unfortunately, we don't have the stream for that.
No.
Some great background stuff.
Yeah. We'll keep an eye out for any headlines. If I do happen to, president chooses to speak. I'm pretty quiet right now. 15 minutes. All right, we're about 18 minutes into this session now, Henrico. I'm not. What are you seeing? Big 5-minute candles. I'm not seeing much.
Yeah, we are fighting with this orb high, which is 24,374. It's the opening range. So orb itself is opening range breakout as a definition. And I am just choosing 15-minute orb. But I've seen a lot of traders, they also play 5-minute orb. So it just means that you wait for the New York first 5-minute candle, mark the high and low, and then kind of wait for a breakout to either side. It's really mechanical trade.
Yes, it is. I believe that's how the house account got
We are in one right now.
Yes,
so
we
we're
are.
in positions. We are long MCL. At the moment, that's looks
Very
like it's
good
more
price.
than $2 in favor. It's good.
Very, very good price. NQ holding bid. NQ 24,383. Call 384. New session highs did just print.
If I would say any levels for NQ higher, I would probably say that the most interesting level for me would be 24,587. That's the 4-hour 200 moving average. 4-hour for me in terms of 200 moving average is really important. Usually that's where you either expect a reaction, or if you go straight through it, then you're probably like super bullish for the day.
587 upside. Okay.
Yeah. Long way to go, but I mean, it's NQ.
Oh, it's just like that. New 5-minute. Here we go. 10 minutes till top of the hour, 10 minutes till a number. The again, U.S. ISM service employment. We got watching crude here. Crude, a little bit more buying. Take that back. Crude staying offer. Looks like the NQ wants to see some more buying. Holding bid here.
Yeah. We didn't close the 5-minute candle above the 15-minute high yet, which would be the biggest signal for me to kind of start looking for longs and hope for the breakout. So I always wait for the candle close as well. So now it means that I'm going to sit on my hands for another 4 minutes or so.
That makes sense. Let's do a little buying here in gold. Gold been pretty range bound first 20 minutes of this New York session. Gold trading 46.94. Definitely keep an eye on that. Jack, I took a look at the 10-year. 10-year back beneath 4.4 comfortably. Not a whole lot going there. We're what, 4.3, some change. New session highs NQ.
Yeah, 10-year right now. Yeah, hanging out around, as you mentioned, 4.35 or thereabouts. These are day candles I'm looking at. Still high-ish. We're still up decent amount since we started cutting rates. We'll keep an eye on it. It's not in any danger zone right now.
It's
I'm also
not.
going to mention the straddle on the SPX for expiring this afternoon is about 40 points, which is just like 0.6%.
Interesting. VIX around 25. New session highs, ES and NQ. NQ 24,409. Just printed. Seeing a little bit more downside movement in crude oil. Crude trading $112.21. 50,
There is a small divergence that could play out. NQ kind of took out the pre-market highs with this current 5-minute candle. And it sometimes can give you a really easy trade idea, because if you enter based on the divergence, you can hold your trade until ES takes out the pre-market high as well.
I like that.
Until it doesn't happen, you may take some heat on NQ because it can keep running. But usually the longer the divergence lives, the stronger it becomes, in my opinion.
I think you're spot on. ES, new session highs, did just print. That price would be 66.43 quarter. A little pullback here in the NQ. Take a look at the ladder. What's going on in the NQ ladder? Very pretty thin, not crazy. Ones and twos on the bid and the ask. I don't know. These pops don't exactly feel like a rally. I don't know. Call me crazy. I just get very wiki up here. Still tilt 50.
And having trouble keeping above the 6,600 in the SPX, but the more we play around there, the more maybe we eliminate that hedging pressure.
I've got my eye on the ES here. Still trade 66.40. 41s did print. Gold's been in the $10 range for the first 23 minutes of this New York session. Note, Mo in the chat says, are you guys in any live positions? House account is along one. MCL from $110.29. Currently Enrico's flat, Jack's flat. Same with me as well. Oh, thousands of people watching us all across the globe. If you'd be so kind, please click subscribe. Please click like. Please click notify before we get this number, top of the hour. 208,000 unpaid for subscribers, organic. Thank you kindly. Vance. Rico, you got your eye on 24,587 to the upside in NQ. We're still about a couple hundred points from there. No real defined movement. Nothing clear just yet.
Yeah, the last few times I've been on, I think I've a little bit rushed into the first trade. So I really want to this time wait a little bit more patiently, follow my rules, rather than just taking the trade for the sake of it. But if we don't start breaking out now from to the upside in the next, I would say 10-15 minutes, I'm starting to get more comfortably into maybe reversal scalp, maybe 50-60 points to the downside, and then maybe have one runner. I'm seeing a little bit that we're struggling on the pre-market highs as well. ES is not even close to them. It's more than 10 points away right now.
So tempted to get short up here. Enrico, when you said you felt like you were rushed, Was that because of me? Did I rush you into trades? Is that because of fast markets? I kind of felt something there. I hope it wasn't,
No,
but
no. It's I think in the markets, like one thing that I have learned, no matter what's your environment, whether it's Trump tweeting or something else happening, you can only blame yourself in trading. There's no one else. No one else is gonna give you money back.
I feel better now. Okay, thank you. Whew.
It's not you, Andrew.
Thank you. Our little pullback here in the equities. And number at the top of the hour. President is participating in a public event. There will be cameras. We'll keep an eye out for the headlines. If any do hit the wire here. Pretty muted. Open. Very wiki in the NQ. I think we did a good job being patient there. Not rushing any trades because sometimes fast markets, but this is just the calm before the storm. Something tells me that will change. A little bit more buying here in gold. Gold finally trading just outside to the upside of that range that we've been seeing the first 26 minutes of this New York session, 47.06. For whatever reason, see gold catch a bid. You see equities catch a bid. You'll see crude. I see some downside pressure. Doesn't always hold. We're selling in crude. There you go. New session lows. $112
Maybe
even.
we're breaking out a little bit in the ES right now. See
Yeah.
if we very wiki, but in the 5 minute. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say I think I'll wait out the number. It's only 2 minutes, so
Okay.
maybe we get a little volatility spike.
Yeah, we did. Oh, House Count did take profits on that trade up $145. Job well done. They're in crude. All right, so flat all across the board. We got a number in 2 minutes as ES is printing new session highs. Definitely not in a straight line. 66.45 new session highs.
Usually that top of the hour that's coming is my favorite time to enter because I always preach also the 4-hour candle opening. We are closing 4-hour candle now in a minute and a half. Usually that can give you some kind of setup because if it's gonna go with the trend to the upside, it might leave a little bottom wick, and then you can enter based on that. So usually that's like the best time for me to enter in terms of the volatility we get. And we also have news. So
I like it. Good discipline.
That's 96 days for a reason.
Hey, let's go on. Tell him, Enrico. Tell him, my man. Oh, I like it. Damn right. All right, let's get this number out of the way. About the 60. It's 96 days for a reason. My guy, Enrico in the house. Jack in the house. Myself, Hogue will be joining us here. Maybe at the other side of this number. See if Hogue can make any sense of what we've seen so far. 96 days. You're my guy, man. Click subscribe for that. That's hell yeah. Very thin on the NQ ladder. Seen some. Wow. What's going on in the ES? ES, 15 on the bid, 15 on the ask in the ES. Dow holding bid just a bit. 30 seconds. US ISM services employment number expected 51. 51. Previous was 51.8. These numbers tend to come in line, and even if they do, let's just get them out of the way. Jack, let's get these out of the way.
Let's do it.
New highs, ES. Look at ES on the pull. Dow catching a bid as well. There we go. Big miss, 45. Big miss, 45.2 versus expected 51. Big miss.
Wow.
Big miss. Prices paid higher as well. Again, expected 51, actual 45.2.
Technically, this market reacted.
Scratched.
Exactly.
That was in line. My apologies. My sincerest apologies. That was services employment. It's in line. My apologies. New highs. In line. Expected 54.9, actual 54. apologies. New highs did just print. I read the employment one. My bad. Turn around there.
So I am thinking of taking a short scalp here.
Okay.
I like the wick. We just made it kind of aligns what I told you guys about the 4-hour candle opening. Kind of made maybe the top wick. And I'm going to go for the middle of the orb as my target. If the market breaks out from here, then I don't want to be in this trade anyway.
Okay, what'd you get in at? What price?
392.
392. 24,392 number is out of the way. 66.46 last trade ES. I think you did pop all the way up to 24,452, about a 80-point turnaround. Jobs number, big miss. Actual PMI in line. Let's see what happens here. What's your downside target? How did you sell there, Enrico?
Just one.
Okay, just one. Look at that turnaround. You selling in the NQ. What's your downside target here for this type of trade?
291. So I'm going for exactly 100 points.
Let's go.
Exactly.
Yes, about a 20-point turnaround. 20-point turnaround. Lower. Man. Nice execution.
For me right now, it also depends what this 5-minute will do in terms of if we're gonna close again into this orb 50-minute range, which is 374 is the high. So I want to see 5-minute candle close into it. Then I might go into break even and start to maybe trailing my stop towards the profit target. But we have at least 2 minutes to go.
Watching gold did turn around. Seeing some selling in gold. We're watching equity sell off here. We go short from 392, 24,392 last trade in the NQ, 24,350.
Trying the long scalp here, MES off of 6,600 level. Give me a moment here.
Long ES, all right.
Sorry, long MES, 2 MES.
MES, very good.
From 66.42 quarter.
You took it? 6642?
Yeah.
Cool. How many times?
2.
A pair. Very good. What's going on the tilt? 50-50 on the tilt.
Shouldn't go against Enrico, though.
One's ES, one's NQ.
Not getting what I like to see.
Yep, I'm gonna go to break even and start probably trading my stop.
What is going on here?
Rico.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna close it.
Wow.
Okay, let's see. We have a little bit to go. I'm securing 100, so I'm securing 50 points, and I have a little bit more to go for 100 points, but we'll see. I'm securing 50 points right now.
Well done, 24,300.
Yeah, it
lower.
You'll be happy to know we bailed before this latest push down here.
And today is done for me on this account.
Is that all she wrote, Enrico? Enrico.
Look at you.
You need 100-point trade. That's all you need.
Look at that, man. Look at that. He's taking the headphones off and taking a vigorous sip of his water. Enrico, job well done. What's your P&L after that?
300 for all three accounts.
Well done. Until 50-50. Okay. Again, the big miss in that the ISM was the employment number. employment number was, I think it's
And
45.2. Go ahead.
Sorry, Andrew. I want to quickly show as well, like I was talking about the pull trap on 65 RSI. I didn't pay attention to it when I was entering, but we got exactly rejected on the 5-minute on the 65 RSI. And then it's kind of the combination of that new 4-hour opening, which was like super aggressive wick, that kind of makes me doubt that we're gonna continue rallying. And then it's, I would say, quite low risk short to take from those highs.
Indeed, it was. NQ staying beneath 24,002 or 300, I should say. All right, it's Monday. You saw him in opening call. I'm going to need some help making sense of what we're seeing here as we're trading right around the lows in the equities. Pop here in gold. Bring it, Hogue. Hogue, happy Monday, my man. Keep expanding the ranges in equities. Let's break it down. What are we looking at here? Help me make sense of this thing, Delta Don. Happy Monday, Hogue.
Happy Monday. Good to see everybody. Enrico, great trade, man. Great trade. And I'm going to kind of go over what I was looking at during that period of time. Let's start with the S&Ps. So S&Ps opened in range and in value. It tried to reject value, traded up to the weekly kickoff high. It was right at the weekly kickoff high, 66.51. Actually, 66.50 is when those numbers came out. We had the knee jerk to the upside, the excess high. That's about when you took your short in the NASDAQ. And we have a nice rotation back into Thursday's range, actually. So there's a lot of confluence up here. There's the October 10th low. There's weekly kickoff high. October 10th low is 66.48. Weekly kickoff high, 66.51. We have a naked point of control up there that we just checked during regular trading. So we got last week's high, 66.53, and a late spike base at 66.58 and a quarter. Lots of confluence up there. The big one is that weekly kickoff level, because I'm looking for longer time frame traders to adjust inventory. If they did adjust inventory, obviously the failure above, we saw some sellers coming in, back into range, back into value. We still haven't set the initial balance high or low, so stay patient, folks. There's more opportunities to come. Enrico, I'm with you. I'm not a very active trader on Mondays. Mondays usually a slow day for me, but that was a great trade. And again, we had the weekly kickoff high, 24,406. We closed that first 30-minute bar above it. We had the knee jerk to the upside when we got back down below it. That's right about when you started getting short. Actually, you got short a little before that. 24,392. Actually, right back down below that level. You took 100 points on that trade. Great trade. So we basically rejecting value from Thursday. We're rejecting above the weekly kickoff high. We have PCE coming out on Thursday this week. No major earnings necessarily. So the focus from this point will be the PCE on Thursday. What do we do here? Well, we're going to set the initial balance high and low, and I'm going to focus on those for my opportunities on this wonderful trade day for Monday. Just taking a look at the crude trade, the opening range was the dead low. So we did take that long. I had an exit out here at 113.20. We got within 6 ticks of it. I moved the stop below this swing low and below the anchored VWAP off the open. Took our low, did try and push back down below that, right to overnight VWAP, and now we see the buyers coming back in. It wouldn't surprise me if we get back up there and we eventually get to that 113.20 level. That 113.20 level is basically the value high from Thursday. That's value high from Thursday is coming in at 113.24. I always go a little bit short of where I think the market could go. I was a little bit too high on that one. We got within, again, 6 ticks of it. In a range here for a little while, it looks like, folks. As far as gold is concerned, inside range, inside value, inside, we looked above Thursday's high. We rejected that overnight. Very range bound. A lot of kind of, what do they call that? Barcoding going on. We looked below. We looked above. Initial balance high, initial balance low in gold. Initial balance low, 46.8560. Initial balance high, 47.0710. It extended outside of both of them. Likely that this is going to remain relatively range bound as the day goes on. But of course, anything can happen. Keep your eyes on the news. The ISM number came out. Wasn't bad. And that's where we're at right now. I mean, that's the story. I'm sticking to it. Monday. Hope everybody had a nice 3-day weekend. Jack, Andre, Enrico, great to be with you.
Good stuff. Oh, we got Delta for us real quick. Yes, and Q.
Yes, Delta 1600 positive. NASDAQ Delta 1400 positive, almost 1500 positive.
All right. Thank you.
Hog, I also
You
saw
bet.
that one thing that made me really want to enter there is that we are on the last week value area high. I'll show you here as well.
Yes.
So this is the fixed volume profile from the last week. And this kind of, if we had any extension, especially with that 4-hour wick, I'm going to take that short. It's too low risk, too high reward for me.
Yes. Yeah, I have last week's high in here at 24,348 and a quarter.
Yep. Similar area, yeah.
Now it's bouncing.
Yes, it is.
I still think, like, I really hate predicting the markets, because usually that's just putting a bias in your head that doesn't come into fruition. But if I will give any prediction for today's market, I think if you're gonna start rallying bullish here, that's more a signal for me that we might have shorts coming in later this week. That's usually like the theme after Monday rallies.
All right. After all that, back to 6,600 in the SPX. Sliced through that on the way down.
Yes, we did. All right. 66.40 last trade in the ES. And Q, we have
crude equity divergence is still in play here, it looks like, Andre.
Crude equity divergence, the inverse, a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah, it's we do have a headline here, the Yemen Houthis to make an announcement at about 27 minutes, 40 after the hour. Not sure what that is, but we will be bringing, we'll keep an eye out for that. So in about 27 minutes or so, an announcement from them. I mean, we're keeping no headlines just yet in this New York session. Bottom of the hour, we'll get those initial balance high, initial balance low prices set. Where lows? Simply the highest and lowest price traded. Well, we can do that for the equities. Gold, first highest and lowest price trade in the first hour. New York session for the ES and NQ. Crude right now holding beneath 112 bucks.
Yeah, we've got a potential for a normal trading day in crude oil right now, because it is a rather large opening range, initial balance. Let's see here. $33 initial balance. The bigger the initial balance, the more energy it's going to take to extend outside of it. So the crude initial balance low is 109.84, 113.14 to the upside. And here we are. We're right in the middle of it, pretty much. But the bigger the initial balance, the less likely it is to be extended by very much. So we're gonna keep an eye out for a failed upside auction in crude oil today, and we'll see if that plays out. If it does, we're in.
How is crude's initial balance today? Big or small? Wide or not?
It is big.
Big, thank you.
Yes. It is. Well, Thursday's entire regular trading hour session range was $27.80.
$27.
So our initial balance is bigger than that right now.
Wait, 27 bucks, Hogue? Not 27. 27?
Yes.
Jesus. Okay.
Yes. I'm looking now, and it looks like, the average initial balance is anywhere between 15 and 25. for the last few sessions. Some smaller ones, $10, $15. So it's a big opening range.
Okay. All right. Crude here, $111.48. And Rico, we're getting back up to getting closer to your price that you got short from on that first trade in the NQ.
If we close this 5-minute candle outside of this 50-minute range, then I would probably start favoring longs, because we kind of flushed out any FOMO longs that build up from the open into this news. And we're still holding the overnight VWAP. We're still holding the 100 EMA on 4 hour, which should be strong support to kind of support the trend as well. And if this 5-minute candle now closes above this 15-minute high, maybe there is a chance to actually get what I call, again, zombie rally into those 600s, 580s. We'll see. I'm not rushing into any trades right now.
Enrico, I heard you mention the ORB. What is your opening range time frame? Is it 15 minutes?
Always 15 minutes, yeah. I try to play around with, I try to play with 1 minute. I try to play with 5 minutes and 30 minutes. And then 15 minutes for me was like the sweet spot where you get the wicks a little bit out of the way. You have some kind of range. I feel like 5 minutes gives you, you're going to rush a little bit into your trades, I feel, with 5 minutes, especially right now when the market is so news driven.
Yes.
We're selling crude.
Okay.
We're selling crude.
Awesome.
$111 even, just printed.
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better for managing that crude trade.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't get that well. Pretty quiet. My headlines, we will be getting an announcement from the Yemen side in about 23 minutes or so, 40 after the hour. 50-50 tilt across the board. We did see 70% short tilt in the NQ not too long ago. Let's see some buying there. ES trading 66.42. What price did we buy, Jack? 42s. Go figure.
We bought 42s. Like, that flush was way more than I expected off that number. I was trying to lean on the 6,600, and we've gotten back here, but man, eventually went down to the overnight VWAP on that candle.
Good. Equities out selling off just a bit.
Back to hanging around 6,600 in the SPX. That seems to be a little bit of comfort food right now.
Magnet. It is a magnet. The market's moving too clean right now. Enrico, I think hell of a trade. It's about all you're gonna
get. Man.
It's markets are waiting for more information, perhaps. Hogue, pretty again quiet. The headlines for now.
Jumpy. That was a 40 point 5-minute bar in the ES.
Sure was. 66, 61.
And usually what I've noticed as well, since I have a little bit bullish bias because it's Monday, usually when you want to get shorts, even when you have a bullish bias, you want to have them in the first maybe hour or 2 hours. That's usually when the market still gives you more this choppy range before it picks the direction for the rest of the session. So I don't think I'm going to jump shorts later, even if we start extending to the upside, just because of the fact that I think it's just the Monday personality for this market.
Buyers.
We also have 110 handle in crude.
Oh, yes, we do. Look at that, Jack. Crude's seen more downside pressure. $110.72 just printed. Looking at about a $2 sell-off here in the last 10 minutes in crude oil. Seeing the Dow closing in on session highs there. Well, I guess all we need is one headline, Jack. All we need is one headline. 50-50 tilt.
Right.
You got to stay in it long enough that you get that headline. We held On Friday, we made a little bit of money, but we were short for 6 hours.
65.10,
Yeah.
66.10. One of those prices.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, it is Monday. We got Enrico, Jack, Hogue. And we also have the tip of the week that we bring a new one. Well, every week. What is it this week? Embrace the power of consistency. Well, 97-day winning streak. No one better than Enrico to talk about that. What is part of this? Trade at the same hours daily. Also, avoid jumping between instruments. Stick to a fixed risk-reward ratio. Focus on process over profits. Enrico, on day one, were you also waiting for the first 15 minutes? As you are now on day 97 of your win streak?
Yeah, with those exercises, I can show you a little bit the calendar. If you compare my trading, like in March, you see that I mostly take 3-4 trades maybe per day. There are some higher days, but that's like the average. And that can even be divided by 2 because I scale in and out. But if I go in the beginning of this streak, which is November, 7th of November, the only red day in those 3 accounts, then here I was over trading. I think you can say that those are the days where I didn't wait for the first 15 minutes. But mostly, yes, since the beginning of those accounts, because I've been in pain of getting funded, blowing it in few days, and then like having really good habits in the combine phase, and then forgetting about all my rules once I'm funded. So once I started those accounts, I made myself like a really clear rule that I need to actually follow my rules. And the tip of the week is, I would say, extremely one-to-one with my rules, except the risk-reward ratio, because for me, the risk-reward ratio really depends where I get entry. If I wait for confirmation, that usually means that I have a little bit wider stop loss because I want to have my stop loss where my trade is actually invalidated. If I preempt, then my stop loss is usually much tighter. But everything else, sticking to your rules, I only traded MNQ. I haven't touched any other symbol.
No silver.
And
no silver over those 97 days. No silver at all.
No.
That's how you do it. Job well done. A lot of
the reason is because I feel with sorry, Helco.
I was just going to say, rule number 1, follow your rules. Rule number 2, see rule number 1.
Yeah. So
talking
true.
about Fight Club, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Looking a little more selling here in Crude. Oh, Dow printed new.
Tell all my clerks.
Nice.
Rule number 1, the boss is always right. Rule number 2, see rule number 1.
You told your clerks to make sure the coffee is warm, not hot, just warm with that opening bell. You told them. You told your clerks make sure the bread is crisp, not soggy on my sandwich. $110.62. Again, in about 5-6 minutes, we'll get those initial balance, high initial balance, low prices. The ES and the NQ.
So we have 40 seconds until this 5-minute closes. I will start really favoring longs if we close above this 374. That would be the orb high. And then my A plus setup in terms of the 50-minute range would be the wait kind of the retest. Maybe the retest can happen on 3 minutes. I'll wait for the retest on 3 minutes, not 5 minutes anymore, because if I want to jump into a trend, I don't have so much time to wait for the 5-minute candle close. Or the other confluence that I like to have on those retests is sometimes ES will come back down and retest the 50-minute range high or low, and then NQ doesn't. So it's always important for me to also keep an eye what ES is doing about the same 50-minute range.
Oh, yeah, the 5-minute did just open. 66.50 last trade. 48's print. Downside movement there. Can't get a good read on this market right now. Wait for Crude's at the lower end, trading $111.05. Yeah, down about $2 here. $2 in the last 20 minutes or so. Is this a short?
I think it's more of the long if this New York
Yeah.
VWAP holds,
Okay.
which is 24,340. If you get a healthy retest, I have one combine account which is really in the beginning stage, so I might throw a long on my combine account. I don't think I'm gonna trade my XFA today. I kind of hit my profit target. Usually 300 is the daily profit target. So
nice job. What are you up right now?
Green on the screen.
Exactly 300.
Well done.
Precision.
All right, Hogue, question about initial balance high. When we got these prices down, you see that initial balance high NQES, I believe, printed on off that headline number. Does that still count?
Yes.
The way we got it does, even though we got there just off of like algos. It still counts?
Traded there.
Fair enough.
Yeah, still counts.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
We looked at it.
All right. NQ. Oh, 24,452. ES. This might not be in just yet. ES like 66.61. Session highs for now. Let's see what the lows are. Holding bid right now. These equities are holding bid. Rico never got down to 340. This 5 minute. Still have a shot here.
I mean, the short-term trend in the equities is to the upside, but I gotta be careful. Being long up here, it's against some pretty important levels.
Yeah, I want to get short.
Mhm.
I don't have a reason.
One thing I'll be looking at with oil, if we go to my screen real quick, is I brought up, this is a chart of the CLK minus the CLM. I was talking about there's a lot of, it's the spread. Basically what this is saying is right now it's $13.84. That means it's $13.84 more expensive for the K contract as opposed to the M in oil. This is what I was talking about. Like a lot of adventurers and crude oil spreads kind of got blown out here. You can see just going back, since the beginning of April, this spread has blown from $7 up to a high of 15. If this starts to turn around a little bit, that could be, it's not a big deal for the people who are long to roll because they get a cheaper price than the next contract. But this could take some fuel off that sort of squeeze the upside in the front month.
K is May, is a symbol for the month of May.
Yes.
Yeah, watching that spread. Bottom of the hour in about a minute 15 seconds. I just preempted a short. I'm not liking it. We'll see.
It is the make or break zone. I think this
48.5 Enrico. I don't like it. We'll see what happens at the bottom of the hour. What do you got for IB lows, Hogue? In ES
IB lows, we're probably good for both sides, but ES IB low 66.17 and the orders.
Orders.
66.61 at the high. We have NASDAQ 24,245 in the orders for the IB low, IB high 24,452 and a quarter.
Okay.
Deltas currently positive 2,100 in the S&Ps and positive 1,800 in the NASDAQ. So very little change there over the last 15 minutes.
Okay. I like the short. And crude single looking heavy. Here's the new 5 minute. What do they want to do here? I'm going to cut this short. 50-50 on the tilt. Yeah. Good read, Enrico. Good read. Looks like crude seeing some more selling here. Gold seeing some buying. Yeah, damn. Gold seeing some buying. Holding bid here. Looks like crude's going to continue to sell off. $110.60. 5 cents last trade. ES catching a bid? Question mark. $50-50 tilt. For whatever reason, gold continues to see some buying. 47.15 last trade. Now 16's print. Oh, this short's getting smoked. The haters keep pushing this thing higher.
The haters are usually the shorts. Those are the haters.
Yeah. Well, haters are whoever's on the opposite side of my trade. But right now, looks like the equities are holding bid here. We got the names in the chat. The name in the chat: crude go down equals gold goes up. We are seeing that right now. Indeed. Good. All right. Well, Enrico, that was a fast first hour. Came in, waited,
Yes,
very
sir.
disciplined, and one trade, one winner, keeping the streak alive. I think we're up to 97 days. Enrico, a couple words before you get out of here. As always, the people love you. Thank you so much. A couple words before you get out of here. Job well done, Enrico. The streak is alive.
It's trade for the tomorrow. I think that's what I would say. That always, if you don't find entry today, it's okay. It's Monday. There's gonna be Tuesday. There's gonna be Wednesday, and then even more days. So trade for tomorrow. Keep your account for tomorrow. The worst feeling in trading, I think, is once you do something stupid, you lose your account, and then the logic kind of follows a little bit later, the emotions, and then you really sober up. What did you do? And then you're gonna wake up next day and you're gonna be like, I need to buy a new account. So don't be in that position. If I only trade your A+ setups, have your stops in the right place. I think that's it.
Well done, Enrico. Fantastic stuff. The streak is still alive. We'll see him again. Job well done. We saw a little pop there, right? We got Jack, we got Hogue. We will be having Mr. Dakota joining us here shortly. We saw something pop there. Feels like might be some news. I mean, I'm still short. I actually sold more. Short from 40.
All right.
47.
Andre's going into it.
Feels like we got something happen there. Some foreshadowing.
Yeah. So, Andre, I discussed earlier that unfortunately we cannot show any live footage from the White House Easter egg roll, but it did give me a chance. I just wanted to show. I show this tweet every year that I can on Topstep TV because it's one of my favorite Easter observations ever.
Love it.
Have you ever noticed every presidential photo of the Easter Bunny looks as if we just lost a war with him and are surrendering?
Let's see.
4 presidents there, and each one just looks like
it's scary.
They're being forced to sign a surrender document by that terrifying, bespectacled cult of personality Easter Bunny.
Look at that thing. I mean, it's sketchy looking. Man, oh man. Where did you find that tweet? Incredible.
It came out
Blink if you're okay.
Ago.
Yeah.
Chairman Bunny.
Oh, good stuff.
Look out.
Looks like we got a little more of a bid coming in here in gold. 47.15 last trade. 50 on the tilt.
Pretty small initial bounce in gold. I'm looking for continuation.
Whoa, there he is. Where's he at?
Lock the doors.
Oof. There he is.
There we are.
Oof. There he is. Mr. Dakota in the house. Star of
New house. Who dis?
What's up, Dakota?
Some say buy the dip. Buy the freaking dip. Man, it's been one heck of a market. Last night during slow markets and over the weekend, I mean, I was thinking that we were going to wake up and we're going to be down 2% here in the equities, and shorts just got obliterated overnight. And it looks like they're continuing to do the same thing. How are you guys?
Not pretty. My shorts are getting obliterated, like you said, Dakota. It's not good. We want to get out of this thing.
I'm doing great. I'm still coasting off of Easter brunch.
Nice.
Awesome.
Oof. Why are we staying offered? I'd feel back some. There goes the. Yeah, we're supposed to be getting a stiff cut. Shit, I'm out. We're getting a statement from
Something's
Yemen
going on here.
Houthis. We'll be sending a statement. What was that? Shit, sell back. I'm short again. I'll get a statement in about 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
From
the Yemen, the Houthis from Yemen.
It's Monday. It's a full week. It's going to be a very packed week. All eyes on what's going on overseas, right? We have Trump speaking with the military here soon.
Yes, noon central. We will have that here on Topstep TV.
Okay.
I think something's coming out. I got short again. 66.48 half. And seeing a pop here in crude.
Back to trading the ES.
I like it, Andre.
Thank you. Back to trading the ES. Yeah, I can kind of walk and chew gum a little bit better when it's
Fair enough.
Yeah.
NASDAQ is not for the faint of heart.
Iran convoy reply to U.S. proposal on the end of the war. We might be getting a reply here from Iran. This is
And crude oil. Crude's at 111. 111.
Heads up.
Looked a little scary
There's a
last
little
night.
pop there in crude.
Yeah. We're okay. Waiting for this. Again, Iran conveys reply to U.S. proposal on end of the war to Pakistan. So something might be incoming here. Keep an eye on crude. Low pop in crude.
NASDAQ trying to sell off here.
Just a little bit.
Iran's reply consists of 10 clauses. What are they?
Okay. Stand by. I don't know if I should be sure.
I'd imagine they're probably similar to the 10 or however many they put out before.
We'll pop in crude. $11.13.
VIX is hanging out at 24, so VIX is kind of hanging on the low end that we've been on for a while.
Honestly. Is it? All right. Gold selling off just a bit here. 47.14. Again, waiting for to get the response from Iran. Shit. Oh, shit. Sold.
There's something going on here.
Yeah.
Yes, there is.
Okay.
You get it yet? Oh, might be selling off. I'm short. I'm short a lot. Short way too many.
Well, here's a good time to take a few off.
Yeah. All right. We got prop here in crude. Crude just popped to $111, almost 112. More buying crude. Just caveman this shit. Gold selling off. Just
yeah, that looks like
just caveman the shit out of this. Selling here in the NQ.
Not wanting a ceasefire or something.
Might be getting a reply from Iran here.
Crude popping.
Golds off. Last trade in the ES. Rejects ceasefire. Iran rejects ceasefire. Reply to U.S. rejects ceasefire.
I felt like that was already priced in, though.
I think that's a general assumption.
It looks like the NQ continues to sell off 24,293. They're going to hammer this shit.
Yeah, breaking through these 300s.
Oh.
What's crude doing?
Not much.
111.70.
Demands a permanent end. Iran demands a permanent end to the war. We're getting a reply from Iran right now. Watching crude. Crude did pop about $1 there. I'm back. See if they talk about the straight arm moves. Do 5 minute here. Again. Initial headline.
Long
Iran
312. And dang, just like that. Okay.
Iran rejects a ceasefire. Initial headline there. Okay,
Long
headlines
from
are
3.
starting to hit.
Well, let's see if we could get. I think this might get bought up.
Watching crude. Crude hanging out right in the middle here. Iran demands also
Right at VWAP.
include reconstruction and lifting of sanctions.
Yeah. There we go.
Seeing the initial turnaround here.
Dakota, you're long.
Yeah, I bought the dip, Hogue.
Mm.
Okay, again.
How many and where?
312.
Oh, shit. Heads up, Houthi state 312.
Yes, sir. Looking for a push back up into these 350s.
All right.
You didn't like that they rejected below those 300s, did you?
Exactly, Hogue. Yeah, we hit those
Okay.
290s and held it.
Heads up, heads up, heads up.
Right, I'm going to flatten
What
on
else
that.
happening here?
Yemen's Houthis statement coming out right now. We carried out an attack against Israel.
Yeah, I'm flat. Took profit on that.
Nicely done.
Okay, I don't necessarily need to read these headlines. Nice job, Dakota. In and out. Well done.
Trade.
Heads up. Crude very jumpy right now. Crude very, very jumpy. $50-50 tilt. Again, President is participating in an Easter egg ceremony, Easter ceremony. So there will be cameras there. We will not have that feed. However, we'll see there will be cameras there, of course, and through microphones as well. We'll keep an eye on those headlines. Right now, markets are on pins and needles. Nice trade, Dakota. Watching crude here. Crude.
Yeah, crude right back down to 111.
And the ES back to 6,600 SPX.
Sure is. Still short one from 47. Yes.
That might have to be the above below.
What?
6,600.
Yeah. So 66 in the futures. That's about 66.39.
6639. Last trade 6640. NQ trading 24,317. 50-50 on the tilt. What do you got for Delta, Hogue? They square up. Up.
S&P's is peeled off a little bit. Negative 400 right now.
There you
Still
go.
positive 1,800 in the NASDAQ.
Look at that. Go figure.
What's that tell you?
I said ES is negative now. ES deltas have been a little bit more flimsy lately.
It has been.
NQ
has
strong. Strong.
I wouldn't be surprised if we kind of see the same price action we've seen this morning, kind of back and forth until we hear from Trump at noon.
Oh, I think we're hearing from Iran right now is more important than not more. Maybe Iran sent. Okay.
Yeah,
This is from Axios. Iran sent Monday a 10-point response for the proposal to end the war. We did hear a few of those. Again. Iran rejects a ceasefire. Is the initial headline there. Response was maximalist and unclear if it allow moving forward to a diplomatic solution. This is a U.S. official on the response from Iran. The response was maximalist and unclear if it allow moving forward to a diplomatic solution. Sold.
Great entry on that short, Andre.
I just sold some more.
If we start to break through these lows, I mean,
Nice.
NASDAQ 250s, maybe lower 200s.
Lower 200s. Okay. What's gold doing? Gold selling off a bit.
Yeah,
Right back
maybe
to
head back
IBI.
down 4,700 on gold. Maybe there's a lot of buyers that's trying to keep this thing above 24,300.
Not kidding. You ain't kidding, Dakota. So we got the U.S. speaking, we got U.S. officials speaking, we got Iran speaking, we got Yemen Houthis speaking, hitting the wire right now. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Again, the initial headline: Iran rejects proposed ceasefire.
Nvidia's down 0.6. It's really what, Apple and Amazon holding this market up?
We're talking about that.
Yeah,
Apple.
a few other big companies too. I mean, United Healthcare is up 1.6%. I'm just looking at big companies right now. Got
Walmart. That's why. Okay.
Yeah.
And keep an eye on crude oil. Crude oil, $111.18, $111.10. It's quiet and they buy it.
It is.
Quiet.
I mean, there's definitely more room to the downside. There's
think-
plenty of room to the downside here.
Yeah,
in
it's
the
gonna. I
NASDAQ.
think it's gonna get. What do you think the response is gonna be? I don't think it's gonna be. Doesn't sound like we're making. In Q trading 24,289.
I could see a settlement retest, which is about 70 points lower than this here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah. What's the Dow doing? 46,800 last trade. Right in the middle of the range for the day. Crude holding, everything holding pattern right now. Waiting for more responses here, more clarity.
That's been the story of the month, right?
Yes, it has.
Wait, headline. Wait, headline.
Feeling how, yes, indeed. 50-50 right now. I'm not seeing much more. Are you seeing any more details to this proposal, Jack? I'm not seeing much yet. Ron said,
no, I overwhelmingly presume that it's very similar to what they've put out their list of what they want. And from what you mentioned, it involves a bunch of things. When they talk about like the diplomatic, maybe not working, when they talk about, sanctions relief, reparations for, the stuff that's been destroyed.
yes.
Some sort of pseudo ownership over Hormuz, or at least, they've said that, they're not going to let American Israel through. We're still selling off here.
What's the dollar doing?
It's down. It's down
Is it?
0.2. Yeah, it's down quarter.
Crude is not. Crude's in a holding pattern right now.
And here we go. Here we go. Testing these lows.
Here we go.
Testing the New York session lows.
Yeah, we are.
Retest these settlement here.
Initial balance low in Q, about 20 points away.
We're about 50 points away from settlement in the NASDAQ. 220s.
President is. Our president, the ceremony, White House has begun. This is an Easter. It's for an Easter ceremony. He's with his wife as well. The Easter Bunny's on stage as well. We'll see if anything does. Any headlines do come from there. Yeah, there you go. Just saw a picture of it. New 5 minute. No. You see some buyers stepping in here.
Yeah. Hold this low. These 260s.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Watching gold here. Gold still above 4,700, 4,705 last trade.
Yeah, gold's up, silver's down.
Gold just saw some sellers. See if crude pops here. Nope, not yet. Gold closing in at 4,700, about $2 to go. Gold saw some rejection there in the equities. So maybe this time. Keep an eye on gold. Gold gets beneath 4,700 and follows through. Just not right now. Still range. Look at that. Crude.
This could be a range bound play if this is a difficult one here. It's cheap for the longs, but there's a lot of momentum to the downside.
And other buyers.
111.
They keep reaching. They keep selling in this thing. I'm talking the equities. NQ, they keep walking it up in the NQ about 10, 15 points in this 5 minute, right up to 24,290. And the sellers come back in and sell right into it. 15, 20 points. Oh, whoa. What was that? What was that? Gold just popped. Gold just popped. What was that?
Not seeing that.
I was just looking at it. Oh.
Yeah, gold just popped. What was that? Gold popped about $10 there.
Not much on NASDAQ.
Or oil.
If crude starts selling here, we might see reversal in the equities. Yup, there it is. I'm out. Miss me with that. Something's coming up. All right, we're seeing a little downside pressure here in crude. See that, Hug? Where's the headline?
Yeah.
Looking at long here in the NASDAQ right now.
Man, it might be a nice play.
Okay, I'm long.
What price? What price?
Got in at 288. 288 is my entry.
288. Okay.
Yep.
The markets are active here. Nice.
See if we could break back through these 300s.
See some buyers.
We would be proud.
Yeah.
Proud.
What's the play here?
Range trade this.
Pretty much. Wherever that pop in gold was. You saw it?
Pretty sharp.
Yeah, what the hell is going to be about a $15 pop. Well, I'll call it $12 pop in gold. What they're trying to sell it down to 4,700s. They were, and then they bought about $10 there. We saw crude get beneath $111.
Still so illiquid.
Go along from
I've been eyeballing a few things on it, and it's just very whippy.
What do you like? What do you got your eye on?
Gold.
And he plays up.
We still haven't
trades, and he ranges there, and he setups.
Nah. We still have that island reversal from last week. And I'd love to get a look at the overnight high, which was, here we go, which was 47.33. We haven't been able to get up there just yet. Very small initial balance, so I'm looking for extension outside of it at some point. We've seen some, but we've traded both sides of it, so maybe it'll just stay range bound. I don't know. I'm just looking for opportunities, and when I look for opportunities, I'll find them. I just gotta be patient and wait for the opportunity to come to me. And I'm thinking overnight high would be an interesting area to look at.
What price?
47.33.
33. 4. 33 last trade. 47.
Equities are still
waiting,
still maintaining price below the initial the weekly kickoff high levels. 66.51 on the S&Ps, 24.406 in the NASDAQ.
Yep. Okay.
NASDAQ trying to hold these 300s. Nice little pivot here. I could manage risk.
When you zoom out, we're at a really interesting decision area. You know, you go to the 4-hour chart.
Yes, we are.
There's been resistance on April 1st, on April 2nd, on April 3rd, on April 5th, and today.
That's the line.
This has been
The line.
That's the line.
Are we breaking out? Is that
Waiting
considering
for
a breakout for you?
Oh,
It did. These are 4-hour bars. It did. Once it broke through, it was good support on the next 4-hour bar. Is the day of the white line over? Stay tuned.
Yeah, waiting for more.
I'm flat. I took profit on there.
Nice trade, Dakota. Waiting for more response. Yeah. Waiting for more response from Iran here. Got initial headline is they reject the ceasefire proposal. But waiting for some more details to come out from there. The U.S. official on the Iran response, quote, response was maximalist and unclear if it allow moving forward to a diplomatic solution. It was about 5-6 minutes ago. It's from Axios. Markets waiting for more to come, but 4 minutes till the top of the hour. Everything's in a holding pattern, essentially just waiting for the next headline to hit.
That's how it's been.
Yes, it has.
Headline, then wait. Yeah, buyers held the New York session low, so maybe we come back up to the middle of this range, these 340s. Yeah, there we go.
That perhaps some more buying. It's a lot of head fakes right now. Nice trade, Dakota. NQ back to 24,316. We pulled all the way back. What do we get to down there? We got to
60s,
62s.
Yeah.
About 17 points from initial balance low. I don't know.
A little bit of a mixed market.
The president has concluded the Easter ceremony. Again, President will be noon central. We'll be bringing that to you. Trump speaks with military. That's all the headline says. That's at noon central. So in about 2 hours from now. Okay, I'm dying to look at this. Let's take a look at some of our live fun and leaderboard. Let's take a look who. Yeah, Poe up $30,000. Look at that. Andre, that's my name. Not spelled that way. 23,000. Bogdan up 22,000. Mark up 18. Ulysses, I love these names. Up almost over $17,000. Job well done. Great start to the week. Great start to the trading day as well. We'll bring those back up throughout the day. Keep an eye on those names and see if any change or P&Ls.
30,000. Ooh,
bad. Not bad. In the chat, they're asking slow markets tonight? Question mark. Dakota. Slow markets tonight? Question mark. 7 p.m.
always.
Central.
I don't know if the markets are going to be slow, but yeah, I'm still going to be there. Me and Jay.
Bigger
Jay
question.
joins me. Yep.
Slow markets Tuesday. Will you be there?
Yes,
that is right
one.
during the I currently think is the deadline.
That's right, Jack.
Ooh.
What's the deadline for again?
Opening the Strait of Hormuz.
Opening the Strait or else.
Gotcha.
I believe 8 Eastern on Tuesday. So that'd be 7 p.m. Central on Tuesday.
Okay. Very good. Markets have come to, they're just waiting. It's up. What is the next shoe to drop? What is the next headline to hit? It's incredible.
Very rangy. The winning strategy today has been that every time the SPX gets more than 10 or 15 points away from 6,600, sell or buy it back.
What's the futures price?
Futures price is around 66.40.
That's where we're at right now. Okay.
Right, we're right there. So,
all right, cool.
Well, nothing to do if you're doing that right now. Yeah.
No. Looks like there might be a setup for shorts here.
Range bound trading.
All right.
Crude stuck at 111.
Yes, it is. Man, oh man. Yes, trading 66.40. Gold might see a little downtick here. 47.05 last trade. Any more headlines? No. No.
Quiet market favors the longs, though.
It does. In the equities, that is. The equities.
Yes, correct.
Yep.
Equities. Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if the NASDAQ kind of keeps pushing up to these 340s.
Why is gold so low? And keep catching a bid. 321. Gold down about $8-9 here in this 5-minute cap. Closing back on 4,700.
Nice.
Why is things have changed? Think something's changed.
Buyers gave up on gold.
Yeah, typically you see maybe just follow through the downside in gold. We'll see. Looking for crude to pop. Will crude catch a bid here? Yeah, a little bit. Crude catches a bid, just like that. I'll sell the equities. If just follow through the downside in gold, follow through the upside in crude. Right now, equities remaining bid 66.42 last trade. Yes. We're buying here in the NQ, 24,335.
Yep. Pushing. Why are you just stepping in here?
Sure are. Look at that. How hot? Yeah, they took it what? Popped all the way up to 40. What'd you have your eye on, Dakota? In the NQ?
340s. Yeah, 340s.
All right. Pretty much got
Top
that.
of the range is going to be probably 370s, 380s. I mean, we're right in the middle of it. We're just exactly in the middle of this.
We are. London
This
closed.
is a no trade zone right now.
Watching crude or watching gold here. Gold, I get 47.01 last trade gold. Only 47. Oh, stops just went off, and gold to the downside. 46.98 did print.
So VIX at 24.
Yeah.
When do you think we're going to see VIX below 20?
It's going to be a while.
Not before
All right, I'm short. Yes,
Wednesday.
Short. All right, short. Here we go.
Okay. Get it.
Gold selling continues to sell off ever so slightly. Crude catching a bid here. 111.36 last trade. Gold beneath. What am I short from? 35 in the orders. On the close, bottom of the hour in 27 minutes.
Hmm.
46.96.
What think you, Hogue?
Yeah, what do you think, Hogue?
Yeah.
I'm
This shit wild, man. This
just
shit
thinking.
wild.
Sometimes they make noise.
There.
We need some follow through the downside. We need gold to keep pushing here. Gold.
Yeah, we do.
There you go. Go.
Bank holiday. It's a bank holiday, so no London close.
Oh, is that true? Did not know. All right,
NQD.
thank you.
Yep.
For that.
Something to be aware of.
We're selling gold here.
Yeah, a lot of
46.95.
places take Monday off for Easter.
Yeah. That could also fuel this consolidation that we're seeing here.
I mean, gold just sold off $15. Crude popped about 20 cents. Crude trade $111.31. 33 cents now. And equities staying bid. This is where you implode an account. A new 5-minute. Where do they want to go? Gold seeing more selling. Crude catching more of a bid. I'm selling more. I'm just getting short.
Boom.
Getting sold. I'm short from 66.37.
Okay.
4 times.
Yeah, crude
There
finding
you are,
buyers right here.
6,600.
I know.
Yes.
This is where I blow up. This is where everything,
Those are ES, right?
Oh, yeah. ES is going higher, Hog, and they don't need it to go. Why is it going higher? Why is it
Oh,
going
I hate it when that
higher?
happens.
Why is it going higher?
I hate it when it on.
This is where he blows it. Yep. We got Crude continues to catch a bid here. $111.48.
Yeah, that's
50 cents,
settlement right
65
there.
cents.
Yeah. Settlement turn going positive.
Please staying bid. You gotta be kidding me. Ruh-roh.
Yes.
Nothing on the headlines.
We got nothing a little bit before the top of this hour. Trump did conclude his remarks. Reminder, we have him speaking with the military at noon. We will have that live to show you. There's a little something for you. There's a little taster right there, Andre.
Yeah, gold. Let's just watching gold. Seeing more selling in gold. Gold just off about $20, 46.91. And Crude's popping. This is the setup.
Yeah.
Getting short equities. Don't want to go. Because the haters don't want it to go lower right now. It's always 50-50 on the tilt.
And Crude catching a bid here.
More buyers in
well.
Crude. Crude, up we go. About a 75-cent pop. I hate when they do this.
There we go. There we go. Let's get it.
Yeah. I mean, barely. It's like pulling teeth. Something's got to come up. Or buying Crude. $111.82 now. Trades. Or selling in gold. I just get out. 50-50 tilt. Buyers in NQ. Buyers in ES. Buyers in the Dow. Look at gold. Look at that. Gold right back to 47. Jeez. Magnet, man.
Vicious.
Vicious indeed. Vicious. Where does not
range.
Want to go lower. It really is. Yep. Buyers here in the NQ. Look at it go. We are going higher in the NQ.
It's range bound right now.
Well, what is Sam? What the good old boys know something. Good old boys know something.
The range.
Yeah, the fact.
Amazon caught a nice bid off that. Crude back to settlement.
Sure is. And what do they know? Well, a little bit more buying here. And Crude. Now there goes NQ. NQ catching a bid.
Trump will be addressing in 2 hours, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Military.
Yep.
I don't know exactly what that means. It just says Trump speaks to military. So I don't know if it's more of like a ceremony or if this is something larger. But as Andre likes to say, there's a mic.
What? What's, I mean, what do I like
Anything
to say?
can happen. Where there's a mic, there's a way.
Yeah, I mean, what do we think? Yeah. Speaking of the, I mean, pop talk. I'm taking heat on this shit. A little bit more selling here in gold. Gold staying offered for a second. A little bit more buying here in Crude. Equities struggling to make up their mind right here. So there is no London close at the bottom of the hour?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
Well, struggling to make up their mind because once again, sound like a broken record. We're at 6,600 in the SPX. That's still the biggest near positive gamma zone I see on here. Big round number. People hedging those books.
Talk your book.
Magnetic to it.
Talk your book, guys.
Talk your book on Crude. Sing man, $111.60. Do 5 minute. What are we gonna do here?
Bitcoin caught a huge bid. Bitcoin spot 69,600.
So gold.
Yeah, I was saying before you got on, Sailor was active over the weekend. He bought about 4,000 of those Bitcoin.
Oof.
Where's he getting the money to do that?
Still.
Yeah, who knows?
Gold staying offered right now, 46.91. There's your
there's
there. What took
Stay
so
Pump.
long, man?
here we go.
Where's your what took so damn long? Man,
Gotta
just
tease you.
head fakes, man. It's nothing's real. Gold 46.89 last trade. Now 88s. Gold selling off. See if crude catches a pop. Crude does not catch a pop. Crude saw an offer. Crude could now
Gold
sees a
selling
pop.
off.
Equity should sell
Gold
now.
selling off.
It's brutal. Yeah.
Gold selling
Yeah.
off here though.
You think there's
Trump is
how are we not selling? How are we not selling?
Trump is
Tuesday
emphasizing
deadline's
that the Tuesday deadline is final. I've seen every proposal. Well,
Not enough.
start
Boom.
the
Look out
countdown.
below. Look out below.
Yeah.
What Trump Iran proposal is a big step. Not good enough.
Let's see if we can sell off here.
It's a significant proposal. I'm gonna get out. He's gonna this whole thing. All right, I just got out of 3. I'll just stay short in one unless he really wants to say something dumb. Again, president's now speaking here. Deadline Tuesday. Deadline final. I've seen every proposal. We will see what happens. It's coming from the president. It's a significant proposal. Proposal is big step, but not good enough.
It's only Monday morning. Man,
Oh
what
man, oh man.
how many? Feels like it's been a
Oh,
week.
but you knew.
Oh.
You knew going in today. Like I went to sleep super early last night.
Oh yeah.
Just getting prepared. You knew this was going to be.
Oh yeah.
What else we got? The UK has a long way to go. President is speaking right now.
Found a mic.
Mm-hmm.
Found Mike.
I don't know where he's speaking, but he found it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Watching gold. Gold hanging out.
Crude hanging out at settlement.
All right. Hassett speaking. The White House. Everyone's speaking right now. There's a lot going on. Hassett is a White House economic advisor. Saying the Federal Reserve expect Federal Reserve to lower rates once war arrives. President now, right now, the war could end quickly if they do certain things. I should just get out of this.
There's a Hassett quote.
What do you hit me?
Certain things.
I'm just getting out of this. This is ridiculous.
This is wild.
This is ridiculous.
Markets are overstimulated right now.
Everything.
Should we tomorrow, Andre? Should we frame out like a larger overnight house account trade?
Would it be?
Join me for slow markets. We could frame something out.
I'm not going to be a ghoul, so maybe trying to frame out some levels as far as if this deadline gets pushed back, which I think it will.
Here comes some selling.
Here we go. Adios.
What would that look like, Jack? Would you be looking to buy gold or the equities?
I think equities is the cleanest because you'd be long, and I don't want to short oil under any circumstances.
President here. James, we gotta wait. We got these headlines coming from President. Say, if I had my choice, I would take the oil. Reiterates Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and President currently speaking right now. What's seeing a bit of a bid here in crude. Crude $111.75. Sold right back to 20-cent sell off right there. Trump and Iran, they just don't want to say uncle.
I would imagine.
Gold staying off for pretty much at the lower end of this price of 46.88. Hogue, what is that the initial balance low?
85.60, but yeah, close enough.
85. Okay.
It's just
so
hanging
about
right around overnight VWAP right now.
I saw
86.90. You do?
All right. I'm getting short. Yeah. See you later.
There it goes.
I'm getting short. Yeah.
You said it.
If Iran doesn't yield, we won't have bridges or power plants. And president currently.
Here we go.
What I'm thinking is, once
likely?
again, not financial advice, but it's like if we sell off, like, say we sell off through tomorrow's day session, and there's still like no,
short. They're gonna hammer.
what do you
this
call
thing.
it? No reconciled thing is then just being long in the overnight.
American people want us to win and come up. Okay, in about 30 seconds, we will be getting this feed. This just did show up. We will be bringing in this feed. The president is speaking to. Yeah, we will. We will be bringing this to you here. The president is speaking.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Bring that in.
I'd like to keep the oil. I just don't think the people of the United States would really understand.
How is it taking care of the Iranian people if you're bombing?
Yeah, who you with? Who you with? Well, that's a radical left group of lunatics.
The music is coming from the
Let me
ceremony,
just
by the
tell
way.
you. Let me just tell you. Very fair question. The Iranian people, when they don't hear bombs go off, they're upset. They want to hear bombs because they want to be free. And the only reason they're not out protesting, you know that, is because they were informed that if they protest, like the wrestler and his friends, if they protest, they will be shot immediately. And that's an edict, that's in writing. If they protest, if they go out in the streets, they will be immediately shot. They don't have guns. You know, we sent some guns, but the group that was supposed to give, which I said would happen to my people, I said it, I called it exactly. We sent guns, a lot of guns. They were supposed to go to the people so they could fight back against these thugs. You know what happened? The people that they sent them to kept them because they said, what a beautiful gun, I think I'll keep it. So I'm very upset with a certain group of people, and they're going to pay a big price for that. But the Iranian people will fight back as soon as they know they're not going to be shot and as soon as they can get weapons. If they had weapons, not many of them, if they had weapons that would go the other way, and you know what would happen? Iran would give up in 2 seconds because they wouldn't be able to take it. But in Iran, they
The
have
music in the
absolutely no
background is
weaponry,
from the
and they've been
events.
told
Yeah.
point blank, if you come out to the streets, you will be killed. As of this morning, and we have this on pretty good information, 45,000 protesters have been killed. Pretty bad.
Roll with it.
You said Iran has been obliterated. Why are we still at war then?
It's a big country. They can't fight back. They have no capability. I mean, they have some missiles left. They have some drones left, but essentially they have no capability.
More buying here.
They had a lucky shot with an airplane, but we got them back out. The rescue was incredible. And it wasn't of one person, it was of two-person. There are those that say that's never happened before, because usually when you're shot down in strong enemy and deep enemy territory, you can't go after them because you'll end up losing 250 people to get one. So it's a terrible
I'm
thing.
short the NASDAQ here.
But we had to make a
It's
decision.
really-
Do we do it or do we
Crude.
not? And we did. And, you know, we have some helicopters with a lot of bullet holes in them right now. Probably you know that.
Crude touching a bit
Now, I'm
here.
very honored to have rebuilt our military. We rebuilt our military in my first term. I'm using it in our second term.
All right, we can
And
go to the
are most
trades.
respected
We'll keep the
country
video on
anywhere
if
in the
that's
world
cool,
with the
guy back
greatest
there.
military.
There, just keep the video on. The president is addressing the media after the Easter ceremony, and formally scheduled to speak at noon Central here as well. Is this still going? There's the Easter bunny. Okay, I think
There's
that's
the bunny.
good. Yeah, that was wild. Thank you. Okay, president essentially. Well, what price you short from there, Dakota?
I got 308. I'll add if we break down below 300. I want to see a test of settlement here in the NASDAQ. So we're 85 points from settlement. I think there's a chance. I think there's more room to the downside than the
I don't know where this
downside.
market's going. I do not know where this market. You see crude continue to have some more steam to the upside here. Back above $112. Well,
definitely.
That music was just. I try not to make light of the music was just wow.
It was very like Dr. Strangelove-esque with the jazz quartet.
Twilight Zone.
All right, one. Definitely uncomfortable being short or long, honestly, in this. We're barcoding.
You say
fruit. Crude continuing to find some buyers. $112.11 did just print. Thank you. Maybe there's a little push to the downside here.
All right. So we're up like 0.5% whole session in the ES. We're up 0.7 NASDAQ.
Headline here: Iran announces missile launches toward Israel. Equities are stuck right now.
It's just
NATO should be okay. Get a lot of headlines here. Iran, Israel, president all speaking at the same time. Even Hassan got in on the action as well. This thing just will not go. These equities will just not go.
No.
Crude just rallied $1. Just rallied $1 and would not. Equities would not stay offered.
Nope.
I hate this. Is where I get destroyed. This is where my markets get absolutely destroyed.
Let's expect another test of these session lows.
Man,
we're just not
kidding,
getting anything.
For real, you're not kidding. All right, 8 minutes to the bottom of the hour. 8 minutes to the bottom of the hour. Oh, I know just the thing. We can bring in those comments. I'm not making light of them. Very little volatility in the equities. Crude catching a bit of a bid. Let's bring in James. James, come on in. Dr. Volatility. What do we got here? Topstep TV for the rest of the day. What's up, James?
Absolutely. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the new trading week. I'm here to fill you all in on the things that you need to know to stay in the know with Topstep and Topstep TV. And that includes the Topstep Discord. If you're not part of the Topstep Discord by this point, you're really missing out because there is a wealth of information, knowledge, friendship, and more all in the Topstep Discord. Truly, we have rooms in there for everything. We have rooms per product. You got rooms for languages. We have a Topstep TV room in there. There is so much going on in the Topstep Discord that if you're not a part of the team, you should think about joining today. So we're going to drop a link in the chat. Click on it and join the Topstep Discord. In addition to 24/7 conversations, you can also find classes in there from the Topstep coaches. You can find classes from the likes of Coach Jay, Coach Vince, Coach Jack Sr., Coach Paul, and more can all be found in the Discord running their classes throughout the day. So when we're off air, but you feel like you still want to learn more, Topstep Discord is the place to go. You can also get quick help and support when you need it from our mods and ambassadors. And truly, any question you have has probably been asked 100 times in the Discord. So hop on in there, ask your question, and get a quick and friendly answer. Topstep Discord, go ahead and join it today. Then after you're done doing that, be sure to come back because we got a good one for group coaching today. Group coaching, the point in the show where you get to have your questions answered live on Topstep TV. Today, we're sitting down with Hogue, Deanna, and Anne-Marie. That's right, this amazing trio of Topstep coaches with Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Deanna are taking time out of their days to sit down and answer your questions live. And if you're wondering, how do I get my questions read live on air? Well, wonder no more. We're going to drop and pin a link in the chat. It's going to say, submit your group coaching questions here. Click on that link, submit your group coaching question, and then be back in your seat for group coaching. That's at 12 p.m. Central Time, right after Power Players. Now, you know we run bell to bell, so I know you're not going anywhere, so you're going to be right here for group coaching. Again, that's with Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Deanna. That's all I got for you guys today. I'll throw it back to Andre and everybody else in the charts. Andre, how are we looking out there?
It's moved a little bit.
I sold off a little bit. Yeah,
there you go.
Thank you, James.
Yeah, there you go.
Incredible.
Keep them here. Keep them talking. I got my third contract triggered in. Short 3 from 302.
Jealous. I shaved 2 because I was getting impatient. Nice job. 302. Short 3 from 302.
Yep. Risk is managed. Stop loss above this pivot on the 5-minute chart around 340s.
Short
See if we
three.
could come down and I'm going for settlement. I really am. Settlement in the NASDAQ is about 55 points lower. So 220s.
Crude
See this market
continuing to
down.
see buy.
Exactly.
Crude. Let's
S&Ps have already been there.
Crude trading 112.20.
look at this. It's absolutely incredible. This will not go. Gold, 46.87. 46.87 last trade in gold. We're buying in crude. I'm going to get out of this. I'm getting out of the ES. We get short with you. Give me this. NQ time, Dakota. More buying. More buying here in crude oil, $112 and 33 cents. 33 cents, about on the hour. Not London close. What is that?
We're gonna hold this.
Better prices.
Or these New York session lows. I'm out.
Okay.
I still think we've
been consistently bouncing off VWAP pretty much all through the night session. The ES at the end of the day here. Almost got to it on this last candle.
Oh, okay. Crude grinding. Crude continuing to grind. $112.33. What are you short from, Dakota? 302?
302. Yep.
280s trade. Dow's not doing anything. Very reluctant. Very reluctant. Look at that. What we got here? No headlines. Bottom of the hour. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. The bottom of the hour. Again, pin at the top of the chat. Get those questions in for group coaching. Also, that'll be noon central. So about 90 minutes. The president will be speaking with, addressing the military at the same time. So we'll be bringing that to you as well. Your Topstep TV, but markets look like
Still a holding pattern.
I want to sell the hell out of this. Why is gold catching a bid? Why is gold catching a bid? 46.93 last trade.
Technically, it's range bound.
It really is. It really is.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's traded both sides of the IB. It's just doing what range bound markets do.
Crude's up $1.40. Crude's up $1.40 in the last 25 minutes. Equities just ain't
Get going. We're seeing some selling pressure back in the
It's
equities.
the gold's
right now.
holding this thing up. It's gold that continues to hold this thing up.
We're seeing,
For whatever reason.
we're trying.
I'm looking to get John. I'm going to want to join you here, Dakota. 50-50 tilt.
We just haven't had that break. I mean, New York session lows is what, 240s? Yeah. The opening range.
Yeah, what do you got for Delta, Hogue? NQ still staying posy?
Yeah, 1,300 positive in the NASDAQ. Negative 1,300 in the S&Ps.
Really? Go figure.
Yes.
Mixed.
Kind of strange.
Still got like the positive gamma continuing to build. 66.40 in the futures, what we've kind of been talking about.
Yep.
So I may be intrigued of jumping in with you, Dakota.
All right, Hogue, fantastic stuff. We're going to see you in morning highlights. We're going to see you in group coaching. Well, Hogue, couple words. You got to go prep for morning highlights. Markets are range bound, like you said. So, Hogue, couple words, and we'll see you in about a half hour or so.
Yeah, just stay patient, wait for the trades to come to you. I guess my best advice for today, but it's not financial advice, so it's only Monday, folks. Andre, Dakota, Jack, always a pleasure, and I'll look forward to seeing all of you again for the morning highlights and as well as group coaching. Keep the screen green, folks. We'll see you in a few.
Love it, Hogue. Thank you.
Later, Hogue.
I'm just confused.
Sellers continuing to step in here.
Yeah, well, in the equities, indeed, Crude finding some more buying, but then gold finds some buying. Crude trading $112.31. 37 cents now. $112.40. I want to sell the hell out of
This is looking heavy.
Yeah, it
I
is.
kind of want to even add to this short. I'm short 3. I might consider even adding.
I'm gonna get with you. Why isn't gold selling well? Gold's catching a bid. Crude trading $112.40. ES 66.34.
All right, I got into 1 to start.
What'd you do?
33.5
Long or
MES.
short?
I'm a short. I'm trying to see if I can get a little better price and use this 6,600 level as a backstop here.
Okay. 66. I got to do the solidarity play. Yeah, there we go. All right. Crude just popped. I'm short with you guys. Crude popped.
Well,
here we are, boys. Here we are.
Here we are.
Here we are. See
Short
if the haters want to
equities.
get us. I got short from 274. Crude just popped $112.50. Yes, we got Alice gone short from 66.33. Dakota, where are you short from?
302.
Ooh, I'm short from 74. Yeah.
If we get it.
We'll see. Jack short from. Okay. All right.
We're getting something. It keeps
Little.
coming in. Slowly but surely.
Kinda. Now Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, speaking. Destroyed today the largest petrochemical factory in Iran. Seeing a pop there. I thought. Okay.
All right.
Let's hammer this shit. I'll sell another one. I think we should sell another. I'm gonna sell another one. We're right up against initial balance low. Getting close to initial balance low. And yeah, there you go. I missed it.
Flushing. We getting it.
We out here. We out here. Yes, trade 66.30.
Yeah, 14K Dre.
And Q waiver allows 2. It's just how stubborn is to go up. 259s now trade in NQ. Initial balance low, and then NQ's 245s. 245s. Look at that, man. Incredible resilience.
Crude still holding up.
Yeah, it is. Gold's holding up.
We're not too far from settlement. We're just
Why is gold
0.25% away from settlement here.
Buyer stepping in gold. 46.95. No, 96 is trade. Crude's trade $112.52. Session highs were 60 cents from it.
Let's get those session highs in crude.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Holy.
It doesn't matter right now. I mean, obviously, just so frustrating. Yes, trade.
We can sell this off.
Anyone can sell it. You can get better. Anyone can get in here and get short. Oh, there maybe gold did see a little bit of selling. 46.92. Let's trade. There's a new 5-minute. What are they going to do here?
There's still a lot of pressure in these equities right now.
Would you be comfortable? Would you feel comfortable being long right now?
I'm not comfortable in any position.
And there goes Crude. I'm out. It's so lame.
I mean, if you had if you're just playing the range all day, you've been doing pretty well.
Yeah, you're right.
You look
You're
maybe
right.
in long.
And there you go. There's the haters.
I'm gonna take
waiting for you.
take
Waiting for you.
a couple contracts off right here.
There you
Manage
are.
my risk.
There's the haters.
Oh, range bound would be buying the bottom of this range, right?
I puked. Yes, it would. Yes, it would, Dakota. It's 24,000. Not getting short in the bottom of the range like an idiot like me. 24,280. 281's now trade.
All right.
Offered.
All right. Here we go. I tightened up my risk, so I'm just gonna let these two contracts just.
Oh, baby. There goes gold. There goes gold.
There you go. Tighten up the risk some more.
Nice job.
So guaranteed profit. Let these runners go.
Done.
You break
There
the
goes
lows.
gold. Oh, there goes yes. Nice job, fellas. I am so jealous. So jealous. Everyone was 261 last trade in the NQ.
Yeah. You get through these 60s.
Maybe I should have puked. Yes. Hold on for 66.20. I got out of the way, though. I got out of the way for these guys. I was accounting short from 66.33 half. Dakota short from 24,302. And maybe get another push to the downside here.
Yep. Let's see settlement. Settlement's so close right here, Andre.
Yes, it is, baby. There goes gold. Finally. Sellers in gold. Kind of. I'll get short with you guys again. Look out. Gold. Look out below gold.
There we go. 250s.
There goes
New York session lows. Come on.
Yep.
Let's puke to the 220s.
Give up the ghost.
There you go. Wow.
You should put.
Oh, you get back in this thing. What do we get to?
I'm going to take another one off here.
Gold just got hammered. I'm getting short NQ with you guys in the hole. Solidarity. Gold selling off 46.79.
Solidarność.
So yeah, 46.79 last trade. Gold's off about $15 right there in this 5-minute. We got crude holding bid $112.48 right now. Equities reluctant to go lower. They are
trying. I took another one for profit here.
Did you? I'm sitting here selling into this shit.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, I hate to see it.
See money take money to an extent, right? And then have the luxury of holding on to a runner.
Yeah. House account short from 66.33 half. Why aren't we going?
Want to get short more in this area, just above the current entry in 66.40.
We're selling gold.
Keep the same stop.
Gold selling off 46.77 just printed. Gold down about $20. In this 5-minute candle. Equities catching a bid. Crude selling off. So you're short one or
Just
two
one.
right now?
Just one.
Okay.
Yep, I took everything off. Kept one on.
What's this going to do? This is the moment of truth. The new 5-minute here. Wow. Look at this. Nothing on the headlines right now.
We're short 2. And we'll get up to 3.
Look at them buy this. Incredible. Okay. Nice job, guys.
One thing is concerning me is just Trump's speech in an hour or so.
What was that? Saw some bids getting hit there in the ES. What does that mean? Bids getting hit? That means market orders going to sell market orders. So we're using time and sales on Topstep X. Kind of help visualize that.
I'm gonna just get flat here.
Incredible how stubborn.
It's just too much for me, Andre. I wanted to see the market go. We just didn't.
Something's changing. Something changed. 24,290. 285. That's the setup's a setup. If you get the setup,
Call me
you got
paper hands.
whatever.
I paper hands.
The setup's the setup. It's what we got here. 14 minutes, 15 minutes left here in fast markets. Get those.
I still like the trade. I just paper handed it.
I want to get short so bad. Come on, Marcus. Someone do something. Jack, you still in this? We're short 2, correct?
Yeah, we're short 2 from 66.34.
That's conviction, baby.
Get it. Oh,
brutal.
I want to keep adding as long as we stay below 66.40.
Why won't they? 50-50 on the tilt gun president scheduled to speak with the military. Hour and 15 minutes from here, we will have that. Bring to our Topstep TV. Oh, man.
Yeah, better than a paper hand than to. It's just difficult.
Paper hand. Oh man, that's the story. That's my side. I paper hand every trade. That's all I do.
I'd rather.
That's all I do is paper hand.
Yeah, took profits on that. Took profits on it, so I can't get mad if this thing does sell off.
Oh man. The Crude found a little bit of a pullback here. Still above $112. We're looking at the last 30, 40 minutes. Crude rally, grinded higher. All the way up to $112.50, about $1.50.
Yep.
We did see gold sell off $15, $20. Gold's trading 46.81 right now.
I mean, the trade's still not over yet, but
hell no, it's not, Dakota.
New York session lows.
I'm gonna sell this shit out of this thing.
We held the session lows, so
for now, this is just better prices. This is better prices to short. That's how I'm looking at it. Yeah. Jack's hanging in there. Short a pair from 66.34. Like it. Chat, what do we think?
I'd like it more if it started to go down.
Great.
But
yeah.
That's
I know, Douglas. I know. You got me. I mean, a little bit. Did you hear anything bullish in the last hour? Have you seen any bullish headline? I'm biased. I'm just market. It's not financial advice. I'm just trying to think and process, analyst, trying to think like an algo. Here. ES trading 66.32. About a 45-point range or so. Yesterday. Incredible.
Too resilient right now. Gotta wait for another headline.
We just got an hour's worth of them. We just got an hour's worth of headlines, and Crude reacted.
Another 10 minutes.
I know. Gold trade 46.86. What do we got here? Crude trade $112.33.
like chopping down trees or something outside my house. It's ominous. Chainsaws
going. I thought you were talking about this market. It's like pulling teeth with these shorts. Hopefully you're short from. I love the chat. Chat, what do you think? What's scarier in the equities? Being long or being short right here? Crude just saw some
Need in a
sellers.
position, right?
Crude just saw a little selling coming in there. Ooh, just to get bought back up.
A little wiggle.
What was
A
that?
wiggle.
There's been a lot of wiggles, man. There's been what
Yeah.
are wiggles? What are wiggles? Yes, it's when you see the ladder, you see the charts just kind of flutter, twitch, or something. You see on the corner of your eye.
Yeah, it's technically a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute here in the NQ.
Is it?
Yeah.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Gold about $10 off the session lows that printed not too long ago, 46.88. Crude seeing some sellers, $112.05 last trade. Still well up. I mean, 24. What price did you sell in the NQ 302s?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm out though. I'm flat. I took profits. There's
There you go. Good old boys.
Good old boys indeed.
Yeah.
Let's see if we hold the 66.40 here.
Got some size on the offers and on the NQ ladder here. Looking at
CL back to 112.
incredible.
Now 1192, 1190. This isn't good. Crude selling off.
Crude selling off $111.95. Equities, we got ES getting bought up a little bit, 66.36 last trade there. Looking at about a 7-8 point pop in the last couple minutes. NQ catching a bid as well. NQ 24. Where's
right back.
It's coming. You know what's about to happen.
Traders. Who caught that
We're gonna
3-bar
hold.
reversal from the lows?
24,311. 40 point pop there.
Nick
And
Woodrow did.
Q 50-50 tilt. Haven't seen the headline. Last headline. This is a repeat though. Iran rejects ceasefire proposal. All right, we got a couple more minutes here. Still a couple more minutes here and fast. Yeah, we do. Still a couple more minutes. The markets. Why did it do that? What? More buyers and sellers, Andre. The answer is more buyers and sellers. Is the rule.
Always.
That is
Straightforward.
Yep. Oops. You still in this, Jack?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stopping. I was more patient. I probably should have waited for the 66.40 here. Let's see if we can stay below this.
Top trade in the chat. I highly doubt high of the day is in on the ES. I think we're going to ram the high of the day. Well, certainly see.
Good news is we'll be out way before then.
This is
Yeah.
It has been range bound. 100% it's been range bound. So I'm sitting here acting like this market's about to break out or break down, like it's going to take off, and it absolutely hasn't. I got to thank you for that. Who said that? Brandon.
Yeah, we're back with 112 and crude.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are indeed.
Sometimes at those lows, it looks like it's going to break down when you just reverse part of it.
I sold an NQ. I had to. $112.12 last trade in crude.
Do we head back down? Yeah.
Trade from 304. And how can there be? Oh, well. The miracle for you, great question. Group coaching. In the top of the chat. Get that question for group coaching. In the top of the chat. About how can we need more buyers and sellers when it's a zero-sum game? There's for every buyer or seller. It's a good question. That's a perfect question for group coaching. All right.
Here we go.
A little pickup in volume there.
Kind of just consolidation.
What
yeah, the only
was that?
trade I see was that short. Maybe, I don't know if I don't see myself taking this long on the 3-bar reversal. It's just, yeah, obviously trade what you see, not what you
40.
think. But
Yeah. I wish you told me that earlier, Dakota. And Q shorts are crying. I'm one of them, Black Thor. I am one of them. I can attest to that. Whatever, that was 317 last trade.
Yeah, we added one more there for the last one, so I get up to 3 at 640. Let's see if we can hold this.
They're intent on selling this crude oil.
They are. So we're risking like $150 on that. We'll hold this 40 here.
Trading is hard.
Trading is.
Yeah, you said it perfect. Trading is hard. Dakota, will we be seeing you? Dow catching a bit. Get out of here. What is that? Will we see you in slow markets?
That's correct.
And
me and Jay.
Love it.
Me and Jay.
Speaking of Jay, we'll be seeing Jay after morning highlights, I do believe. Yes. What is going on? I get out of these damn shorts. Yeah. Morning highlights, and then we'll have Jay and Dolby with Braden. How about that trio? We're going to carve up this market.
Braden's a hell of a trader.
Yes, he is. Will he be slow markets?
Yeah, I've been telling the audience, if you guys show up and
show out,
then
show up and show out.
Exactly. Me, Jay, and Braden.
What did I just say?
Last week it was me, Jay, and Braden. It was all three of us came on slow markets. It was pretty fun. I had a blast.
Good. Crude back beneath $112, $111.93. Now they're just going to sum out. I caught it.
Yeah.
Buyers here in the ES, buyers in gold, buyers in NQ, sellers in crude oil, $111.70 did just print. Got about 2 minutes left here.
Come on, options boys.
Buyers stepping back in. The RTY snitching again. Thank you, old head. I knew something was up. Something.
Buyers just held low.
Buyers held. Yes, they did. Looking at
we stuck in this range.
80 point push, grind higher. Look at the buyers. This is amazing. Yes, on the move higher.
We'll take our medicine.
Did not see that one coming at all. Gold about $15 off the lows. Closing back in on 4,700 ES. 15.
We're in this range till next headline.
Black Thor. We just got an hour's worth of headlines. President now speaking. Another headline on Iran deadline. It won't be moved again. It won't be moved again.
You hear that, ES buyers? It won't be moved again.
Jack, I'm thinking the same thing, dude. You hear that, ES? Hear that, Q? All right, we got morning. All right, we're getting to as these trades play out. Jack, keep us posted on this trade. We got morning highlights with Hogue coming up after this. We got Braden, we got Jay, we got Dolby time. They coming at you after morning highlights. Group coaching, President speaking at noon central to the military. Sally speaking right now as we are here. Transition, we got morning highlights coming up next. Topstep TV, let's go. Good job, guys.
Let's go.
And welcome to the morning highlights. Happy Monday, everybody. I mentioned before, hope there's lots of green on your screen. As always, we check out the opening range charts and their opening range trades. We opted out of gold. I don't know why everybody does that. We all say crude when we mean gold and gold when we mean crude. This is the 30-minute gold chart. We kind of agreed that it would be a tough trade this morning because we're pretty centrally located in the current area of balance. So we opened in range and above value from Thursday's value high. Remember, value is 70% of the volume as it relates to the point of control. Actually, we opened in range and in value. We're still in value from Thursday's range, one of the smaller ranges we've seen in gold for quite some time. On the 5-minute chart, here is the opening range, and it would have triggered us into a short. We opted out of it because, number one, the gold opening range trade has been extremely cold, and we're opening inside range and inside value. I think that just decreases our probabilities. So we opted out of it. Obviously, we would have been stopped out of this by 740, 735 in there somewhere. So this was a good miss. Market has looked below the initial balance, looked above the initial balance, looked back to the initial balance low, looked back above the initial balance, looked back below the initial balance, and is back inside the initial balance. This market is short time frame controlled and awaiting new information. Let's take a look at crude, which was a good opening range trade for us today. So, opening range was relatively large, not too big. We did get long one. It triggered us long. But, again, let's take a look at context. Opened at the low of the value area from Thursday. Remember, value area is where 70% of the volume was exerted in the previous trading day. Where did the market trade to? Value high. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? So we're still in value. We have a normal trading day, meaning we haven't traded outside of the initial balance on either end. Is that going to finish the day like that? Would be very interesting to see that. A normal trading day is a bit of a misnomer. It's rare that this happens, but we talked about this morning. There's a very large initial balance, and the larger the initial balance or the range for the first hour of the regular trading hour session, the more energy it is going to take to extend outside of the initial balance. Can it not happen? Of course it can happen. It's just lower probability of big extensions outside the range of a big initial balance. Let's take a look at that opening range trade. Opening range remains the dead low of the regular trading hour session. We got triggered into a long. We bought one at 110.29. I had a target, which I was looking at the value on the 5-minute chart that was up above 113.25. I put a target in at 113.20. We got within 6 ticks of it and missed it. We managed the trade by moving the stop up below the swing low and below the anchored VWAP off that first minute of trade. There's where our stop went. We still made some decent money on it, $145 on one micro and crude oil. Not bad. And again, the market has really just kind of fallen into rotation. So be patient. Look for better opportunities, probably at the extremes. Let's take a look at the ES. So again, everything in context. Thursday's regular trading hour range. We opened inside of range, inside of value, but this trend line, Jack's trend line off the 4-hour chart, has really put in support throughout the session today. We also have normal trading days in the equities. In other words, the initial balance high, initial balance low have not been taken out. They have not been extended outside either end. seems like these markets are waiting for information, and it's not like we haven't had our fair share of headlines. Hey, we took a good look above the initial against the weekly kickoff high, above the weekly kickoff high, 66.51. There's been nothing but rejection up there. If we're seeing longer time frame traders, they may be liquidating some longs or getting into shorts up in this area. I'm not suggesting that that is the case, because I think that the market is in large part short time frame controlled. I'm not seeing a lot of interest in longer time frame traders at this time. They're probably pretty well hedged just in case something goofy happens. So let's take a look at the 5 minute. Jack did take a couple of trades here today. You got long 2 MES here just after 9 o'clock, 66.42. Lost about 10 points on those, and he's currently short 2 MES at 66.34. Doesn't look like his stop got hit on that. So let's see if we can roll this thing over and see some good price action to the downside for Jack's position here. Henrico was in with us trading the MNQ this morning. Got the trade of the day. He saw whatever he saw. Well, let's again look in context. So the market did open in range and in value, but rejected value relatively quickly. So we did see a pretty decent upside move early in the session. Once the initial balance high was set, that's when Enrico saw an opportunity to the short side, got short 1 MNQ, 24,392, and took 100 points in profit on that 1 MNQ. A really, really nice trade. Dakota came in 930, started getting long MNQ 24,312, took a quick profit on those up at 24,3040. Ended up getting a little short here near the lows, looking for some continuation to the downside. Was short about 24,302. He did take a little bit of heat, didn't take a little bit of heat. He just saw that the market wasn't really cooperating to the downside very much. Remember, we have the initial balance low, 24,220, 245.75. Market could not take it out. Dakota did end up taking some profits on those. He got out in pieces, but I think the average was approximately 242.75. So there are our opening range trades and fast market trades in large parts. Let's take a look at today's quotable quote. Very often, we do find some pretty deep wisdom in song lyrics. And here's one of my favorites from Led Zeppelin. So now you better stop and rebuild all your ruins, for peace and trust can win the day despite of all your losing. Trading is hard. They were saying that during fast markets, and it is hard. It is hard. But there's nothing that you can't fix. There's nothing you can't fix in yourself. The opportunities are always going to be there. So stay peaceful and trust yourself. Be honest with yourself in your review. And you can rebuild any ruins. Nothing you can't fix. All right. We got Braden coming back on Power Players today. We got Jay and Dolby. We're looking forward to being back with you for group coaching in about an hour. So there's still so much to do here in the market. Still so much to see on Topstep TV. Make sure you stick around. We'll be right back. Let's go.
All right, welcome back to Topstep TV Power Player Edition. I'm Jay. To the far right, we got Dolby Time. Nice lights today, Dolby. You switched it up. Normally going with the red.
Yeah, no.
The purple vibes today. I like it.
Well, if you mix red and blue, you get purple, Jay.
Purple Rain. Maybe we'll sing a little Purple Rain while we're here. And
first.
Braden in the middle, our power player, just switched his lights to red over there. Braden, what's going on? Welcome back to Topstep TV. How you doing today?
Doing pretty good, guys. How's it been? Yeah, I did okay last night. On my stream I was down like $500, and then I just have slowly clawed back. So it's been good, man. I've been balancing that the line between if I lose too much on the day, it gets hard to recover. So I haven't been losing that much, and I've been fighting back from red days pretty well. So I'm happy as it stands up about 150.
There you go. That is a good day. Anything you're seeing for potential opportunities here? I do see we are sitting right at VWAP in the NASDAQ. 24,283 is that price. We're trading about 3 points above it right now. Anything you're seeing for potential opportunities here?
Yeah, I'm just watching this range on NQ as it develops. It looks like we're starting to see a little bit more compression here, like we're not revisiting the extreme highs. In fact, we're kind of leaning a little bit more on the downside here. We have like these equal lows, and we're seeing kind of lower highs into it. There might be a possible breakdown trade here, but VWAP's pretty flat. We could just keep ranging. Maybe a short on NQ for a break of the New York session lows at some point would be a decent trade. That's what I'm looking at.
I like it.
Good stuff. Dolby Time liking the range. What are we seeing here, Dolby? What are we looking at?
Looking at this, I think it's about maybe a 30-minute range. I got these high-low bars right in the middle of my screen here, so it's only going to print a new low on the candle if it makes a new low, and only a new high if it makes a new high. So it's nice for range traders. But you can kind of see we just got a massive block of kind of like consolidation here between like 24,245, 24,330s. Crude oil actually looks fairly similar if you go to a higher time frame. That's also stuck in a range. It's about a $4 range. I got like 109.50 up to like 113, give or take. I think maybe the only difference here is that crude has been establishing some really nice kind of higher lows within this range, which leads me to believe that buyers are more interested in coming in and supporting price here. I don't really want to see crude get above 113 because I'm trying to eat. But, if that's where crude's going, that's where it's going to go. But I like this idea of Braden's trade here. I think the structure is starting to square off a little bit. But the correlation trade's still here. Maybe we can find a short up around like the 300s and maybe like 320s, 330s, and maybe some longs around the 260s.
There we go. We do have the president comment as we were on break. A war crime is allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. We do know he is scheduled to speak at the top of the hour. So in about 50 minutes from now, we will be bringing that into you. The president speaking with the military. So maybe we see the markets consolidate and wait before that, which has been somewhat of the theme when all three of us are on air together. We wait for about 40 minutes, and then all of a sudden something happens. We see some volatility. So we might call this, instead of power players, patience hour. And see who can just hold off the longest without getting chopped up in this range. But could be a decent enough range to trade, Dolby. I see a New York session VWAP up at 24,331 and a full session VWAP down at 24,284. So about a 50-point range in between those two. If you could find some opportunities near the extremes of either one of those, I think a decent trade until, of course, we get the president up to the microphone again.
Yeah. Maybe a continue. If we were like in reversal challenge and had to get in, I'm probably looking for a continuation down to the short. We've already tested the highs of 24,330. Does that mean we're going to go back down to 24,250? Entirely possible. Maybe we can find like a stair-step sort of pattern to get short. But as long as crude's selling off, I think NASDAQ's probably going to bid. So we still have that sort of like inverted correlation trade going on between crude and the NASDAQ. Still a cross-current, headline-driven market. It's been a chop fest today.
Yes, it has been. Speaking of chop fest, Braden, you said, last night, and I think the last time we were on air, you said, you had a red day to start and were able to recover it. Are you seeing something different in price action, or is it just trades not working out? Unfortunately, we don't get to choose which one of our trades win to start the day, right? So it's possible to start the day down red, but is it something different you're seeing in the price action, or how's that working?
Yeah, last night was I don't know if some of y'all watched last night's price action was pretty wild. That was a wild night for sure. I mean, we had like low to high 350 point swings. So the volatility was there, and the ranges, due to that volatility, were very wide. And so I was taking the right trade ideas, but I wasn't using wide enough stops. So like the idea was
Gotcha.
right, and then I was just getting stopped out. So it took some paper cuts there. And
Okay.
I was looking for kind of reversals, during the early moves on NQ to the upside. Then we did get a big reversal, and by the time it started reversing, I was kind of like a little trigger shy. So, but yeah, we got it back, man. I've been trying to find that level. Like, what's the level where okay, if I get down this much, I have a hard time recovering from it. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. Yeah.
So for
It's
me
like
right now, I think it's
um,
about $1,000. If I start losing more than $1,000,
Then it's just
starting
gonna
to
go
get
that
a
way.
little, yeah, it's like right cliff divey a little
it's
bit.
like the
So
mental capital event horizon. It's like there's no turning back once we hit negative thousands. It's all
there
bad
is. I
news.
mean,
All bad news from
there
there.
is. There is like that mental topple point. Got to figure out what that is for everybody.
Yeah, I mean that's a really good point. I think that is unique to every single trader. Like we're all going to tolerate a different amount of risk day to day, and some traders can handle more, some can handle less. Sort of the way I think if you don't know what yours is as a trader, maybe you're new to trading. My suggestion is to see how long after you're done trading does your losing day still bother you. And if it's pushing into like dinner time, you lost too much money. So you want to get to a
Great
point
point.
where by the time dinner hits, you don't even care. You lost a couple $100, that's fine. If you lost 1,000 and you're still sweating it, you got to set a personal daily loss limit to that couple $100 because you want to stay fresh going into the next day because you don't want to be taking in negative mental capital into the next day. And the other problem too is if you lose $1,000 and you're only good at making 400 or 500, you might make your 400 or 500 and still not feel adequate as a trader because you only got half back of what you lost yesterday. And that's not going to be any good for your mental capital either.
Dolby time speaking facts right now. If the loss is so big that you remember it, it's way too big.
Way too big.
You should not be thinking about that loss the next day. Otherwise, you lost too much.
Yep.
We've seen the markets kind of just range around here. 24,303 last trade in the NASDAQ, 66.40 last trade in the S&P. Oil trading $111.55 and gold 46.96.90 last trade there in gold.
I'm liking crude here. I want to see if crude can get down to these 111s. I'd be very intrigued to take a long there. We've made very consistent higher lows, almost like perfect 45-degree angle. And the like 111s is the 50% retracement for the 4-hour range. So if we can get back there, might have already missed it to be honest. I mean, we're already up like 60 cents off the level, but we'll see.
Crude just did have a little bit of selling come in there. Immediately found some buyers. Trading right at settlement right now, 111.54 is settlement, a little bit above that right now. Tim Dunlop in the chat says, "If you're mad at the family dog for no reason, you lost too much." give us some while we wait and see these markets consolidate. Chat. Give us some other examples of a trader who lost too much.
I like that.
You know you lost too much when. Fill in the blanks, chat. Gold getting a little jumpy here. 46.92.60 last trade there. Again, president's scheduled to speak at the top of the hour in about 40 minutes. If you can't afford to feed your cat, you lost too much. Yep, that's a good one.
We got a Dorito Foreman. Take a shot, chat. This NASDAQ is Doritoing pretty hard right now on the 3-minute and for sure on the 1 minute. And that sets us right at 24,300 right in the middle. Right in the middle.
This is the chop zone. We saw the guys during fast markets getting short. And I don't hate the idea of breakdown braiding. You were just talking about it as well. I'm just
Yeah, I mean, if
quieter
we
we
were
get,
gonna
the quieter.
break out, I like the short. I like it to the
Yeah,
downside, but no guarantees we'll even
same,
get a
man.
breakdown.
Same.
Crude bidding a
There is
little
a
bit
guarantee,
here.
potential guarantee of some volatility as soon as the president steps to the microphone.
Dude, that's the answer, Black Thor. You lost too much when your mama calls and you send her to voicemail.
Oh,
That
yeah.
has got my my vote.
Can't deal with this one right now. Senate mob to do not disturb. Yeah, that's not a great one.
Not today. Not today,
Nope.
mama.
Brad Sims says, you know you lost too much when you swear loud enough for the office next to you to ask if you're okay. That's
Ooh,
yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fun game, chat. While we watch the markets chop around here, again, president's scheduled to speak at the top of the hour. We may not see too much volatility here, but that is all right. Part of trading is waiting. Seeing crude catch a little bit of a bid, 111.70s last trade here in crude. So, Dobie, you were talking about, this range in crude, 111s, maybe buying it down there. Is there an upper extreme where you would feel comfortable selling against?
113s.
113s. Got you.
Yeah. I mean, we've had a very hard time. I think we did, if you're watching maybe Braden in the overnight, you would have noticed that, crude popped up all the way to like 115.5. So we've not been able to really sustain price over 113s. We've had a couple candles, couple wicks, but for the most part, at least in the last 3 hours or so, it's been kind of wick city as soon as we get up to these 113s. So I would dip my toe in the water. It would feel totally insane, but if you're a range trader, you're kind of taking insane trades. But we have not been able to push 113s, so maybe it's not so crazy. If you can risk 20, 50 cents to make $1 or $2, well, that's pretty good. Pretty good. NASDAQ is all over the place right now.
Yes, it is. 24,308's last trade over there. Let's take a look at the tilt. See if there is anything. I would imagine that it's 50-50 right here, with the markets being pretty consolidated as they are right now. But you never know. All right. What are you offering, Dobie?
24,314s, MNQ.
24,314s. Last trade 312.5 and
Short.
filled.
Oh, the short one, 24,314s.
50-50 in the S&P, 58% short in the NASDAQ, 62% long crude oil, and 55% long in the gold tilt. Dobie, I'm short one micro NASDAQ here, 24,314s. Just playing this range. What time frame range are we looking at here?
1 minute, maybe 3.
1 minute,
5 minute,
okay.
Not a 5 minute range. It's honestly, we're just kind of playing the Dorito pattern, to be honest. Like, we haven't really been able to push price all that much. We're just kind of stuck within this like 288s up to 314s. We can get, on base here. That would be fantastic. Probably looking for just 288s to the downside. If we can manage risk, maybe get it down to 320s instead of these 339s. That would be great. I mean, we've already had a really good price action thus far in this trade. Yeah, I mean, we've had some pretty good success just taking like little $20 pops. It's only about 10 points, but in these conditions, if you can stack up some 10-point winners, it adds up. And then there you go.
Yes, it does. 24,309 last trade here. Gabe with an answer there. Hey, yeah, I mean, yeah, there you go. That was fun, chat. I'm going to go back and read through some of these, maybe pick some of my favorites. I don't know what I'm going to do after I pick my favorites, but we'll figure it out. 24,299 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Dobie time up about 15 points right now.
Reduce our risk to 650. It looks like Crude's starting to pick up a little bit. I wonder if there's some news coming up, or maybe news has already occurred and we're just going to get it later. We'll see. Braden, I tuned into your show last night for a little bit. I was snooping, and congrats on hitting 500 in the overnight. 500 concurrent viewers. Very impressive. Not easy to do.
Nice. In
the overnight session.
Appreciate it.
Stuff. Shout out to BPC Trades on all platforms.
Mm-hmm.
Brady, you going to be back on slow markets at some point this week?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's the plan.
Nice. Nice.
We'll see.
Crude's up to something.
Crude's
up to no good. Crude's up to no good.
112s. Crude up to $112. Even 111.95 last trade there. 24,304 last trade in the NASDAQ. You know you lost too much when you start placing your stop loss under a 1 second chart lows. Yeah, when you got to zoom in real close to separate the market from your stop, you've probably lost too much.
Yeah.
We could do the other side as well. How do you know you won too much in a day, right? We got to think about the positives as well.
Yeah, there'll be signs, Jay. There will be signs.
Dolby goes on a month-long vacation.
That's
right. He's
right.
won too much.
That's exactly
Made
right.
too much money in the markets.
Yeah, this would be one of those trades that's only worth $20 or about 10 points. I mean, pretty quick bid off off that Dorito low, like 24,295s. We'll accept a little bit of risk. We'll tip the market.
This S&P range is insane. I don't know if Jack is still in that S&P short. I think he is, but this range is looking at the last 30 minutes or so in the S&P, we're in a 5-point range.
Wow. We're going to offer one more at our entry. Our
right.
stop is going to be pretty tight.
Short 2.
Yeah, I'm in that short as well.
Nice, let's go.
All right, here we go.
Short 2.
I'm only going to look for the 90s though.
Yeah, I am kind of kicking myself and not grabbing that like 15, 20 points, but we haven't been able to break this range yet, but we are short 2 now, 24,314s. Stop is very tight though. Very, very tight.
Or 313 last trade here. The Russell catching a little bit of a bid, if that's going to be the snitch, but so is everything. You really got to zoom out in this environment where it's every movement is not.
All right, we got tagged on that, whatever that was.
All right.
All right, I'm out, boys. This one's all you. This was all you.
Right.
You're clear for takeoff.
Joel, we making some space for Braden. Braden, yep. What price are you short from?
312.75.
312s.
Nice.
Looking for the 90s to the downside. 1185 last trade here in oil. See a lot of people saying, you won too much if you start shopping for cars online.
Yep.
That's a good one. It's like, a couple more days like that, and I can buy the Lambo cash.
Buy a Lambo in cash, and you can't
Tyler on the leaderboard last week. Good.
Say it again, Braden. Oh yeah, Tyler definitely
on the leaderboard.
Yes. Yeah, $30,000 a day. Tyler might have.
Yeah, then the next day it was like 50.
90K payout.
Yep. Pretty good. I might have gone car shopping. 46.92.40 last trade in gold. Yeah, Crude is trying to figure out what to do with these 112s. Not really seeing too much size on the order books. And we do have the president scheduled to speak at the top of the hour. So in about just over 30 minutes, about 33 minutes from now, he is scheduled to speak to the military. We will be bringing that into you. So make sure you stay tuned into Topstep TV. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe. Hit the bell for notifications for when we do go live. Not just for the daytime show, but for all of our shows after the close. Rating short from 312s here.
Might hop back in on this short, actually. We're going to reoffer 314 half because Crude's starting to push.
It is. Take a look at some delta here. Full session
we're in.
For the S&P. All right. Dolby time short, 314s again?
313 quarter. I 10% of the entry.
There you go.
Yeah, Crude is doing like a little stair step thing on the 1 minute, and this 112. We are very, very close to popping 112, so that might be a catalyst for NASDAQ here to sell off. The Crude's looking pretty strong right now.
111.98 slash trade in Crude. 24.315s. I do like the downside here, potentially, in the NASDAQ as well. See what happens, though.
What's the Mag 7? Apple's up, AMD's up. Google's up a little bit. Nothing crazy's going on. in the markets here.
No.
Nvidia's down, basically break even. Tesla's down a little bit. Yeah, nothing crazy. Very tame so far. Very tame.
Yes, it is. Let's get a vibe check in the chat then. How is everyone's day going? How's your week starting? Are you up? Are you down? And did you follow your plan? Did you follow somebody else's plan? Did you manage your risk? Most importantly, how is everyone's week starting? Got Braden and the house account both short micro NASDAQ right now. From right about here, 24,315's last trade in the NASDAQ. President speaking at the top of the hour. Pretty quiet on the headline front right now.
Ooh.
I added 2 there at 315 just to take it back off if we get under 310 here.
Nice.
All right.
And we're going to offer up 330s if we can get back up. That's a broader range that we can try to lean into here.
Gotcha.
What's your downside target here for all the shorts?
Like 95. 95. I'm not looking for the extreme lows. I like how, you're saying that, Dorito. It's range is starting to compress a little bit, so we're not really seeing the extremes as much anymore. But we are here in the range. So yeah, I added 2 at 315, took them off at 307. So that was cool. Like
See
doing
profit,
that.
take profit.
Short 1 now?
No, I'm in 3.
3. Got you. Still short 3. Got you.
Yeah, I was in 5, then I took them off. That's like where you have a position and it's looking pretty likely that we're going to see a break of this little structure kind of at 315. So I add in and take it back off after we get it, but I'm still keeping kind of the original position on it.
Nice. Like that, moving that average up a little bit.
Yeah.
Taking something off of the trade.
Good it up a little bit too, yeah.
24,305's last trade here in the NASDAQ. We do have a little bit of news that we could get to. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon is warning investors about the potential impact of the Iran war on the U.S. economy. Let's bring that in.
In his annual letter to shareholders, Dimon said the U.S. economy started the year out strong with President Trump's tax cuts and deregulatory agenda, which have helped insulate the country from global economic issues so far. But there will eventually be a tipping point. Dimon also said the risk of persistent oil price jumps from the Iran war could alter the global supply chain, similar to what happened during the pandemic, creating a ripple effect throughout the entire U.S. stock market. On the upside, Dimon said the One Big Beautiful Bill is expected to boost America's GDP by about 1%, and massive spending on AI is helping drive productivity.
Thank you for that, Gabe. Shout out to Jamie Dimon. We just saw a little bit of selling in Crude there. Crude just sold off about 40 cents. I don't know what that was. Nothing else really moved and no headlines. Nothing coming out just yet. But again, President's scheduled to speak at about 20. Yeah. I think it was, we got to those 112s, really not seeing a push and just a technical sell-off. Not really a lot happening as far as direction goes in that market right now. Looks like the range is between 111s and 112s right now until, of course, something changes.
I mean, it bid back up 20 cents pretty quick.
Yeah.
So maybe just a technical move there.
That's what it looked like. That is what it looked like. I'm just curious, anyone in the chat trading a market that is not one of the ones that we pay attention to every day? Are you trading anything outside of the metals, energies, and equities on a day like today? Any treasuries traders out there? Any agriculture traders out there? I see lean hogs up 2.35% on the day. That's a really nice move. And cattle prices are near all-time highs.
Really? Again? Already?
Yep. Again.
Yeah, that's not good.
Again, we had a little bit of a relief, but coming into summer, cattle prices are up.
Damn.
Shout out to Leslie Paul Farkas in the chat, who is a cattle farmer.
What up, LPF?
That is helping your business there. I don't know how that works. Be interesting to have that conversation.
Maybe we can get a cattle farmer on. That'd be fun to learn more about those markets.
A cattle farmer, yeah, would be great. We have one in the chat. Leslie Paul Farkas in the chat. Always has some strong opinions. That would be a very interesting show, I think. If
all for it. Let's
get
spice it up.
there.
Let's get some seasoning on this show.
Let's do it. Micro Bitcoin is above 70,000 here. That has
Wow.
been a market that has been in a very tight range. If you look at a daily in Micro Bitcoin, it hasn't gone anywhere since February 5th.
Okay.
40
Okay.
about 40 days in this range.
40 days.
Bitcoin
40 days and
Bitcoin's a
40
stable
nights.
coin now.
Yeah, right. Is it Crude selling a little bit? Maybe people are just adjusting their positions. You said Trump in what, 25 minutes? You know, top of
25
the
minutes.
hour? 25.
25 minutes.
Theoretically. Of course, he will show up fashionably late, I had to guess. I'm looking to offer one more at 330s for the larger range trade here.
$24, $325s. You're going to offer one more at 30s? Dolby, I see that.
Yeah.
Upper extreme of the range there.
Yep. I should get us to around 320s if we get filled. But the Dorito has been holding very nicely thus far.
All right, we may start to get some headlines. Got stopped out there.
Yeah, we got Trump coming on. I don't want to risk being in at the top of this maybe potential breakout.
Good idea there. As we get closer,
every time I take a range trade here, no longer range.
Right, and I'm the same way, man. Yeah, I am the same way. Iran's supreme leader, assassinations and crimes won't disrupt Iranian armed forces, posted on Telegram. That just came out.
Crude back on the bid a little bit. So does that mean NASDAQ is going to start selling off? Who knows?
As
there's our
330s here as well. All right, short two.
Yeah, short two, 321 3/4. Stop is at 339s. Do not tell Goldman. Let's see if this range just ranges out. Maybe we can get one at 300s and maybe another one at 260s. The segment will probably be over by then, but you never know. I mean, it would take some convincing or some convinced buyers to push price here above, I think, these 330s or 340s. Unless we're just going to do like a stop, run, and sell off again. But they have not been too keen on pushing price much once you hit these 330s.
Take a look at what the Delta is saying for the regular trading hour session. That is second to low. 324 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Dolby time short two, micro NASDAQ 321.75. Delta is positive 1,800 for the regular trading hour session.
Yep. Doesn't feel too hot so far, but we'll see.
All we need is a headline, Dolby.
I know. All right,
I want to
we're
be
out.
banking on that, but I don't.
Yeah, we're out. Minus like $70 or something.
All right. As that continuing to push a little bit higher here, the Russell actually getting ready to make new highs of the day. 25, 55, 30. Shout out to Henrico who called the Russell the snitch. It is a couple ticks off of its not all-time high, of high of the day. 25.55 last trade there. I don't hate the idea of the range trade, but
I can always get back in there on this one, but
yep,
NASDAQ is feeling pretty bullish right now. Another point of interest could be 24,350s. That is the 50% between the low and the high.
Starting to pick up a little bit here.
Yeah, sure.
Starting to pick up gold, catching a little bit of a bid as well.
Crude selling a little
feels
bit.
Heavy. Yep, Dan Evans, that regular trading hour VWAP in the NASDAQ, we just pushed above it. Looking at the tilt, still 50-50 across the equities, 65% long in crude oil, average price 112.04. So those longs are underwater right now. 55% long tilt in gold. Gold trading 46.93.50.
Okay. I kind of want to hop back in on this short. I feel like we had the right idea,
looks
but
like
maybe
we're filling here.
Yeah. Right idea, wrong entry, wrong location. But like, I mean, Trump is speaking in 20 minutes, so anything could happen. Absolutely anything. But yeah, it would have been a better range trade for sure.
Where would the stop go if you do get short here?
I'd want to put it over the 50%, which would be 24,348. So maybe like 355s, 360s.
Gotcha. I was thinking 400s, but that might be too far.
I mean, sure, if you can get, the money out of it. If you're trading for like 200s or like a breakdown of the range, yeah, why not?
Right.
You can do any of
President
those things.
is scheduled to speak at the top of the hour. We're seeing gold turn around just a little bit here, 46.90.70. Still relatively range bound for this hour, which is to be expected. As we get closer to the president speaking, we may see the markets consolidate a little bit here. Again, that can change at the drop of a dime. We've seen that twice. Myself, Braden, and Dolby were on air, spoke about, I don't even remember what, for 40 minutes, and then we go. So make sure you keep an eye on the markets if you're going to be trading. It present a pretty quick opportunity to you here. 325's last trade here in the NASDAQ, 66.44 last trade in the S&P.
Might have gotten a stop run down that one. Maybe we got tagged on a stop run. NASDAQ has been known to do that. Sometimes it needs to go up before it goes down.
You know what it was, Dolby.
What?
You said you stopped on air. Goldman's listening, man.
Goldman.
They're listening. Goldman. They are listening.
Just ferocious.
Wait.
Just ferocious.
Somebody go grab his micros. We need those.
Yeah, that's right.
All the liquidity we can get.
I'm on Sim, it's Capital One. If I'm on live account, it's Goldman. Okay. Reset here. We're offering 341s.
All right. Will be time looking to get back in short here.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if we get it, but I like it. I like it.
340s.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the midpoint for the regular trading hour session. That's what you're looking at there, Adobe?
Yeah. Yep.
Got you. All right. Braden, you seeing anything as far as opportunities go? Is it as we get closer to the president, you're going to kind of sit on your hands here?
Yeah, I might sit on my hands. I mean, we're moving a little bit more now that we're out of the range, so there might be some little quick scalp opportunities. Maybe we fade back into the range. Maybe this is just a retest and then we break out higher. If I see anything interesting, we'll maybe get a little scalpy though.
Chat is saying definitely not a short. Short at the absolute wrong time.
Well,
let us know, chat.
In hindsight, incredible hindsight there. That was brilliant, chat.
Incredible.
Thank you.
Incredible. You know what, too? They're like 7 seconds ahead of us. So they get to see the moves before we do on air here. But whatever we do, we are taking proper risk management. Not every trade is going to be a winner, of course.
Nope.
I don't know that there are any guarantees in the market. The only guarantee is if you don't manage your risk, you'll eventually lose your account.
That is correct. That is correct.
Oil back below settlement here. 111's 49s, 111.45 now. Last trade in oil. Settlement price 111.54.
Still intrigued. I'm keeping an eye on this oil, Jay. If we get down to these 111s, 110.80s, I'm interested. I am interested.
That's a dollar here.
I mean, NASDAQ is slow right now. Like this rejection off of these like 340s, we're only down, 12, 13 points here. This is not the velocity that I think we're used to seeing in NASDAQ right now. So it's definitely a market waiting for some news.
Everyone who here watched the president's announcement last Wednesday night? This is exactly what the market looked like before he started speaking. And maybe 5 minutes before he got on, we saw a little bit of a bid. And then as soon as he stepped to the podium, the market sold off. So, treat this like you would an FOMC, a CPI, something like that, where the closer we get to that event, right, are you going to be wanting to hold a position when he's stepping to the microphone? Probably not, right? And if we all collectively think like that, the market's a reflection of our collective thoughts. I think a lot of market participants are thinking the same thing. We don't know what he's going to say or what the algos are going to jump onto and trade. So, we either stay very small or stay flat.
We're just trading structure. We have a bid in at 110.81 in the crude and a offer in the NASDAQ currently. I mean, the only thing that's making this bullish is going to be if the war ends and the Strait opens. But every time Trump says do the thing, there's a headline that comes out that says we're blowing more stuff up from a different country. So we keep on getting cross current messaging here. I'm not really sure what to believe. I mean, we got that timeline though. Trump said 48 hours, open this MFR up. So see if that happens. And that's
8 p.m. tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern time. 8 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Yep. That is the deadline for now. We did hear Iran earlier saying they rejected the ceasefire. I believe Pakistan was putting the ceasefire agreement together, and Iran rejected it. So we'll see what happens when the president speaks again in about 15 minutes or so from here. Also, a reminder to everyone, we do have group coaching coming up after this at the top of the hour. Group coaching, Hogue, Deanna, and Anne-Marie. So make sure you get your questions in there. Again, that form is pinned to the top of the chat. It's everyone's favorite time of the day to ask your Topstep coaches some questions. Make sure you get your questions in there. Dolby, you still have this offer in?
Oh, yeah. We're offering 24,346 and we're bidding 110.81 in crude.
Okay. 110.81. Like it?
Yeah.
Elevated Life saying big move incoming. I don't disagree. Question is, which direction is it and how can we monetize that big move? Right now, we just range.
Yep.
Gotta be patient.
I cannot wait till we get out of this market state, man. I cannot wait.
It might be a while.
Oh,
it might be a while.
I know we have traders making, money, and some people are doing all right, but it is not the easiest market to be making money in. Not the easiest by far.
I mean, talk to Market Order McHugh, right? Everybody's been seeing. I think certain market conditions just facilitate certain traders' styles a little bit better. I think this, and we've been talking about it, but these markets that we're in right now remind me a lot of 2025 markets, right? The tariff markets, where it was just wait until there was a headline and then just trade the headline, because there's really no guessing once those headlines come out where the market is going. The question is, can you jump on that train and manage the risk in the meantime, right? But it's really hard, right? Because it literally is just waiting for. I think these market conditions remind me that you can't control the markets, whatever. Like, no matter what, you can't control the markets. They are going to move when it's time to move, and until then, you just kind of have to sit and wait. Saw someone in the chat earlier said, you won too much when you think your orders move the market. When you start to think that you can look at these charts and say, oh yeah, I know exactly what's going to happen. These market conditions remind me that yep.
Hit it. Run away. That is exuberance. That is just as bad. That is like positive going on tilt.
Oh yeah.
You can tilt on.
I am the market.
I am the market. I am profit.
Right. And you can be, but the market's going to facilitate those profits, not the other way around. Your profits do not facilitate the market. Unless Connor, you're right. But even then, right, it's certain market conditions, right, are some of the bigger players that we know who can push size around. During high liquidity times, they're not taking those same trades, right? If there's low liquidity on the order book and I can market order a couple hundred lots and move something like a gold or a silver, even those trades have to happen at specific times. Plane Zero in the chat says, bro, I am the market. What are you talking about? Plane Zero, we're all the market. We're all in this together. I know the chat hates that, but we are all in this together.
We are.
Did you get a fill there, Dolby?
No. We missed it by a point. 1 point.
Gotcha.
Which is okay. We're still making higher lows. Still making lower highs. We will see if we can get filled. It is good structure. We'll just trade the structure. Gotta get back to basics. Structure over profit. Trade your large ranges. You know, if I was going to go back and journal on that last trade, I'd be like, is that the best? Is that the best range trade you could have taken? Probably would be a no. Probably would be a no. There's a higher time frame range available. Could have been a little bit more patient. Probably could have waited for that setup. Have that stop in a place where the market has to work a little bit harder to get you stopped out. It has to do something extraordinary, something unique. You're very close to getting filled here.
Yeah, I've got orders in to get short at like the 60s if this gets a little dramatic on a breakout.
Okay.
Some excess on a move like that, I'd like to get short with a stop above that 380 level.
Love it. That's very it's a very NASDAQ sort of stop placement. NASDAQ is known to just run stops, just shoot up 20, 30 points. Maybe you grab a short on that wick. We are, man, this is pokey. This is just not a lot of wiggling going on in this dome. This is orderly and patient.
9 minutes. 9 minutes. So the president is at the podium. Again, he's supposed to be speaking to the military. I don't know if I keep saying podium. I don't know if he's going to be at a podium. I don't know where he'll be. I am curious to see what music they're playing in the background. He went with Stevie Wonder the last time we saw him at I thought that was very interesting.
I could find out how good YouTube's algo is.
Right. Cover band, jazz band playing some Stevie Wonder. He was talking about war. It was very interesting. Seeing the market pull back a little bit here, 24,326 last trade in the NASDAQ, 66.45 quarter last trade in the S&P. Oil trading right at settlement.
Yeah, those buyers up there, they get up to those 340s, 350s, 50% area, and they're like, nah, we're good. Someone else can be optimistic and try to push price into this. Not going to be me.
Braden, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
If you could get one thing for free that we have to pay for the rest of your life, what would it be?
One thing for free that you have to pay for, like the necessity.
Like something that we already pay for now. If you could choose one thing to get it for free, what would it be?
That's a good question. Let me get back to you like in 3 minutes on that.
All right.
Something you need to like survive, like something you have to have, or like a want.
Yes, right. So it could be a want or a need, whatever, right? Whatever. Something that you spend money on that you could just choose. Hey, I never have to worry about this bill again. Mohammed says 1 Bitcoin. Futures Farmer says taxes. There you go.
Probably like a mortgage or something.
Mortgage, yeah. I think that's a good answer.
Just fast track having a paid off house. That would be good.
Right. Be nice.
Profit count, somebody said.
Chicken strips and ranch dressing. There you go. You never have to worry about food. I don't know. You probably get tired of eating chicken strips every day, but hey, you didn't pay for
how
them.
balanced that diet is, but
all right. Seeing a little bit more selling coming in here.
Yeah.
21s. Dolby, correct me if I'm wrong. You did not get that fill, right? Up there? 340s?
No. Nope. A little bit stingy, but like I said, I think if we were being maybe a more disciplined range trader, we would have taken those shorts and put them a little bit higher, probably closer to the 330s, make the market work a little bit more. So that one's for the journal. That one's for the journal. Got my little reminders up here on my chart. Gonna keep those there for the rest of the week, just to make sure that gets ingrained in the brain.
Got a journal. Hogue says it every morning. You got to do your homework, right? Journal your trades, find out what worked, what didn't work, and what we can use in our trading going forward. We are going to bring in the president's audio, I believe, if we do have that. Seeing a little bit of selling coming in here. Oh, wow, here we go. 24, 310s. I was just going to send us to a break, and we got some selling coming in here in the markets. Again, president's coming up to the to speak here in about 5 minutes, speaking to the military. Make sure you stay tuned into Topstep TV. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. These markets are getting ready to move pretty much on every word that he says. Trade well, everybody out there. Manage your risk. Dolby time. We'll see you a little bit later. You can catch Braden streaming on YouTube. Braden, you gonna be streaming tonight?
Oh yeah, we'll be live tonight.
Awesome stuff. Yeah. Catch Braden at BPC Trades. Dolby time. We'll see you for Power Hour. Group coaching coming up next. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Welcome, traders, to group coaching. It is just after noon here, Central Time in Chicago. Hope you've got a sandwich and a glass of milk or whatever your choice of beverage is. Got two of my good friends here. We've got D in the middle, VIP coach of the Chameleonaires. We got Anne Marie, trader, VIP coach, author, educator, all around wonderful person. Hopefully, you guys are having a good day today. We are probably going to be bringing in the entertainment of the president speaking here shortly. He should be speaking about the Artemis mission as well as the recovery of the um, soldiers from the plane that was taken down. So we will have the president up when he comes up. But D, how are you this morning? I was listening to you this morning on your session. Great stuff as always. How's trading
Yes.
going?
It's going all right. I'm kind of taking a bit of a punt here based on some larger areas and zones and gamma levels. So I have a short of 2 MCL with a very wide stop. Basically, there's a gamma wall around 112 that they've been fighting all day. And then also that overnight sell-off came from a pretty decently looking supply. So we'll see what they want to do there. Of course, anything can happen. So very small size. And I also have a long copper trade, also micros, slightly bigger because copper tends to be slower at this time. And it's a less volatile product as well. So we're going to see what he says, but I'm kind of banking on crude oil rotating back down through the initial balance. We've stayed range bound, right? So it's been very, very stuck all day. And if that hypothesis is true, I mean, the dealers still have to hedge somewhere, right? And we've got a bunch of levels up here. We've got something at 112.50, then 113. We've got one up at 114, all kind of bunched together. And usually when I see that, no matter what's happening, it tends to be a little hard for them to just slice through it like, so easily. So yeah, we'll see, but it's a complete punt. I just want to put that out there. It's just like a technical picture of what should happen. Doesn't mean it will happen. And if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. That's absolutely fine. So we'll see whether he says something that can bring this crude oil down from high heavens to maybe sanitize some of the damage that these crude oil prices might be doing to everybody. So yeah, we'll see, very random what pops into his head and how he's going to approach this speech or whatever he's doing, addressing the army.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody can tell. So I'm just going off like very large time frames, technical, whatever happens, happens. So
you're thinking of a statistical reversion, right? A statistical mean reversion off of that edge? Okay.
That's right.
Good.
Yeah.
I like the planning of that. I do.
Planning means nothing when Trump is speaking, so we can plan all we want.
He would call that his superpower.
Yeah.
He likes putting people off kilter.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
I mean,
it's pastime.
So far, you've got a normal trading day in crude oil. There's nothing outside of the initial balance, high or low. So, and it's a pretty big initial balance. It's going to take a lot of energy to extend.
Massive.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of what I was thinking. It's 330 ticks, very, very wide. They might pop it a little bit. I mean, he would need to say something like semi-apocalypse begins tomorrow and then crude oil to 200. But I don't know. I'm just, like I said, I'm just going off of the larger time frame structure and using a super wide stop. Doesn't mean it's going to work. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's only 2 micros. So yeah. Let's see.
Worth a try. Anne Marie, how are you? How's trading today?
I have been largely hands off because I'm sort of reevaluating with the month being new and what I think I'm seeing versus what I'm seeing. And so I didn't sleep very well last night. And whenever I come in with less than 4 hours of sleep, I always know that my ability to wait, but I'm looking outside, Mom. Come on.
I'm so sorry because someone said it in chat, and I was like, "What did you do up there?" That's Bernard, by the way. He wants to see his brothers and sisters who are barking out the back, and he's like, "Oh, what am I missing out on? What's going on?"
It looks
Oh my
like he is
gosh, I
speaking
love
now,
them.
so we're gonna
Right,
let him talk
let's see. Let's hear
here,
it.
and we'll pop in and out.
You can't really do this because you send in 200 men to pick up one, and it's something that's usually not attempted as much as you want to attempt. And bad things happen to that one or two.
And Marie's in.
And in this case, we did two, and it might not have been attempted before, but we did. And we had great talent, but we got a little luck too, I would say. And we were helped by a lot of people, a lot of great people. And it was an honor to be involved with it. It's very historic. This is a rescue that's very historic. It'll go down in the books. Late Thursday night, an American F-15 fighter jet went down deep inside enemy territory in Iran while participating in Operation Epic Fury, where we're doing unbelievably well, well at a level that nobody's ever seen before. The entire country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night. Both members of the crew ejected from the aircraft and landed alive. On Iranian soil, I immediately was asked to make a decision. I ordered the U.S. Armed Forces to do whatever was necessary to bring our brave warriors back home. A risky decision, because we could have ended up with 100 dead as opposed to 1 or 2. It's a hard decision to make. But in the United States military, we leave no American behind. We don't do it. Within hours, our armed forces deployed 21 military aircraft into hostile airspace, many flying at very low altitude, being shot by bullets. You bring rifles into play when you're going that low, but there are also certain advantages. And in broad daylight over Iran for 7 hours, at times facing very, very heavy enemy fire. We have a helicopter that's got a lot of bullets in it. It's amazing. We just realized how good those weapons are. Those our machines are. Nobody has the equipment that we have, and nobody has the military that we have. Not even close. We're the most powerful military anywhere in the world by far. The flight crews and warfighters aboard those aircraft took extraordinary risks to rescue their fellow service members. This first wave of search and rescue forces successfully located the pilot of the F-15, and he was extracted from enemy territory by an HH-60 Jolly Green 2 helicopter.
Highs,
Fabulous
NASDAQ
machine as
making
our
fresh
warriors
lows.
faced gunfire at very close range. It's amazing that when you look at the machinery, what happened, that nobody was even injured. Meanwhile, the second crew member, a weapons system officer, highly respected colonel, had landed a significant distance away from the pilot. When you're going at those speeds, even if you go out 2 or 3 seconds later, it's miles and miles away because you're going fast. He was injured quite badly and stranded in an area teeming with terrorists from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps rough group, as well as besieged militia and local authorities. Many, on top of everything else, they told the communities actually within inside of Iran, the people of Iran, they were given a tremendous incentive to find this pilot. Despite the peril, the officer followed his training and climbed into the treacherous mountain terrain and started climbing toward a higher altitude, something they were trained to do in order to evade capture. They want to always go as far away from the site of the shoot down. You want to go as far away because they all head right to that site. You want to be as far away as you can. And he was injured, and he was an amazing, amazing thing. He scaled cliff faces, bleeding rather profusely, treated his own wounds, and contacted American forces to transmit his location. They have a very sophisticated beeper type apparatus that is on them at all times. And when they go out on these missions, they make sure they have lots of battery space and they're in good shape. And this one worked really well, amazingly, saved his life. We immediately mobilized a massive operation to retrieve him from the mountain holdout. And he kept going higher and higher. The mountain kept getting rougher and rougher and really very, very hard to find. The second rescue mission involved 155 aircraft, including 4 bombers, 64 fighters, 48 refueling tankers, 13 rescue aircraft, and more. We were bringing them all over, and a lot of it was subterfuge. We wanted to have them think he was in a different location because they had a vast military force out there. Thousands of people were looking. So we wanted them to look in different areas, so we were scattered all over like we were right on top of them. We had 7 different locations where they thought, and they were very confused. They said, well, wait a minute, they've got groups here, they've got groups there. It's an amazing thing. I was listening to these great people, these great generals. General Raisin Kane was amazing, and Pete Hegseth was amazing. But I listened to the whole thing. It was pretty amazing. So they had all these different sites where everybody thought he was located. We think we have him over there because they have 9 planes circling a little area that's 25 miles down the coast. So in a breathtaking show of skill and precision, lethality and force, America's military descended on the area, the real area, engaged the enemy, rescued the stranded officer, destroyed all threats, and exited Iranian territory while taking no casualties of any kind. The heroic F-15 weapons system officer had evaded capture on the ground in Iran for almost 48 hours. That's a long time when you're in tough shape and when you're bleeding. It's a long time. When we left, as you probably know, we had 2 large planes, pretty old planes that carried a lot. We needed a lot more equipment going in than coming out, obviously, because going in, we needed to be able to scale mountains, and we had a lot of equipment. But the sand was sandy, wet sand, so we thought there may be a problem taking off because of the weight of the plane, and then we also had all the men jumping back onto the planes, and they got pretty well bogged down, and we had a contingency plan, which was unbelievable, where lighter, faster aircraft came in, and they took them out. We blew up the old planes. We blew them up to smithereens because we had equipment on the planes that, frankly, we'd like to take, but I don't think it was worthwhile spending another 4 hours there taking it off. So we didn't want anybody to have. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. We didn't want anybody examining our anti-aircraft and other equipment. So these were large planes that were old and pretty old, and we blew them up. And we had faster, lighter planes come in, and they were able to land on the sand. We needed the bigger planes because we had so much equipment that we needed. We took 3 helicopters over there, which were very strongly used and couldn't have lived without them. They did, and they performed unbelievably well. And if you'd see it, you wouldn't believe it. They came off the plane, and these guys had them. The rotors were off. They rebuilt these helicopters in less than 10 minutes. And that was one of the more amazing things. These are helicopters, small, unbelievably powerful, but small, very small.
Yes,
so
never
can
took
get
out
into
the IB
areas.
low.
And they
NASDAQ
got 'em
currently holding below
off
it,
the
but
plane,
seeing
and they
a pretty
rebuilt
decent bounce
all
off
3
its
of them
recent lows.
in a matter of
Gold put in a new
less
low,
than,
seeing
I
a
would
bounce
say
off
less
that as
than
well.
10 minutes. It's pretty amazing.
Crude holding above the
the
IB high
genius
right
of
now
these
as
people.
President
Who would
continues.
think that? You'd think it would take 5 days to build them. And in some companies, it would take 5 days, and they wouldn't do it well. But they served us well. As Commander-in-Chief, I never forget the extraordinary risk taken by the warriors that we send into battle and the genius. I mean, think of it, having a contingency of 3 planes waiting because we think the sand is so bad that we probably won't be able to take off. And the planes really got bogged. This was not much of a runway. This was a farm, not a runway. It's a farm, but it did the trick. But to have a contingency as opposed to having to wait 2 days, can you imagine right in the middle? This was central. This was right, you would call it central casting if you were doing a movie for location. And probably the toughest area of Iran where we'd be sitting there. So these planes came in, those pilots came in so fast and so quick and got out of there. Everybody got aboard and just got 15-minute intervals. 1 load out, 1 load out. 1 load out. It happened, and we were watching, and we said, "That's amazing." In many ways, I was almost more impressed by the contingency that we had than the fact that if we would have had a runway or decent soil. But it was an amazing thing. But we thank God for every single one of them and the talent, the genius. It's not even talent; it's genius. It's the whole ball game. Every one of them. If you look at what we did with Maduro, we went into a military compound, a massive, with thousands and thousands of soldiers, and within a matter of minutes, and he lived behind iron doors. There were steel doors, broke them down so quickly, and within almost minutes, he was in the back of these planes. It was a similar group, incredible. We have incredibly talented people. And if the time comes, we move heaven and earth to bring them home safely. We're going to bring our people home safely. I want to thank every member of the U.S. Armed Forces involved in these historic operations. They really were historic. It's just not something that's done. And you'd understand it. Not that they don't want to do it, but when you're going into areas, when you look at these helicopters, when you look at the amount of bullets and everything else that they took, when you go into these areas, you don't come out like we came out. God was watching us. I tell you, well, it was the Easter, we were in Easter territory, I guess, but God was watching us. Amazing. Because when you look at the machinery, they took damage. It tells you, first thing I said is, these are unbelievable machines, how they flew back and not even much of a problem. But these 2 extraordinary rescues, because it was 2, and as you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for an hour, and then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker. We're looking very hard to find that leaker. And talked about there's somebody missing.
Trading 113.70.
They basically said that
just off
we have one and there's somebody missing. Well, they didn't know there was somebody missing until this leaker gave the information. So whoever it was, we think we'll be able to find it out because we're going to go to the media company that released it, and we're going to say, national security, give it up or go to jail. And we know who, and you know who we're talking about. Because some things you can't do. Because when they did that, all of a sudden, the entire country of Iran knew that there was a pilot that was somewhere on their land.
He's continued to pull off recent
was
lows.
fighting for his life.
NASDAQ 24,
it also made it much more difficult
of the initial balance low.
The pilots and for the people going in to search for him. All of a sudden, they know that there's somebody out there. They see all these planes coming in. It became a much more difficult operation. Because a leaker leaked that we have one, we've rescued one, but there's another one out there that we're trying to get. So actually, the country, Iran, put out a major notice, you all saw it, offering a very big award for anybody that captures the pilot. So in addition to a hostile, very talented, very good, very evil military, we had millions of people trying to get an award. So when you add that to it, but we have to find that leaker because that's a sick person. Probably didn't realize the extent of how bad it was. I can't imagine that the person did, but we're going to find out. It's national security, and the person that did the story will go to jail if he doesn't say. And that doesn't last long, and I think everybody would understand it. They put this mission at great risk. They put that man at great risk, and they put the hundreds of people that went in looking for him, because everyone now knows that we're going in. Over the past 37 days, America's armed forces have carried out more than 10,000 combat flights over Iran, unheard of, striking more than 13,000 targets. The F-15 we lost last week was the first manned aircraft downed by the enemy in this entire operation, with thousands and thousands of flights. They got lucky. It was a lucky hit. You know, eventually you get lucky. But we got lucky too, because we got both of them back. But it's a record that is unparalleled in the history of military air operations. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's such an honor to be involved with it. We were up late at night, and then we were waiting for those contingent planes to come in, and we say, come on, let's go, get in, because they're waiting out on this farm without a runway, with wet, crummy soil, sand, mostly sand, wet sand, and it eats planes alive, and we're waiting, and we're saying, I hope that one can land and take off. And they came in like magic, boom, 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 one after another. It was like genius. I'm so impressed by that. Because we were a little concerned. We said, boy, if they don't get in and get up fast, we're sitting in them. And that's called Iran Prime, right, General? That's where the whole bet is. And here we are sitting there waiting for a plane. But they came in so fast and so hard, and these guys knew exactly what to do. Let's go, come on, get in, let's go. Pwah. They came one right after another, not at the same time. They don't want to come at the same time. They had to come right after each other. They didn't have any room. There was barely any room to land. Tiny little patch of very wet earth and sand. So I'm so proud of the people that I have standing up here with me, and many others that worked. I mean, so many. Steve Witkoff's over here. He's doing fantastically. Jared Kushner. But the people that are here, the job they did is amazing. And I think I'm going to introduce the head of the CIA, and he is a man he's central casting, okay? If we cast a movie, he's going to play the head of the CIA. He's one of the few. John Ratcliffe, he did a phenomenal job that night. He did something that I don't know if you want to talk about it. If you want, you can. I'm not sure he's supposed to. I'm not going to talk about it, but
just
he
about
the
4
CIA
minutes till
was
the
very
bottom of the
responsible
hour.
for finding this little speck. It's like they used an expression on one of the
reversals in
shows.
a
The
couple of
general
these
was talking
markets.
about. It's
If we
like
get the
finding
chance,
a
we'll talk
needle
about
in a
that.
haystack, finding this pilot. And the CIA was unbelievable. And you may, if you can, you'll talk. It might be classified, in which case I'd have to put him in jail if he talks about it. And I don't want to put him in jail. He doesn't deserve that. So, John, do you want to say a few words? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a privilege to be here with you today to share what we can about this exceptional mission and to recognize the ingenuity and bravery of those who executed it, as well as the leadership and resolve of the President who ordered it. One thing that has been clear to me in this role is that the flawless military operations that the Department of War is known for are hostage to flawless intelligence. We saw that in the skies over Iran in Operation Midnight Hammer last summer. We witnessed it in Venezuela during Operation Absolute Resolve. We've seen it against the cartels in the Western Hemisphere, and we're seeing it every day in Operation Epic Fury, including this mission to rescue an aviator buried deep behind enemy lines. Because it is the unique tradition of the U.S. Armed Forces that we leave no man or woman behind, this was a no-fail mission. That was the spirit in which the President put us to work, and we were determined not to let him down or our airmen down. As an agency, the CIA possesses unique capabilities that only the President can deploy. Some of these capabilities fall under covert action authorities. And because covert means exactly that, I'm not going to be able to tell you everything that you want to know. At the President's direction, we deployed both human assets and exquisite technologies that no other intelligence service in the world possesses. to a daunting challenge comparable to hunting for a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert. This was also a race against the clock, as it was critical that we locate the downed aviator as quickly as possible, while at the same time keeping our enemies misdirected. For that reason, in addition to the human and technical assets deployed by the President to find our airman, CIA executed a deception campaign to confuse the Iranians, who were
Equities with a
desperately
pretty
hunting
decent
for
reversal
our
off the
airmen.
lows here.
On Saturday morning,
Crude oil with a pretty
we
decent
achieved
reversal
our
off the
primary
highs.
objective by finding and providing confirmation that one of America's best and bravest was alive and concealed in a mountain crevice, still invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA. That confirmation was relayed by Secretary Hegseth to the President, and the operation quickly moved to the execution phase. Following the successful exfiltration on Saturday night, our intelligence reflects that the Iranians were embarrassed and ultimately humiliated by the success of this audacious rescue mission. When the President asked me to lead the CIA, he made it clear: get back to basics, no politics, no agendas, tackle the hardest problems, and execute the toughest missions. This President is about results, and now that's what his CIA is about too. The professionals at the agency and at the Department of War deserve immense credit for their flawless execution during this daring mission. Their skill, creativity, and courage are unmatched on the battlefield wherever they step. But none of that matters, and all of that is wasted without a president with the political courage to put them into action. Mr. President, I've had the privilege of seeing you act with political courage in the best interest of the United States up close on a daily basis, and I'm grateful that this successful mission has given the American people a window into that as well. The Secretary and Chairman will tell you that our service members' confidence is boosted by a Commander-in-Chief who has their back the same way they have yours. And I know that the confidence of CIA's officers is boosted by the knowledge that their work is informing a president who's not afraid to make the hardest decisions when the stakes are highest. And to the American people, your confidence should be boosted by knowing that the security of the nation is in the hands of a president who's willing to take on problems that have confounded both sides of the political aisle for nearly half a century. It is an honor to serve under a leader who just proved that you can believe him when he says, no matter what, we will leave no one behind. We will come for
Buyers still
you.
coming after those
Thank you.
equities. Some patriots here. Got pull back off those highs in crude. A
Well,
little
John, thank
selling
you for the
tail above the
collaboration with the
IB.
CIA as well. Incredible and ongoing
Here's Pete
partnership.
Hegseth.
Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Americans, and especially the brave warriors in our armed forces, over this Easter weekend, the United States military has once again proved why we possess the greatest fighting force the world has ever known. In two extraordinary combat search and rescue operations deep inside enemy territory in Iran, our warriors executed missions of breathtaking skill, courage, and precision. When our warriors are unleashed, as this president has allowed them to be, they are unstoppable. When American airmen were down behind enemy lines, our forces and our president did not hesitate. Special operators supported by elite air crews and intelligence professionals moved swiftly and decisively into treacherous mountain terrain under the constant threat of Iranian forces closing in. Ultimately, it was an impotent Iranian threat. And today, as the CIA director mentioned, Iran's military, and we know this, is embarrassed and humiliated, and they should be. Now, these are not routine operations. They were high-risk, high-stakes missions conducted in the heart of enemy territory. This was not just barely into Iran, this was deep into Iran, involving coordinated strikes to suppress threats, deception tactics to protect our teams, and full synchronization across air, ground, and special operations. The Iranians are still asking themselves right now, how did the Americans do this? One downed airman evaded capture for more than a day, scaling rugged ridges while hunted by the enemy. When he was finally able to activate his emergency transponder, his first message was simple and it was powerful. He sent a message, God is good. In that moment of isolation and danger, his faith and fighting spirit shone through. You see, shot down on a Friday, Good Friday, hidden in a cave, a crevice,
Little movement
all of
here
Saturday,
in these markets.
and rescued on Sunday. Flown out of Iran as
just
the
got a good
sun was
pushback to the
rising
downside.
on Easter Sunday. A pilot reborn, all home and accounted for, a nation rejoicing. God is good. Despite incoming fire and unforgiving conditions, our troops brought every American home. No American lives were lost. We leave no man behind, and that is not luck. It's the result of unmatched training, superior technology, an unbreakable warrior ethos, and sheer American grit. Our special operators, pilots, and support crews performed with near perfection under fire, and they were lethal. Just ask any Iranian soldier who dared attempt to get anywhere near that pilot before or during that mission. Death from above. Our troops turned a potential tragedy into a resounding demonstration of American resolve and capability. That's what excellence in uniform looks like. But make no mistake about
Headlight
it.
here.
None of this would have been
Cutter
possible
LNG
without the
tanks
courageous
towards the Strait of
leadership and
Hormuz on Monday
ironclad
morning
determination
were among
of
those
President
Iran
Donald
allowed to
J.
transit under an Iran
From the moment our airmen
US
went
agreement
down, President
reached
Trump made it clear we will leave
Pakistan
no
last week.
one behind. The first mission, the first of two, was an audacious daylight thunder run right up the middle. It was authorized in less than 2 hours from that pilot going down when we knew where he was. And it was authorized in the middle of the night because anybody that's worked for this man knows he's up in the middle of the night. Authorized immediately, without hesitation, audaciously. The second mission, as soon as we knew where that pilot was, and John was certainly helpful in that, also executed immediately. You know, I looked up at my screen when the final mission was complete inside our SCIF, our secure facility. And we have a running VTC, a running coordination cell. And the top of it read 45 minutes and 45 hours and 56 minutes. For 45 hours and 56 minutes, we held that call open for coordination. From the moment our pilots went down, our mission was unblinking. The call never dropped, the meeting never stopped, the planning never ceased. The president demanded rapid, decisive action. He backed our military with the full weight of his resolve, refusing to let enemy propaganda or tactical setbacks deter us. His leadership ensured that every lethal and non-lethal resource was brought to bear, that our forces had the authorities and the support they needed to succeed. When the president says he has the backs of our warfighters, he means it. And it means a great deal, and it's a big difference on the battlefield. President Trump understands that peace through strength is not a slogan. It is a doctrine that saves American lives. His unwavering commitment to rebuilding our military and restoring the warrior spirit has paid dividends in missions just like this one. Under his command, America projects power with confidence and brings our people home with victory. And that continues today, by the way. Per the president's direction, today will be the largest volume of strikes since day one of this operation. Tomorrow, even more than today. And then Iran has a choice. Choose wisely, because this president does not play around. You can ask Soleimani, you can ask Maduro, you can ask Khomeini. To those heroes who planned and executed these rescues, your nation stands in awe. I stand in awe. The chairman stands in awe. We all stand in awe of your professionalism and bravery. We serve for you. You embody the very best of America. To the rescued airmen and their families, welcome home. Your courage and endurance The quiet declaration of faith amid the storm inspires us all. God is good every day. And to our adversaries watching from Tehran, let this be a clear message. The United States military will go anywhere, at any time, to protect our own and complete the mission. We execute with precision. We control the skies. You see, we flew for 7 hours in daylight over Iran to get the first pilot. And we flew 7 hours in the middle of the night to get the second. And Iran did nothing about it. We fight with honor, and under President Trump's leadership, we win. So God bless our troops, God bless President Trump, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I know
continue,
before I
Crude
start, I
continues
know
under
many of
bid,
you
that
want
looks like.
specific details in these briefings.
Equities pretty much centered in the range. We do have some buying tails at the lows here. Gold also put in a new session low, but we do see some reversal in that. Right. I guess maybe we
Let's see
are
what happens
done with
around
that.
around 114. So if they show some more weakness or
Okay.
some absorption or something, it might be another
Mhm.
short. So we'll see.
Yeah, I was looking at the way that came off those highs, and I mean, crude pretty much just went right up to last week's highs, and we left selling tail above the IB high. I thought maybe we had a good reversal there, but
Not in crude.
ACA,
So with selling
anything can happen
tails so in crude
this
oil,
late.
those selling tails usually get retested, especially this late. So maybe there is something there on this second test, but I'm just watching the tape. There's no selling happening yet. If that changes, I'll jump on it, but for now, I'm not really keen. So I want to see what they do in the next sort of 5 minutes or so. If we're still underneath 114, maybe there's a trade there. Maybe not. So we stay out.
Yeah, well, with a lot of the rhetoric that we all just heard, talking about coming after Iran a little bit harder tomorrow. It's going to be, I think, tough to get a turnaround in crude oil here, but hey, we'll see.
Yeah.
We will see.
Well, with
Enver,
NYMEX
you took
close,
a
somebody's
long
got to
in
bail
crude.
out of positions.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Enver, you took a long in crude, right when that started. Was it something that you heard that put you in that trade?
No, I like to look at the first 1 minute candle, especially if it has range at the 6 p.m. because I've noticed that we have so much algorithmic trading going on right now that 1 minute, if it falls out, and so let me show you this very interesting pattern I'm noticing. So our 1 minute candlestick in crude in the overnight was very big. And so it actually stayed in the same 1 minute cycle after 5 minutes, after 10 minutes, after 15 minutes, really a couple of hours through this cycle. And so I notice if overall trend is up and it gets back inside of that 1 minute, it'll go to the top if it doesn't lose the 50%. And what it did was lose the 50%. So since he was talking, I said, all right, if it comes off of that edge, I'll just get out. But my thought was it would go from 0 to 1 up at 115. And so that would be the ultimate target for those of you that watch me on Market Kickoff. You know, this is my standard setup these days with all the quantitative measuring that I'm doing in the charts right now. That's been something they've been playing over and over and over again. With the big range you can find, if it's more than $1.50, there's room for the price action to do all kinds of things. But if it gets back inside of there, it normally runs to the top. So we'll see.
And if you haven't been watching the market kickoff, you can always watch it later. I usually miss it early when you're doing it live, but I'm usually watching it as I'm getting prepared for the week. So great stuff, Anne Marie. All right. So, well, we've only got like 10 minutes left here, and let me see if we've got any good questions. So this always pulls at my heartstrings. Mason is asking, how do you reconfigure your financials once you're on the edge of bankruptcy due to trading? I mean,
Yeah.
you never like to hear that, you know. I always feel like anybody that's in trading should only be trading if they're if they have another income stream that helps, or if you've got enough money to withstand the losses and not have to change your lifestyle. It always breaks my heart to hear this, and you hear it a lot when it comes to trading, because this is very difficult. Um, I guess, Anne Marie, what are your thoughts on this? How do you feel?
Well, at some point, I mean, this is a very tough space. I have known traders that have gotten themselves into this, and it's really, you begin building on something that really is more akin to hope than structured execution in the market. And I would say that a hard stop and a reevaluation of what you've done, and an assessment of risk going forward. A lot of times people keep going because they think, hey, I've gone this far, I have to keep going, or what's the outcome? And that outcome is usually a lot worse, because we're not thinking about strategy and execution. We're just hoping that our trades end up working. And this is fairly tragic, but at some point you have to go, hey, sunk costs, I gotta do a hard reset. I gotta stop. I gotta figure out what's going on. You've got yourself in that space, and it's dreadful, but you have to pull back and go, okay, what have I been doing, and how much of it has been controlled or lack of control? And then think about all the emotional damage this person has done to themselves psychologically. Yes. It's just, it's a tremendously difficult space to recover from. It's tremendous. I don't know that I have an answer for that, other than, at some point you have to go, at sunk cost, I've made very bad choices. It wasn't the market, it was me. And that's very hard to look in the mirror and say that. But after it's done, you go, listen, I got to forgive myself, but I got to right the ship, instead of, continually making mistakes. Yeah.
Well, luckily, the barrier to entry to getting into futures or getting into trading is a lot lower than it was, but you have to be honest with your review and honest with yourself as far as your performance is concerned, and how much you can withstand. And you can always rebuild. You can always try again, but if you're doing the same things, you're going to end up with the same outcome. Just a very unfortunate thing, to happen. And I've seen people do it 3 or 4 times before they finally, get their head wrapped around
Get
that
it.
that they
Yeah.
have to change what they're doing. They have
Yeah.
to change
I
what they're
mean,
doing.
Yeah.
Deanna, this is a very difficult situation to deal with, and seen a lot of
It
people go
is.
through it. Heck,
Yeah.
I've almost gone through it myself a couple of times. It doesn't have to be the end of the world, but it's very, very difficult to
It's
deal with.
not the end of the world. Yeah, but it's psychologically very, very tough. I mean, there's the disclaimer that says never trade with money you
It's real.
cannot afford to lose. Like, there's a
Yes.
reason why that's in there. I kind of feel like a lot of people don't even read that, and they're just like, yeah, whatever, I'm going to be a
I'm
millionaire
different.
tomorrow.
I'm
And
different. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Won't happen to me.
so it's horrible. I feel for this person. I truly do.
Same.
You have to, maybe again declare bankruptcy, dust yourself off, and try not to repeat the same mistakes. Have some budgets in place. Don't trade with the income that is not disposable to you. Always set aside the money that you're going to spend for evaluations. Maybe put it in a separate fund and have like a monthly budget towards that. And try to fit in all the positions and stuff. Maybe go to lower positions, trade micros. Don't try to make, 10 grand, 20, 50 grand in a single day or a single week. Just take smaller chunks and slowly try to learn more. Again, don't put all of your disposable income into trading. Maybe put some somewhere else that can be a little bit safer, But yeah, some huge changes need to happen 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
not easy.
And again,
I'm so sorry.
I am sorry too, but here's the light at the end of the tunnel, and here's the silver lining. You talk about guys like Colonel Sanders. I mean, that guy went bankrupt 3 times before Kentucky Fried Chicken took off, right? And now it's everywhere. It was in Japan. And so, you just have to say what's got me here won't get me there, so I better change.
Yeah.
Tough.
It's the Colonel with his wee beady eyes. Oh, here. Trump is back at the microphone. We'll take a quick look.
Oh, joy.
Now, those same people that treated him unfairly, that fought against him, they called me up saying, what a great choice he was. They said, well, what happened during his nomination? What happened to you? I'm telling you, people that were not for him, senators, friends of mine, sir, I don't think you're doing the right thing. Now they're calling me up. What a choice. These 2 guys are fantastic. And John Ratcliffe was incredible. It was actually their genius that called us he was 40 miles away. And he said, we're seeing something moving up in the mountain. This is at night. And they kept the camera on him for 45 minutes. It wasn't moving. And they said, probably wrong, but we're seeing something moving. This is a vast mountain. Vast, thick, with bushes, trees. He said, we see something moving 40 miles away. It was the head of a human being, I'm telling you, it's moving. And then all of a sudden, 45 minutes later, he moved a lot. He stood up, and they said, we have him. And that was really the beginning of something incredible. We had an idea where he was, but not specifically. That's a big mountain. So I want to thank the CIA, too. I don't think they get enough credit for the great job they've done. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this great opportunity. Country, it has super army. You make a difference, Mr. President. Thank you for your greatest leadership.
Thank you.
I have 2 quick questions, Mr. President. What was your reaction when you learned that Kurdistan region had resumed exporting oil to the international market with your support as United States of America?
Well, I expected that. We've gotten along with the Kurds for a long time, so I expected that.
Another question: what would be your reaction if the Iranian people rise up against their regime during a ceasefire, Mr. President?
Well, they should do it, but again, the consequences are great. I mean, they were told if you protest, you will be shot immediately. You saw what happened to the young wrestler. He was a great champion, by the way. He was a great wrestler, one of the top in the world. And he and his two friends were hung. And all they did was say a little bit about liberty. They wanted liberty, and they were violently executed. But the number is up to probably 45,000 people were killed. So, when somebody stays in a house, when they know they walk out of the house,
any other way to
they'll
get
be immediately
executed?
shot and killed. And they issued that. That was
Yeah,
publicly issued.
we're
It's
gonna
not a secret. That's why so many people say,
say
"Oh, well,
goodbye,
why are you doing
and
this?"
we'll
We
leave
can't
Trump
let-
on as we transfer into the next segment. Dee, Anne Marie, thank you very much for being here with us. As always,
very welcome.
we appreciate you very, very much. Okay,
Same.
folks.
Thanks. Great to
Stick
be here.
around. Go ahead. Oh, thank you.
No, I just said, yeah, great to be here. I want to say I'm still going to be looking for some weakness around these 114s. They seem to be struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
So if I see some commitment there, that could be my end of day trade kind of thing. So
Okay.
yeah,
All right.
that's all.
Thank you.
What's your target?
The target is probably going to be 112. I don't think that we have much more.
Yeah, I like
purely
it.
because of
Yeah.
time of day and stuff. Yeah.
All right. Trade with Topstep coming up. We got Jack, Gabe, and Vince for your viewing pleasure and your trading pleasure. Again, thank you very much, Dee. Thank you very much, Anne Marie. This is Topstep TV. Stick around. We'll be right back.
But I can't reveal the plan to the media. So, but we're just thrilled by the success of this operation. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to, and it's suffering. They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot. Remember the great woman protests where they had 400,000, 500,000 women, and they were all enthused and they were going to protest, and everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, 5, 6 different areas. A woman would go down right between the eyes. They had snipers. They had 5 snipers. That's all it took. And those 400,000 or 500,000 women said, oh my God, what's that? Oh, look over there, what's that? A woman shot right between the eyes. And after 5 or 6 of them go down, then you start hearing the purr through the vast number of people. And then they said, oh my God, who would do that? And they're incredible people, but they've lived so horribly. They've lived so horribly. Iran was a great country if you go back 25 years ago or so. The Persian people, they're incredible, smart, brilliant, actually. And I know so many. I know coming from New York, originally, I know so many people from Iran. They're incredible people, incredible energy, and very, very brilliant people. But when you're standing in a group and protesting and you have a woman, in the case of a woman, remember the Great Woman March, everybody was saying, oh, this is the end of the country. And then snipers selectively picked. Every single one was shot right between the eyes from a long distance. They were on top of buildings. Nobody even knew where they were, where they're coming from. This wasn't like a machine gun, which is also very bad. They've done that too. They did that recently. This was snipers sitting on the top of buildings, aiming and hitting women. And when they see people go down and all of a sudden there's a riot in the reverse direction, and they never came out again. And a lot of the news doesn't talk about that. They talk about, oh, women's rights. You want to see women's rights? You're not going to see it there. It's amazing when I see some of the stupid people like, AOC plus 3, all that group. They talk about, oh, freedom for Iran. They don't tell you the real facts. Women, men, gays. How about gays for Iran? They kill the gays. They throw them off buildings. So I wonder what's going on. I can only say this. They want us to keep bombing, even if it jeopardizes, because their life is in much greater danger. They want freedom for Iran, but it's very hard for them to protest. I actually tell them, I said, don't go out. I fully understand. Nobody in this room would go out. I don't think there's any, because frankly, it's not a question of bravery. We're all brave, right? You're brave, I'm brave, we're all brave. But we're also intelligent. If you have people shooting at you, expert shots with the best rifles you can get, and hitting you right between the eyes every single time, and you're looking here and you're seeing and you're looking here, you're out of there. I don't care who it is. Please.
Mark Meredith, Fox News.
I know that.
Oh, thank you.
How would I not know that? Go ahead.
America's watching. No.
Good job.
Can we go back to the weekend? First off, was everyone on board with the operation, or were there people that were trying to talk you out of going through with the operation this weekend?
Not everybody was on board.
Somebody else within
No,
you?
there was military people, very professional, that preferred not doing it. These two were totally on board, which was very important. If they weren't, I would have had a little difficulty. But no, there were military people that said, you just don't do this. You don't go into the heart of a very powerful military. This is, hey, you have countries and countries. You have some countries where military is not their strong suit. This whole thing is militarized like nobody's ever seen before. Half the people are wearing uniforms. And we had people within the military. Usually it's not done. That's one of the reasons. I was surprised. Somebody said it's the only time it's ever been done. I said, that's not possible. But it is possible, because you're going into hundreds of thousands of soldiers along the path. I mean, look at some of the helicopters, how they got hit. So, yeah, there were people within the military that said it's a wise. And don't forget, how many men did you send altogether, approximately, for the operation?
I'd love to keep that a secret.
Okay, well, we are. But I will tell you, the number, I'll keep it a secret, but it was hundreds. And hundreds of these people, it's pretty good. Is he central casting? But hundreds of people went into this journey. Hundreds of people could have been killed. Forget about the equipment. A lot of equipment. Nobody cares. Hundreds of people could have been killed. So we had people that were within the military that said this is not a wise. And I understood that, but I decided to do it.
Was there a point that you were thinking there's too much on the line, and somebody was saying maybe we abort this now and wait? I mean, given the resources.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Trade with Topstep. I am here with Vince. Vince is taking a couple trades today. We'll get into those. Gabe is also nice enough to join us here. I believe we still have Trump talking. We might go into that, but let's take a check-in on the markets really quick. Vince, what are you looking at right now? You flat?
Yeah, Jack. Right now I am flat. I was short the NASDAQ pretty much all day. I got short probably like around 9:30 Central, and I just covered it after we took out the intraday low, and then we got that snapback real quick. And once we got back up here to value low, I covered the short. It was a good cover. I mean, it went up almost back to value high, but here we are now back lower than where I got out. So, maybe I should have held it a little longer, but it was a decent trade, just sort of micro. So I'm up 149 on the day in the XFA. So we'll see how it goes. We're going to look for the next opportunity here.
All right.
It's been a tough market to trade, though, for sure. Tough market.
I can attest. I've been the, what would you call it? The stone around the ankles of the house account today. Took 2 trades. We just couldn't hold on long enough to get the actual sell-off, so that always sucks. But Gabe, hope you're doing better. What are you up to?
Yeah, what's going on? I actually just got short NASDAQ 2NQ from 255. I'm looking for a little bit of momentum here. We're kind of kind of retesting these lows that we've been breaking through, this kind of 250 level. Get a little 250s, 260s has kind of been a floor. We peaked below it around noon, 12:10, closed underneath, and then kind of saw buyers step in pretty heavily and closed right back into those 300s. But now we're back at that level again. Obviously, headline driven market. Buyers really doing a shitty job. And I think that it's maybe we'll do for a little bit of a peak lower. So we'll see if we can get some momentum.
I like
Obviously, I'm my location is not great, kind of near the lower end of the range of the day. So it is more of a momentum, kind of looking for a flush here. And we'll see if crude wants to continue to bid higher and if these equities want to sell off a little bit more into the end of the day. So we'll see. But yeah, short 2NQ from 255.
Nice.
Alrighty. Well, crude's taking a micro breather right now. It was above $114. High from the overnight was around 115.50. Right now trading 113.77. I think, let me know in the chat if Trump is still taking questions. We might bring him in. But for now, we'll take a look at Gabe's trade here.
Just got a nice 5-minute bar. Yeah, just got a nice 5-minute bar under those 250s again. So let's see if we can get a little continuation. If we close back above 250, then I'm just going to bail and look for a better location. But for now, see.
Yeah, my hypothesis where I got short earlier today, I was looking for the market to come and see. We tested value high 24,227 from back on Thursday. I was hoping to get acceptance in there and then ride it down to like 24,136 and then possibly the overnight low, right? Those are my goals today on the short. So if we get cooking downside, Gabe, and we get back into that value, we might have a whale on the hook if we could get below that and maintain it.
Yeah.
Very well might. We're not seeing the same sort of correlation right now. The ES is up about 0.4% on the day with oil back, not too far from its highs from overnight. Where are we now? 113.63 in the CLK.
We got to hold below 245s.
Checking out the options data, still have that 6,600 level we've visited many times today in the SPX. That's around 6,640 in the ES futures. We are clear below till about 6,605 in the futures.
Jack, right now, by the way, Trump is currently just commenting on previous presidents and administrations and how they handled Iran. So I don't think there's anything super pertinent for us to bring back in right now, but Trump is continuing to speak. But I've got my ear on it right now in case anything crazy flies.
All right. Sounds good.
Hey, join you, Gabe. We're going to see here. I don't like how we just put in that little anomaly there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's no bueno.
Interesting.
So C is hanging around overnight VWAP right here in the ES. Vince, are you looking at the ES or the NQ right now?
I'm looking at NQ, ES, and the Dow all at the same time here, trying to find something. ES is just flirting with value low at the moment. We're still inside the initial balance, right? There was a beautiful long entry today in the ES. H period low. So around the 12 p.m. bar, 30-minute bar, that was a beautiful spot to try to take a long. Got that nice rotation back up to value high. Now we're set back at value low. And we're testing value high from Thursday here, which is sitting at about 66.25 in the ES. Where did you have the SPX? 6,600?
6,600, that at 6,640 in the ES.
Oh, so it's 40. It's 40 points apart.
Yeah, there's about a 40-point spread
Okay.
right now between the
Gotcha.
ESM and the spot market.
Okay. So it's below.
Getting a little wiggly here.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind a long up at 66.40s. I mean, a short at 66.40 if we get there.
Yeah, I mean, I tried again. That's kind of what I tried the first time. It didn't quite work out, but
We can limit our
it is
risk
a
up
place
there,
that
though.
can be kind of sticky.
Yeah.
And here come the buyers.
Yeah, oil continuing to sell a little bit here, 113.5. VIX has been not doing much, still hanging out below 25, 24.38 at the moment. How are stocks doing? The stocks everybody owns. Apple, Amazon are up 0.75%. Google, a little below 300, about 0.9% on the day. Tesla's on the lows of the year, I believe, trading 348 right now. Nothing much going on in bonds.
Yeah. Triple Qs are grinding lower. Slow grind down.
And this is about to be a stop out here, boys. Not get any of that continued selling. I'm actually going to go ahead and bail. And I'm out.
Okay.
Got a 5-minute closure back above 250. Failed to see any selling underneath in the last 5 minutes, and now we're seeing some strength here. So I'm out minus 1300. See if we can find a better location and maybe get short. We're obviously seeing a lot of strength come in here, back into the 300s now here in the NASDAQ.
Is Trump still on? Or
Crude's maybe Crude selling off pretty decently right here. We're now below 113, 112.90 there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Trump is still talking, by the way. A couple of comments recently,
Danger.
Just kind of talking about without bombing last year, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon. We have an active and willing participant in the Iran talks. Trump says, I can't talk about a ceasefire. I wouldn't mind nibbling on a short again here, maybe from these 320s.
I feel like Trump is on
350s.
replay. Is he on
It's
replay?
a lot of the same comments. You know, I think that in general, regardless of what side of the fence that you're on, I think there's a lot of back and forth between both parties, both participants of this conflict, and we are hearing a lot of the same stuff. Every once in a while, you get a new comment or some new clarity, but for the most part, I think we're just kind of buying some time to figure out what's actually going to take place here. But Vince, what do you think about a short from like the 320, 350 area? The kind of the high of the 5-minute range. We've been kind of failing at those 340s in the NASDAQ over the last couple hours. I feel like that's a much better location to maybe manage some risk or to take on some risk, knowing it's the high of the afternoon so far. But you anything aligning with that level? Because that's kind of
well, the one thing I do like about that, I mean, it is kind of we're in the gooey center of the range, but value high is sitting at 24,345 ish, right? So it's kind of not a bad idea. I mean, you should limit your risk up there, maybe just above 350s.
Yeah, exactly.
If it pops above that, I would love to take a short, maybe up around 24,430 if we get there today. But right now, I mean, I think it's a plausible attempt, right? And you can limit your risk with it.
Yeah.
Well, since the headlines are still flying here, let's bring in Trump when we can to see what's happening there.
Let's do it.
This will be.
And people like you, who I know, are fake. You're fake. Go ahead, please.
Your messaging on the war has moved from
timing,
the war
Jack.
is coming to an end,
Fake.
and we're going to be bombing Iran to the Stone Ages.
Right.
And we've heard a range of those
Sure.
kind of messages. So which is it? Are you winding this down,
Can't tell you.
or are you escalating
I can't tell
it?
you. I don't know. I can't tell. Depends what they do. This is a critical period. They have a period of, till tomorrow at 8 o'clock I gave them an extension. They asked for an extension of 7 days, right? I said, Steve, give them 10 days. 10 days is up actually today, so I gave them 11, I guess indirectly. I thought it was inappropriate the day after Easter. I want to be a nice person. They have till tomorrow. Now we'll see what happens. I can tell you they're negotiating, we think, in good faith. We're going to find out. We're getting the help of some incredible countries that want this to be ended because it affects them also. A lot of people are affected by this, but we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time, and after that, they're going to have
that
no
got oil
bridges.
back above
They're
113.
going to have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah. Stone Ages. CNN fake news.
Are you willing to make a deal that does not include reopening the Strait of Hormuz, or is that now a top priority?
I would say it's a very big priority because, see, that's one thing that's a little different than other things. We can bomb the hell out of them. We can knock them out for a loop. But to close the strait, all you need is one terrorist that somehow has a truck loaded with, because you can carry them in trucks, large trucks, a water mine, drop them in the water, and now you tell people that own ships that cost $1 billion to don't worry about the mine. You can do that even just by saying we put mines in the water. So it's not like the rest. We can knock out their military. We already have. We've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force completely. We've knocked out 158 ships in 3 days. We've knocked out even their mine droppers. They don't have any mine droppers anymore, but they put them on other boats, and they could drop them. I'm not even sure they have any mines there, by the way. I'm not sure. I'm personally, they say there might be
There's
8. I don't know.
6,600.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think there might be none because they're very good bullshit artists. That's why for 47 years they've been bullshitting other presidents, and they haven't done the job. And people are living in hell. You live in that country, they're living in hell. No, I think that 47 years of this stuff is long enough. They're at the weakest point they've ever been. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft weaponry, they have no radar, they have no communication. In fact, the biggest problem we have in our negotiation is that they can't communicate. I said to Steve, what are they saying? Sir, they can't communicate. They have no method of communication. So we're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note back and forth. They have no communication. But all I want to see is I want to have a safe world, and you're not going to have a safe world. Israel will be gone. The Middle East will be gone. And then they're coming for Europe. And I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed in NATO, very. I think that NATO... I think it's a mark on NATO that will never disappear in my mind. You know, they're coming to see me on Wednesday. They're going to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. Now they all of a sudden want to send things, you know. But they said it loud and clear at the beginning. When I spoke to UK of all, I would have said they would have been the first because they're the oldest. And I say, yeah, I'd love to have a little help. He said, no, sir, we'd rather wait till you win. I said, I don't need help after we win. They have 2 old broken aircraft carriers, barely work. I said, I guess we can use them. Who the hell knows? I called the general. He didn't even want them. He said, we don't really need them. We got the SS Abraham Lincoln, sir. We don't need them. You know, we have, in terms of technology, we had one day 101 missiles going at 2,700 miles an hour, aimed at the Abraham Lincoln. 101 missiles. Out of 101 missiles, 101 missiles were shot down. Unbelievable technology. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't know if that would have been possible, but 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been possible. 101 missiles heading to a ship that's not that far off the coast. And out of the 101 missiles, we shot down all 101. We have weaponry. The Patriots are unbelievable. We have weaponry that's unbelievable, yeah. Go ahead, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said earlier today during the egg roll that you would like to take Iran's oil, but Americans want U.S. forces home.
Correct.
What's that trade-off?
If I had my choice, yeah. because I'm a businessman first. With Venezuela, as you know, the war was over in about 45 minutes. And we have great people running Venezuela, very good people. I mean, the relationship is good. And we are a partner with Venezuela. And we've taken hundreds of millions of barrels.
Short one micro gold.
There you go.
Over 100 million barrels already
Short gold.
is in Houston, refined and out. And paid for that war many, many times over. Many times over. You know, the old days, to the victim. Okay? You know that. To the winner belong the spoils. Go the spoils. And I've said, why don't we use it? To the victor, go the spoils. And we don't have that. We haven't had that in this country probably in 100 years, because even the Second World War, you look at the Second World War.
Thank you.
Vaya con
We didn't
Dios.
have it with the Second World. We helped rebuild all those countries. We rebuilt Germany. How about Germany telling us that, well, it's not their war. We had nothing to do with it. They wanted me to go and tell them everything I was doing. We didn't know anything about it. Well, if I would have told them, they would have leaked it, and we wouldn't have been nearly as successful, possibly, right? But to the victor belong the spoils. So we haven't heard that in, I think, maybe hundreds of years. Now with Venezuela, and we, just so you understand, the people of Venezuela, they say if I ran for president of Venezuela, I'm polling higher than anybody has ever polled in Venezuela. So after I'm finished with this, I can go to Venezuela. I will quickly learn Spanish. It won't take too long. I'm good at language. And I will go to Venezuela. I'm going to run for president. But we're very happy with the president-elect that we have right now, the people that are running it. If you remember Bush with Iraq, they fired the generals, they fired the police, they fired the people that worked in their equivalent of the White House. They fired everybody. And you know what they had? They had a mess. And you know what happened? ISIS formed. Those generals and those soldiers got together, the police got together, they all got together, they formed ISIS. Not going to happen with us. So Venezuela has been an incredible situation. We went in, we were very successful, military power like nobody's ever seen. The general, Venezuelan general said, I was on that site. I said, I've never seen ferocity like that. I've been doing this for 40 years. He said, I've never seen it. They hit us from 17 different, they were all set. They saw that big, beautiful aircraft carrier, the Ford in that case, and planes were pouring off it at 1 o'clock in the morning. So typically when you see that late at night, you know you could be in trouble, right? And
Typically.
they were all ready. They had their equipment. It was Russian. And they had Chinese equipment. It was all set. They were going to give us a fight. He said, and then they came. And they came at speeds like we've never seen. And they came at 17 different angles. The general and his people, that was a lot of angles. They hit him from every angle. He said, we knew it was over in 3 minutes. We were waiting for them. Their equipment didn't work. And there's a reason it didn't work. Someday we'll explain that to people. They pressed the button. Nothing happened. They pressed it again and again. Nothing happened. And he said, we knew this whole thing was over in 3 minutes. We've never seen any, he used the word ferocity. The ferocity of these planes from 17 different angles, and it was over. They went inside. And remember, that was on a military base with thousands of soldiers. And those soldiers looked and they said, get the hell out of here. Thousands. We didn't have thousands. We had like 200 people. So we have a great military.
I got
and
one
I'll
more
tell you
offering
what,
at 348
somehow
to average.
this rescue captured
Stops
the world's
in 69
attention, more
to
so than
flip.
normally. You're talking about
Bust
two
through this
people.
high.
But this rescue
Yeah.
captured
Guys,
the
regardless of what
world's
you think,
attention.
this stuff is moving the
But we
markets
did it
right
in
now. And I
Venezuela. That
felt
was
during the first 10
amazing.
minutes
Now
when
we
we
have
had
a
this
very
off
bad
during the
man
segment, like I
prison
was
and going to
flying
trial.
blind.
He-
Things were moving and we were seeing
He
after the
released,
fact.
aside from the drugs, which he was terrible, Maduro released hundreds of thousands of people from jails into our country. Drug dealers, murderers, the worst people in the world were released into our country because we had a stupid president who probably didn't know, and we had a border czar who never went to the border and never once called our great border patrol agents, right? Not once, Kamala. She never called the border patrol. She never said, how we doing? I used to call the border patrol guys every day. You can ask them, Paul, ask any one of them. Brandon, ask them. all the time. How are we doing? How are we doing? And we now, I'm proud to say, have a totally sealed border. 9 months, nobody is coming through our border. And nobody even tries because they know they're not going to get through. So we don't have caravans anymore. So maybe 1 or 2 more and we'll be done.
All right.
Mr. President, are you allowed to, or are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
All right, filled in the second, averages 338.5.
We won, okay?
Or
They are
QNQ.
militarily defeated. The only thing they have is the
This
psychology
pops.
of, oh, we're going to drop a couple
I'm
of
out. I'm flipping
mines
the
in the
other way.
water, all right? No, we
Targeting
have a
session
concept where
highs.
we'll charge tolls, okay? I thought you meant
Mr.
us.
President.
Your question would have been more accurate if you said us. Go ahead.
So just to clarify, in order for Iran to successfully meet your deadline tomorrow, do they have to make a deal, open the strait, or both?
We have to have a deal that's acceptable to me. And part of that deal is going to be, we want free traffic of oil and everything else.
Mr. President, thank you very much. You've said glory be to God in this conflict. Do you believe that God supports the United States' actions in this
I do,
war?
because
And have you
God
sought
is
his
good,
direction?
because God is good, and God wants to see people taken care of. God doesn't like what's happening. I don't like what's happening. Everyone says, I don't enjoy this. I don't enjoy it. These two guys don't enjoy it. You know, people say, oh boy, they're so tough. I don't like seeing people killed. I've ended 8 wars. Nobody's ever done it. The person who won the Nobel Prize came to me and said, you deserve the Nobel Prize. She announced that. When they announced, they said, goes to Maria. She's a great person, really a good person. She said, no. This is ridiculous. They gave me the Nobel Prize. President Trump ended 8 wars. I could go over every one of them, including India and Pakistan, where the Prime Minister of Pakistan said, President Trump saved from 30 to 50 million lives. That makes me much happier than what we're doing right now. That makes me much happier. We have 1 more to end, by the way.
Okay. President, you called yesterday in your Truth Social, you called the Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
What is your response to critics who say that
I don't care about critics.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your mental health that should perhaps be examined as this war continues?
I haven't heard that. But if that's the case, you're going to have more people like me, because our country was being ripped off on trade, on everything, for many years until I came along. So if that's the case, you're going to have more people. Dasha, go ahead. Dasha, go.
You said that very little is off limits in Iran as far as targeting,
Yeah.
including power plants, bridges, you've mentioned those.
Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking schools
I don't want
or
to tell you
hospitals
that.
you
I don't want
would
to
say
tell you
is
that.
off-
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen. We may even get involved with helping them rebuild their nation. And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing we want to do is start with power plants, which are among the most expensive thing, and bridges. You saw the bridge. The bridge went. We were very close to a deal. And then I got a call from Mr. Witkoff, Mr. Kushner, and JD saying, I think they're breaking the deal. I said, tell them that's okay. Don't worry about it. But tell them to look out their window and watch. And within 45 minutes, I gave the order to knock out the biggest bridge. I gave the order, knock out the biggest bridge in, I believe, the Middle East, but the biggest bridge in Iran. And within 10 minutes after I gave that order, that bridge was over. So do I want to do that? No. Do I want to destroy their infrastructure? No. It will take them 100 years to rebuild. Right now, if we left today, it would take them 20 years to rebuild their country, and it would never be as good as it was. And the only way they're going to be able to rebuild their country is to utilize the genius of the United States of America.
On NATO, you voiced your displeasure with NATO in the past. Is there a danger to the U.S. not being the de facto
And you still short gold?
leader of the alliance, and then other
Yeah,
powers
I
within
may
the
jump out
alliance
of this,
then
though.
getting the decision making when it comes to wars and
I'm gonna
nuclear
give my
weapons?
knuckles this. We're about to turn the 30-minute
Look,
bar
we went
here.
to NATO. I didn't ask
We'll
very
see if we
strongly.
can
I
get it
just
pushed
said, hey,
outside.
you
If
wanna
not,
help,
I may
right?
just
No, we will not help.
cover it.
I
And
said, that's all right.
we'll
You don't
look
want to
for
help?
other
Because
industry
I've always
somewhere
said NATO's a paper tiger. See, NATO's a paper tiger. Putin's not afraid of NATO. Putin's afraid of us, very afraid of us. And he's explained it to me a lot of times. I got to know him very well. I know him very well. NATO's a paper tiger. NATO is us. And when we needed them, we didn't need them, by the way. We didn't need them, obviously, because they haven't helped at all. Just the opposite. They've actually gone out of their way not to help. They didn't even want to give us landing strips. Think of it. And it's not just NATO. You know who else didn't help us? South Korea didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Australia didn't help us. You know who else didn't help us? Japan. We've got 50,000 soldiers in Japan to protect them from North Korea. We have 45,000 soldiers in South Korea to protect us from Kim Jong-un, who I get along with very well, as you know. Do you notice he said very nice things about me? He used to call Joe Biden a mentally retarded person, okay? So don't tell me about your stuff. Joe Biden, he said he's a mentally retarded person. He was so nasty to Joe Biden. It was terrible. But to me, he likes Trump. And do you notice how nice things are with North Korea? It's very nice. But we have 45,000 people, soldiers, in harm's way, right next to Kim Jong-un with a lot of nuclear weapons. 45, which should have never happened.
Oil selling off on this.
A certain president, I'm not going to
Yep.
mention this president because I happen to like him, believe it or not. But if a certain president did his job,
Equities holding
Kim
bid here.
Jong-un would not have nuclear weapons right now. But they were all afraid to do their job properly. But just to conclude and just to finish, Japan didn't help us, Australia didn't help us, South Korea didn't help us, and then you get to NATO, NATO didn't help us. There were some countries that did. Now, countries that have been good, now you could also say they're got to be a little bit more involved because they're in the territory, but Saudi Arabia has been excellent. Qatar has been excellent. UAE has been excellent. Bahrain, Kuwait. I mean, Kuwait did shoot down 3 of our planes. The only planes, really, that we lost with friendly fire, they call it. I call it unfriendly fire. They unfortunately didn't know how to use our great Patriots. The pilot said, what kind of a missile's coming at us? Patriot. Boom, they got out. Because they know a Patriot never misses. So they had beautiful Patriots. There were planes heading in their direction. Unfortunately, they decided to shoot those planes. They were our planes. So, NATO is a paper tiger. Now, he's coming to see me on Wednesday, as you know. He's a wonderful guy. Secretary General is great. And Mark Rutte, he's a great person, but he's got... And it all began with, if you want to know the truth, Greenland. We want Greenland. They don't want to give it to us. And I said, bye-bye. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
What about rising gas prices for Americans who are concerned? General King, how are you
All right.
Let the games begin.
I was getting a little bit of that Monday afternoon sleepiness, but that got it right out of me. That was eventful.
Like an espresso
kind of
shot.
interesting. Yeah, oil was selling off through all that. We got stocks pushing right now.
Yeah. Oil is, I mean, if this is looking pretty bad on a 15-minute chart. If anybody pulls up oil, what I'm really looking at is if it does sell off, like we have a lot of structure that the market could run. Nice little clean trend line that's been holding very well since, early
look
this
at that.
morning.
Pretty.
Really, really clean, right? So if this does not fend well, like if buyers really don't step up, we could see $109 again pretty quickly, which for equities would obviously not be good for shorts. So right now, I'm kind of keeping an eye on how crude defends this 111, like 112, 111.50 zone that we're in right now. But if we don't see buyers show up, I think my short in the NASDAQ at the high of this range in the 5 minutes not going to look very pretty anymore.
All right, trading 66. Retracing a little bit right now in the ES. Back to its
I like that.
happy place around 66.40.
Yep. That's that area, Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we get some nice rotation here through value. Gold's starting to sell off a little bit. Probably gonna move to break even here. I don't want to risk this too much on this trade. There we go. All right, let's go to BE on this. Hopefully we don't snap back. All right, so we're risk-free on the gold trade. We're going to let that cook. And yeah, let's keep looking, guys.
Good stuff.
Where you at, Gabe?
Still short those two from 338.5. I'm going to try to get out at the 300 level, kind of the middle of the range, get back to green if I can, and revisit from there. I'm still a fan of flipping long if we break through the 360s with some strength. So I do have a stop up around 369.5 to end up essentially closing my short and flipping long to target the 440, 450 region again. If we're willing to get back up there, and that's if crude slams that trend line underneath the market and doesn't bring in any sort of buyers here from these 112s. So
gotcha.
Yeah, I
got crude,
Crude's making low expectations.
Mm-hmm. Crude's making a little bit of a rebound after the conclusion of the press conference. What else we got cooking?
Yep, there's crude.
Apple and Amazon now up 1.25%. VIX still hanging tight. Still looking at that oil spread, seeing some tightening there between the May and June contracts. A little bit. You just letting this ride, Gabe? You got any targets to the downside? Trailing it, or?
I'm looking for 300.
Okay.
I'll see if price will give me the middle of the range again. The middle of the 5-minute range. That I'm looking at the 340s to 260s. That's kind of the 5-minute range.
Nice range bound trade, Gabe. That's a beauty.
Just looking for middle now.
Yep. I like it.
Get me back to green.
That'd be impressive. Fighting it off.
Chip away, that's it.
So Vince, while I have you here, I know we've seen Trump already answer a lot of questions today. But I did have a few. You are a native son of Philadelphia, correct?
Actually, New York, but I'm close to Philly. So I've been here a long time. So yeah.
All right. Well, I might pepper you with a few questions about that.
Go ahead.
Okay. Which is better, the cheesesteak or the roast pork sandwich?
Oh man, that's tough. I like the cheesesteak.
All right. What is the best type of battery for throwing at Santa?
Oh man. I don't know, Jack. That's a good one. I don't know.
I think for aerodynamics, probably like a D battery probably works best.
I was thinking the D battery. You know, you can get your
Battery.
grip on it pretty good.
Yeah. Okay.
I think a D battery
One
turns
last
into
one.
a weapon at a fast
It would
enough
be a
speed.
D or a C battery. You know, D or a C.
Good to know. Yeah, double A's are good for kind of what do you call it? Like a
Have some
warning
weight
shot.
behind it.
Yeah, exactly. Which is your favorite Rocky movie and why?
Actually, I like the one Rocky 4.
Dolph
Rocky 4
Lundgren.
Gotta be. Yep.
I
Gotta
Will
be
Break
Rocky
You.
4. Yeah.
All right,
Absolutely.
that was actually the correct answer. So great job there.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting to know Vince. While we trade 66.44 right now in the ES, we're just above that 6,600 SPX we've been talking about.
Crude trade's looking decent. The gold trade's looking decent so far.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can keep this going. I like your
not
trade,
really selling
Gabe.
off. It's good. Just gotta start to see some sellers here. We're holding this 340, 330 level a little longer than I'd like to, but it's not really like just a few inside bars in a row, back to back. No real handles breaking out with any commitment one direction or the other.
Well, actually, it looks like Trump is turning from that, then at 2:30, participating in a Passover greeting.
You're telling me
having
there's
a
more?
day. He is having a day.
Man. I want whatever he's drinking. I'll tell you that.
Bunch of Diet Coke.
Yeah. Was it like 12 a day? I wonder how many grams of caffeine are in each one. 80? 100?
Question. Let's find out.
I mean, a cup of coffee is what, 160? Like a Dunkin'?
12-ounce can contains about 46 milligrams of caffeine.
Okay. He drinks about 12, I think, a day, right? So he's drinking about 600 milligrams. Yeah, he's got a pretty good caffeine intake there.
How much? I don't drink a lot of coffee or stuff like that, but how much caffeine kind of turns you? What's a lot? Like, what turns you into the Incredible Hulk?
Starbucks.
Yeah.
Caffeine, like a significant amount of caffeine, I don't think turns me into Incredible Hulk. It just makes me extremely jittery and anxious.
Yeah.
Start thinking I got like heart palpitations and like heart issues if I have too much
You
coffee.
got to use that power.
Which
of
one does it,
neurosis.
Gabe? What brand? What brand does it to you?
Oh, in terms of coffee or just caffeine in general?
Yeah, coffee, yeah. Brand.
Honestly, I don't think the brand
Doesn't
really
matter.
matters too much. It's more so how many cups I have. Like 2 is usually my limit in a day. I'm usually a 1 cup kind of guy anyway, so anything more than that is a little excessive. That's why I can't do energy drinks because they pack in way too much.
Yeah, that's one thing I don't really do. I really don't do the energy drinks. I keep it natural.
Yeah. All right. If we don't flush here, thinking of just bailing out. We're not getting any follow through from sellers. Just continuing to trade inside bar after inside bar. The longer we hold here, the less I'm going to like this. Kind of looks like more of a continuation pattern developing right now in 5-minute anyway. Nice strong, four outside, green bars in a row. A little bit of a base or an area of consolidation developed. And this looks maybe like we got some more room to fly. And crude's also not finding any sort of real buying. We're kind of just sitting here around these 112 40s. Doesn't give me a lot of confidence in this.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I'm looking at the ES, but
The Dow is
getting
moving
through
nice.
that 6,600 in the SPX. That's just
Mhm.
all day.
Dow was about halfway through value. That would have been a nice reversion trade there, Gabe. The Dow, right at value high.
Yeah, I don't really look at Dow a whole lot, but maybe that
No?
maybe that needs to be a
I've been
market on
trading it for
my
years.
list.
I can't get away from it. I grew up with it. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
$45 seconds till his bar closes.
I mean, your trade's not looking bad. I mean, you got five, one, two, three,
not terrible.
5-minute bars closing bearish. Up against
Yeah.
a little extra add value high.
If you just like
Who knows
Vince,
what
I don't
Trump
know
might
about
say.
you, but the amount of time in the last few attempts to get back above 350, most of these past few attempts, the 5-minute chart at least, we've had a pretty quick reaction off of the high, like the 5-minute range, right? So maybe 3 bars to get a reversal, 3 to 4 bars to get that reversal. Right now, we've spent 5. We just closed our 4th inside bar in a row, and that does not look okay. I'm bailing. I like it. It looks geared for a continuation. To be honest with you, that doesn't look like a reversal pattern to me right now. If we could have gotten back under like 325, maybe, because that would have created maybe another outside bar.
I still like it as long as we stay below 65s.
Yeah,
you take out 65s, then 420s, 430s would be my next look at it.
Might be able to snag better location if I'm still bearish, but to be honest with you, might need to wait for a little bit more of a confirmation.
Got the Bitcoin futures poking above 70K, 69,800 roughly in the spot market.
That's just hanging right around that 70,000 mark. It's comfortable there.
It's like, is Sailor just the Eggman? Like they bought again 4,000 Bitcoin over the weekend, it seems.
Everything's just sitting right now.
Someone pointing out Tesla making a little recovery. Still down 2.6% on the session.
What's NVIDIA been doing? I haven't even watched it lately.
NVIDIA?
Yeah.
NVIDIA is trading 177.
Okay.
It's basically scratch on the day.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't been hearing as much about the AI CapEx stuff at the moment.
War stocks are probably doing pretty good, right?
Probably.
Making money right now.
All right, we're hanging out here. I wouldn't be surprised necessarily, like if we're not selling off or shooting up on all the stuff today, especially with oil being up so much. If everyone's not kind of waiting a little bit to see what happens with this very clear deadline at the moment. And we're kind of pinning around 6,600 in the SP 500 right now.
All right, 350s held again in the NASDAQ. Back down to 335s. We get a closure underneath 325. That would give me a little bit more confidence. Running out of time now, though, unfortunately, but
Gold's been a
Advanced
little tiny bit of balance
refrigeration.
down here.
Talking about a volatility seller's dream. This whole kind of market we found ourselves in for the past month, 2 months has kind of been a volatility seller's dream because volatility's just been very high, but we haven't been moving that much, all things considered.
Yeah, that's an interesting part of it, right?
Yeah, implied volatility has been running way above realized volatility.
VIX was above 30 for what, a few days straight?
It was, and I think we tapped out at like 35 one of those days.
That's a good time to sell premium.
Meanwhile, we're only down. I haven't checked this today. One moment. We are at these prices. We are just 5.7% off the all-time highs in S&P 500.
Is that all it is? Only down 5.7 off the high?
In the S&P.
Yeah.
More in the NASDAQ, I presume. We almost touched, at the lows, we nearly touched 10% off the all-time high. Didn't quite get there.
War times, that's pretty impressive 5.5% pullback.
I mean, with oil basically doubling, very impressive.
Yeah.
Or we'll look back and say, damn, should have seen that coming.
Things just don't make sense fundamentally anymore, do they?
Well, in like the biggest fundamental thing of all, they kind of do, like earnings estimates just keep going up. We're holding those pretty well. So at least for equities, as long as we're hitting those, everything should be good.
Yeah.
NASDAQ looks like it wants to break. Auction itself in here at 350 to 330s. What way we go?
Yeah, it's an LO range. Same thing with gold. Gold is stuck right now in about a $4 range for the last 10 minutes or so. Just sitting here.
Holding right underneath those lows of those bodies. Yeah. Crude also looking a little heavy, like it might want to come down and start tearing through this trend line.
Well, if we really get going for some reason, I think a lot of eyes are going to be. So right now we're trading 66.05 in the SPX, 66.47. I have marked here on the chart in futures. It's around. Where are you, my love? 66.85 or something. That would be the 200-day moving average in the spot market. We've been below that for like maybe 2 weeks of trading. I think a lot of people are looking to see how it reacts when we get there.
What if we're going to get that death cross here coming up soon on the ES?
Yeah, right now we are.
Let's see what it looks
There's
like.
about a for those asking like what that is, we go to my. So this is the SPX. We're on days. This is the 50-day moving average. Purple's not the best color. I should probably change it. This is the 200. The death cross will be at the 50. Cross is below. It's a very famous like indicator. I found that especially in stock indices, it tends not to work. I'd almost go the opposite way. Like death cross, let's buy.
Yeah, if you go over my chart, I have it pulled up there too on the ES. It's getting dangerously close though. You can see right here, we have, this is the 50, the 100, and the 200. So I think another couple of days, if we can poke back above that, we're gonna end up with it.
Keep your eyes open. Crude oil is still struggling a little bit here, just still above 112. And stick around because we just got a couple more minutes here, and then we'll be closing out the day with, of course, Power Hour. We got Dre, Ted, M will be back, and Dolby will be here. Should be a good time for all involved. Any last minute takes you want to get in here, Gabe?
No, I got nothing. If crude closes back under 112, I think there's a good chance that we start to maybe go test the lower end of the trend line here near 109. So I think Power Hour could get spicy. Equities could potentially make some new highs of day, 450s. I think that's not far-fetched if we kind of pick up some steam here. We could just end up ranging for the rest of the day, but I hope those guys have some good opportunities leading into the last hour. Nothing much for me on my end. How about you, Vince?
Right now, I'm just sitting short in this gold. If we don't move soon, I'm probably going to cover it because we're just meandering down here for the last 20 minutes, just in like a $3 range. But I'm sure as soon as I exit, what happens. So we'll see. We're going to give this time, but I'm going to sit in it for a little bit, and I'll let you know in the chat what I end up doing with it.
For sure. Well, the meandering never lasts for too long, and we sure as hell aren't meandering into Power Hour. I see Dre in back. He's got his game face on. He's punching walls. He's ready to go.
Ready to go.
Stick around. Dolby, Ted, Dre on Power Hour next. This is Topstep TV. Let's do it.
Having fun with this guy. He's turned around right now. The guy in the middle. Joining us for Power Hour. There's that handsome devil. Ted in the
What's up,
house. My
fellas?
partner crime to the right. Dolby time. Ted, let's get right into it. Welcome to Power Hour. Thoughts coming into the final hour of the New York session. What is up, Ted?
Final hour. Since the goal line was moved, I think the deadline that we all know is happening over in Iran is moved to tomorrow at 8:30 p.m. My guess would be the SPX, a safe place if you were going to land your plane. SPX 6600 is a safe place. The options are telling that story. If you look at the open interest on the volume, hundreds of thousands of open interest, which means that's 6640-ish in the ES. So anything above 6610, I'd like to short and scalp for a couple of points.
6610 above.
Yeah, in the SPX,
Gotcha.
so whatever that is relative. So in the 4752 range, I'm scalping for 2-3 points. My goal this morning, I'm on it Thursday. My goal is to take this combine and it's cash on Thursday morning at 9:30. That's my personal goal.
Let's do it. You heard it here, folks. Ted with the goal. Dolby time, Power Hour. Good to see you. Let's take a look at the NQ. NQ train 24,353. My eyes deceiving me, or am I seeing some ranges? Some ranges setting up for us. Let's break it down.
No, you're not being deceived, and this range is not being sneaky. We had a kind of a wild open. You know, NASDAQ classically just shoots up a couple hundred points, sells off, and it just found a really nice range today. So if you kind of take out the wicks for the most part, I think this range is pretty much between 24,000, 240s or 250s. Currently up to about 24,350s. I'm actually very interested in shorts right here, right now. When I was on with Coach Jay, we were looking at this 50% level of basically the initial balance low to high, which puts us at around 24,000 to 348.
Right. Ted likes it also. Ted.
That's
all
47.
Right,
that correlates with 47. So I like it.
Like shorts?
I'm on it. I'm short one right now, 4650.
Short with you.
I need to make this account qualify in 3 days, so I got to split that money up whatever way I can.
Short?
Yeah, I'm short 4651 full contract. If I get 75 or 100, I'm out.
Yeah, we got 24,350s on a short here.
Wow, better than I got. I'm short from 349. All right, 350.
Yeah, I took a little off.
Yeah, we got 24,350, one MNQ. Our stop is in a good spot. We're gonna be like 24,375. We're in the hole $100 right now, and we're gonna try to get some of that back.
Gotcha. Okay, Dolby time. They need you to share your charts.
Oh, I got you.
While you're doing that, let's take a look at some of these other prices. Take a look at crude oil. Crude trading $112.45.
Nice trade. I'm getting out of my MNQ for some cash. I took that with you.
Already, Ted. I just blinked.
Ted, look at that.
I'm just trying to get. I got to break it down. What I can't make more than 1,500 in one day, right?
Yeah, true.
True. So if I can break the $3,000 into 3 days, Thursday morning, I'll be trading cash in this account on the 9:30 broadcast.
Okay,
I love it, Ted. More Ted coming at you this week. ES currently trading 66.47. Gold trading 46.84. A little pop there in crude. All right, Ted. Again, taking some profits. All right, around here we like to play a game called Above Below. For those that are new, what I'm going to do, first of all, welcome aboard. I'm going to ask Ted what he thinks the price and the close will be in the NQ, and then we're going to put it to a poll. Please be above or below said price. Hold on, Ted. Last trade in the NQ, 24,350. He's ready to go. What will the price be in the close?
24,313 below.
313. That pull up.
Heard.
Okay.
Nice.
All right, new 5. You got the countdown clock. Lower right-hand corner. Pull is up. We got 55 minutes till the closing bell. 45 minutes till MOC. Right now, house account short. One MNQ, 24,350. Last trade, 355s. Heat on this short also. Poll is up.
A little bit. Oh, we got a good question here for you, Ted. Who is Ted?
Yes,
We need an intro.
Ooh, who is Ted?
Ted, who are you? What is your background?
Just some guy.
Just some guy.
Oh, come
some
on,
guy.
you're being
I don't
modest.
believe that.
Come on.
College dropout. Tried to play professional golf and never made it to the PGA Tour. Had golf sponsors. They paid a lot of money for me to play the game. So probably 10 years after I didn't make the PGA Tour, those guys with a lot of money that were paying me a lot gave me a job on Wall Street that I would have never gotten a job without a college degree. So it's been the school of hard knocks ever since. It's taught me well, and I've never left the industry now 23 years later. This is what I do. This is how I pay my bills right here.
Let's go. Here we are.
Go.
Topstep TV.
That's it. How did I get in this nutshell? That's my nutshell.
Nailed it. Ted, would you go back to the well on this ES trade? A little downtick.
I'm in the MNQ with you guys in one right now. I know it's small. No, I'm in the MES. Sorry, small potatoes, but I'm looking for this to get down to 6,000. Throw another 40 or 50 in here and be up 350 on the day. In this little combine, maybe 500, and then I think I can qualify Tuesday, Wednesday.
Okay, what price are you short from?
You can't see my chart. Or 40.
Andre, just read the screen, Andre.
People are listening on the radio.
What are you asking him for? It's on the screen.
There's people.
I gotta put the glasses on, man, to see it.
All right, he's short. I'm guessing right around 46s or so. We're seeing a little selling here in the ES 66.45 last trade. NQ, a little downside pressure there as well. 24,343.
How do we sell more? How do we sell more?
I like
pops.
the short.
Okay.
We got another 5 more points in the SPX cash. We're at 6,005. Apple's selling off a little. Google's selling off a little. I mean, they're just going lower a little bit. They're taking the market with it all the time. Mag 7.
The Mag 7 indeed. A little selling here in gold. Gold just saw a $4 or $5 sell off right there. Last trade, 46.79. Low session, 46.70.
We're going to sell one more at 340 as a stop sell.
340s?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I think if we can reject this 50% of this range here, we're going to be in good shape for a move to the downside. We can maybe get one at like 300s, and if we're feeling saucy, we can maybe go range to range on this and get down to 250s. Be a long hold.
Agree.
Scary money don't make money.
Damn right. 24,343 last trade in the NQ.
I'm in the trade with you, but I'm using micros now, and I'm using a stop up at 5-1.
Okay.
Short two.
Nice short.
Yep. Same.
Nice short.
We'll see if we can cover 305s. So we're looking for about 30, 40 more points here. Stop is, I don't want to say it because I don't want Goldman coming after me.
Let him know.
Somewhere above. 370s. Come at me, Goldman.
Oh, he just did it. Boy. All right, Dolby time. Oh, poll results are back. 54%. They're saying above. And Q will close above 24,313.
Yeah. Cool. Got to break some higher lows here, but I think we're in good shape if we can do that. We just got to be patient. Top of range here. It's a cheap trade. A lot of room to the downside.
I think so. Yes, last trade 66.43 half. And about 4 or 5 points since Power Hour began. A little uptick here in crude, $112.50 last trade.
Nice. Apple selling.
Apple is okay. Roger that. 50-50 on the tilt. A little Delta update. Minus 1,700 in the ES. Positive 2,600 in the NQ. Right
so
here.
Might get a little bounce. Do you have VWAP here at 24,320 NQ?
What time frame?
Hold, please. 5 minute.
I have it as
24,330.
286 on the 5 minute, but mine's
86.
just a session. It's not anchored or
I got
anything.
you.
19 minutes to the bottom of the hour. Seeing a little bit more of a bid coming in here in crude trading, $112.58, kind of grinding higher.
NASDAQ behaving correspondingly here, selling off a little bit.
It's
testing the higher lows right now. You go to a 5 minute chart, we got 1, 2, 3, about four higher lows that have been made on the 5 minute. We just got down to the last one, 24,332. So if we can break that 332, break the 320s, 326, 324s, I think we're in the clear.
That candle body before you is nice on the 5 minute. You're below it.
Yeah,
nice.
looks real
you
good.
Close below it, and you'll have a nice. I think you get a little more action.
A little more buying here in crude, $112.60.
Yeah, buyers have not been interested in NASDAQ over 24,350 today.
They have not. I see that as well.
There was a good analyst on CNBC this morning talking about her. She's a chart person, technical. She was at Morgan Stanley. Now she's at some private firm. She was talking about crude, that it was just basing here, and her next target in crude. This is a real rally. Will go to 130.
130.
So that and 50 cents won't even buy you a cup of coffee, but she's pretty good at technicals.
I love that saying. What do we got here in the ES? ES trading 66.43 half.
Just gotta wait. Just gotta wait for this one to play out.
Yeah, pace, the velocity of the moves in the NQ has not it's been much more slow than what we're accustomed to. I'll say that.
Really
you
has
got
been.
gold staying offered. Gold 46.78 last trade. Ted pours himself a beverage here on Topstep TV.
That sounded great. Maybe need to hydrate or something. That sounded way better than it should have. Greek water. You get that imported, Ted?
No, I went to a Greek restaurant the other day and I didn't finish it, so I took it home.
I love you.
Charge you
He's the best.
Put a cork in it, put it in a plastic bag, and let you take it home.
That's it. It was an expensive meal. I wanted the bottle. I wanted the French fries.
That's
everything that was left.
You take the bread home as well in the doggy bag.
Oh yeah,
have you
absolutely.
Have you? Ooh, pop there. What was that?
Absolutely.
Pop there in the equities.
Can't afford to drive back there. Well, gas is too expensive.
That's what.
That's right.
That's. We'll pop there in equities. That's
I'm okay with
headlines.
that.
Yeah.
Got about 2 minutes
That's
left
our entry?
before that candle closes. I think you're okay.
As long as we're not hovering over like these 350s, totally fine. We kind of have like a little Dorito pattern going right now. Got lower highs, higher lows on the 5 minute. And our entry is like right at the tip of the Dorito.
What's the average price, Dolby Time?
For the entry, short 2 MNQ 24,345.
345.
Nice.
Last trade 341s. Ted average. What's your average price, Ted?
I'm out.
Oh, you're out. Wow.
I took profit. I took it out. I might get back in if we get 47.50 ish in the MES.
Ted's fast, Trey. He's
Sure
fast.
is.
What's your hold time? Like 15 seconds, Ted?
You know, when you've sat in front of this computer since 1999, like I have, you've seen every movie on Netflix, Amazon Prime. There's not a movie place you can go to catch a new movie. And I just feel like I've seen this before. I wanted to take that profit. I felt like I could get back in it.
Okay.
That's part of the feel of doing this for a long time.
One more downside pressure here in gold. 46.77 last trade. Oil, crude still staying bid. $112.63 last trade.
It is. And NASDAQ also trying to bid as well. So kind of interesting, Dre, because normally if crude is going up and gold is going down, then NASDAQ should be
not doing much right now.
Going down, but we'll see.
It's still early, man.
It
And
is.
remember, 3:30, you get a little volatility, a little VIX selling. You might get a little bounce. It lasts about a minute. I swear it happens a lot.
See, then it does this.
It's a 1 hour range trade, so this might take the whole segment. We just need to not get stopped out. That is the goal.
Equity's catching a bid.
For now.
No.
NVIDIA got a little bid. Apple, no. Google, no. Microsoft, small.
Does not want to go.
What's your favorite movie, Ted?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy. True Romance.
No kidding.
True Romance. Okay,
Yeah.
Andrew approves.
Andrew does approve.
I'm looking this up right now.
You should read
Slater.
the actors that are in the movie.
Okay, give me a second. I'm pulling it up here.
Go for it.
Christian Slater, Patricia Arquette, Dennis Hopper, Val Kilmer, Gary Oldman, Brad Pitt, Christopher Walken.
Wow, heavy hitters.
Whoa.
Keep going. James Gandolfini. The list. Samuel Jackson.
Whoa.
Old movie.
Pop there in Crude. Crude just popped a bid. $112.84. Now trades.
Mm-hmm.
Gold seeing an offer.
The short looks good. The
Yeah.
short looks real good.
Yeah, nice pop
That
here,
little
Crude.
pop
This
and
is
fail was
good for
nice.
us.
Keep going.
Oh, written by Tarantino. I did not know that. That's awesome.
Yeah, man.
I have to watch this one.
A little more selling in gold here. 46.75. Now trades.
You'd like the music in it too. Dolby, you're a music guy. You'd like the music.
I'm already sold. But now I'm even more sold.
Hey. We are short. And Q being stubborn to the downside here.
It is. Sometimes NASDAQ puts up a little bit of a fight before it has a sell-off here. Well, I mean, based off
More selling gold. More selling gold.
More
46.72. More bidding crude.
I mean, I think NASDAQ would have broken these 24 320s by now with this almost 30-40 cent move here in crude.
NVIDIA just made a nice little pop here. If that thing comes in just a smidge, you're good. Apple's on the lows since you shorted. NVIDIA's the only one on the highs, but it's still down on the day.
Okay.
I think if it cooperates with you, you'll have a nice move.
Well, there's definitely some space underneath these 24 320s. It's just, what, 3 5-minute candlesticks make up the entire move from 24 251 up to 24 3 4, almost 100-point move and some 5-minute candlesticks. Break those. I think we're looking really good. Really good. We can break 320s, probably lower our stop a little bit. Don't need to take the whole 100.
See if crude can get above $113. Got about 9 cents to go.
Yep, testing the higher lows again here on the 5-minute Dorito. That puts us at 24 332s. It is.
Full 11 minutes, bottom of the hour. And there comes a bid in the equities.
And wow, what a bid. Once this thing breaks, though, I think we're in good shape.
It's NVIDIA. It's all NVIDIA, guys. All NVIDIA right now.
What's it doing?
Just
trading near the highs?
Making new highs. Making new highs on a 5-minute, higher highs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 in a row.
Really?
Thank you for that. Yeah.
Apple's made new lower lows, big lower lows, 5 in a row on 5-minute candles.
All right, now I got to pull up.
Yeah, that seems to be
It's a fight.
The obstacle.
I mean, I don't want to be fighting NVIDIA, to be honest, but
I know it's a heavyweight.
What's this pattern play, I guess?
Watching ES here. Ted getting back up to 66.43 last trade. 44.
I need 4 7s to 50 to feel good about a short again.
50s, okay.
Yeah.
There's a new 5-minute. Watch the equities.
Still no wiggle in this dome here. I'm not. When it wiggles, start paying attention.
Let's go to the ES. Take a look at the ES ladder. About 20 on the bid, 20 on the ask right now. Right on the headlines. It's just holding. It's just holding bid, these equities.
Very stubborn.
Overtime short from 45.
Two at 345 in the NASDAQ here. Just looking for these 330s to break, 320s. Got of this formation. There's no wiggle in the dome right now, so I don't think we're going to have a move until that happens.
What am I short from? I'm short from 44 half. 44 half. Last trade in the NQ 23,000. 342 half. Markets are behaving differently. They're not as reactive to crude as they were last 5-6 weeks.
Okay.
A little rejection there on the buyers.
It's perking up. Dome's perking up a little bit.
Here comes the bid. Yes, catching a bit of bid.
The gap above 47, major level above 47 is 665458.
6654.
If it was to get squirrely on you, so if you had a stop and you were going to elect a big stop order, it could shoot up to 54 in my opinion. But if they keep it under 47 for now and you get a little turnaround in NVIDIA, I think you go lower.
I mean, this crude's bidding here.
Sure is. Closing on $113. Couple of pennies to go.
Yeah. Plan on crude going higher.
$112.98 last trade.
We're going to offer one more at 330s. It's going to be a stop sell.
All right, here's a little turnaround.
Well, we get the follow through. Look at the 5-minute lower end of the range for the last hour or so in the NQ. They're holding it above 24,330.
Yep. I mean, we got the wiggle that we wanted. Let's just see if this ends up rolling over.
If we close below 43 in the ES, you got momentum on your side, in my opinion.
Ted says look out below.
But if you got to close below it, you got to close below it.
Let me know when and if that happens.
You heard.
Well, let's trade 44s right now. 644 and Q.
I only got 2 charts up. I'm not Coach J with 6 screens. Or who?
How many screens you working with, Ted? In your setup?
5. I got 5.
Oh,
I got a tree with 4. I got a tree with 4. Professional setup.
Nice.
In the chat, Travis Cook says, kind of looks like a bull flag. What market? NQ? You can see that.
Man, we could have sold these 45s like 7 times already for $20.
So that's why I told you I took that off. I saw the money, took it.
Not
a bad approach, Ted. Not a bad approach.
Or you could do the Dolby approach and start pulling out your hair because you're trading a 1-hour range.
Just
sit in it for 40 minutes.
Yes, just 66.43.
Come on, get below 43.
And back to 44.
You're still fighting 330 where they have a tendency to sell volatility.
All right, 6 minutes, bottom of the hour. 6 minutes, the bottom of the hour. 26 minutes until MOC. Can crude get above? Since power hour began, crude's up about $1.
Really?
Yes, Dolby.
You're in the wrong market, apparently.
Well,
there you go. ES is getting weak.
Yeah, beneath 43s by a tick.
And you're going to get SPX almost at 6,600 where it may slow down just a smidge. I think they want it at 6,600 or lower on the close.
What is that for futures?
So we're 43, where it's about a 40-point difference between the cash and the futures. So if I say 6603, then 43, yeah.
Okay.
I think they want it below this level.
Hey, Ted, I do the same thing.
A lot of premium.
When we say they, who are we talking about? I know what you mean, but who's they exactly? They want
So,
it below. I always
if you read Trading in the Zone, it's I think probably a 40-year-old book and a great book. If you've never read it, it's a must read. I think Mark Douglas mentions in futures trading, there are players in the market that are selling calls and selling puts on daily expiration. And at the end of the day, some of those calls that they sold for $30, they may expire worth $2 or nothing. So you take $30 and you multiply that times 100 shares. That's pretty good math. And if they sold 100,000 of them, if they sold those calls and they closed below that level, let's say it's 6,600 and there's 100,000 calls that were sold. If it closes below 6,600, they collect $30 million. So
that's they.
And if it's they is the options and the market makers and the big players, guys with real money. So your Citadels, your Goldmans, your some hedge funds that have that kind of cash.
Ted's
No, I
part
wish.
of the they.
I don't have any of that.
We
But
got the
if you sold puts, it's the same. If there's a lot of put volume and you close above that put volume, all that premium, if you looked at it at the beginning of the day, it started off probably at $28-30 per put. And you look now, it's probably 50 cents. All that premium is rent that they're going to collect by selling it. Now, if it closes below that put, they lose whatever they sold. They get nothing. So I think they defend those levels because they have the money to defend those levels.
Sure do.
So 6,600 is where some of the big money's betting this thing will close. There's websites that talk about Gamma and DTE, and they're not bad. Yeah,
got Jack. We saw a little bit
me
of
and Jack watch that.
Little sell come in there in Crude. They sold it down to $112. 55 cents.
It bid up pretty fast, though.
Yeah,
it might just be a technical rejection of 113s.
I got out of the shorts. I chickened out there.
All right, we're clear for takeoff, chat.
Yes, we
Dre's
are
done with this trade. Appreciate
I
your
went for the
sacrifice.
break. Come on.
Go down
Can we go?
Gonna go down now.
Little pop
This
here.
is it.
All right, Ted, we're beneath the 66.43 by a tick here in the ES. 2 minutes to the bottom of the hour. Last trade, ES, 66.42.
Yeah, just watch your volatility selling at 330. It's just something I've noticed the pattern that's happening.
That's right.
Oh yeah, big time. We're offering 329s here on a stop sell. This is the same position as before. We're just trying to see if we can get a momentum break of this range that we've been stuck in for the entire segment.
I need to get a little lower, Dolby.
What, that stop sell?
That's what I'm kind of seeing.
What, like 320s?
20s, yeah.
Yeah, 320s.
Stubborn right now. House count short 2, MQ 24,345. Last trade.
We'll do 325s.
337.
By the way, I misquoted. Those bars that I was telling you, the higher highs in NVIDIA were not 5-minute. They were 15-minute. So that was pretty bullish. I didn't have my $2 glasses on, and
you got to upgrade those. We got to upgrade those things, Ted.
$1 million guy with $2 glasses. What's going on?
My girlfriend won't let me have anything expensive because I either break it or lose it or leave it somewhere.
Wow.
There you go. We're getting to know Ted more and more here in Power Hour. We got all right, Ted. Bottom of the hour coming here. Watching that ES,
Yes.
You want to see a close for the shorts. Want to see a close beneath 66.43 here.
Correct.
We're not just.
We've been hovering 66.03 in the SPX for a while. I mean, it's been sitting there for half the broadcast.
Okay.
Bottom of the hour. This could be.
Man, we're pulling teeth right now.
Oh,
here's the moment of
hold
truth.
on one second, guys. My
All
kid's
right.
coming home from school.
Sounds good, Ted. We'll get you back here. This is live TV. Absolutely love it. Here we go. Only time we see happens at the bottom of the hour.
Nice. You're good.
Okay, there's our 2:30, 3:30 Eastern. Half an hour to go. Half an hour to go. And we get into these 3:30s here. And we get into these 330s. I feel like NASDAQ is just hanging on for dear life
They got
here.
this range nailed, man. They have
I
this
feel it
range
too.
absolutely nailed. All right. Overtime, let's manage this trade. How's the count again? Short MEQ 24,345. Got 19 minutes till MOC. Markets are starting to pick up just a bit. Anyways, here in the States, we got the national championship for college basketball tonight. Let's get a little update on that. Ted, I want to see who you think's going to win after this recap.
All right.
The stage is set in Indianapolis. UConn and Michigan will compete for the NCAA men's basketball title on Monday night. The Huskies beat Illinois to advance, while the Wolverines dominated Arizona. It marks the first meeting between UConn and Michigan in the NCAA tournament. UConn is trying to win 3 championships in 4 seasons. For Michigan, it's a chance to end a Big Ten title drought that dates back more than 2 decades.
There you go, Ted. Who you got winning? UConn, Michigan. Who do you got?
I went to Ohio State, and Michigan, I think, has one of the best teams we've ever seen.
There you go. Ted's got Michigan.
90-point games. I mean, I think they bought themselves a European NBA team.
Couldn't miss, Ted. Could not miss.
They're nasty. Those guys are going to be like 25 years old playing in college because they have eligibility. The new rules. And they got 3 years of European League under their belt. That's tough to play against.
That seems seems like it's cheating. Whatever happened to just going to college? How come you just can't like go to college for 4 years and then play sports when you graduate and you go live your life like 99% of every other college athlete?
Hot takes coming in here on Power Hour. Can we get a push lower in equities?
I think so.
I got my $2 shades on. You ever see these bad boys? Ted, you ever wear these out?
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
I'll match you, shade for shade.
All right, you don't. These are kind of like pink and girly, but they were $1.50.
$1.50. Oh damn!
Get some of these.
That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Crude scene.
Here we go.
So speaking of they do not want Crude to go above $113. Crude trading $112.71. ES right back in the range, 66.45. Just a little bit of there. 16 minutes MOC. House count short to MEQ 24,345. Ted, you take another stab at shorts in the ES right around what, 52 or so?
Gotta hold off. Gotta wait.
Okay, I like the patience.
There's little selling in VIX. You got a nice little bounce in NVIDIA and Google and Apple. It's the first attempt at a green bar in the last 20 minutes.
Incredible.
Gotta be honest, Ted. So you're making me not enjoy this short very much.
Hey, we reserve the right to just wait.
Oh, tell him, Ted. The market doesn't.
We get allowed to wait.
It didn't.
There's no gun to the head, man. No gun to the head. You can wait.
Video went positive. Unreal.
Yeah, NVIDIA is creeping higher.
NVIDIA just creeped higher by 10 cents. Softy, it looks like the only one down on the day. No. Yeah, only one down on the day right now. Avago, 80 cents. Tesla, a couple bucks.
Crude selling a little bit.
Yeah, equities seem to be just kind of shrugging off what's going on in Crude lately. Or today, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Crude 50 cents, about 50 cent turnaround to the downside here, last 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, I might just get flat.
Always get back in right there at scratch.
And we are at scratch.
That's pretty strong.
Just lower our risk. That's all. We can just lower our risk. We don't have to get out.
Trust me, I'm
Cut
gonna
our
get short
risk
with
down.
you. I'm gonna get short so bad with you.
I thought we were going to move. You got out of
Me
your
too.
trade. You know, that's typically a sign.
It's all clear.
It's the all clear. Hey, it works against me too, Trace. I get flat and then, you know, it moves for somebody else. It's just how it works.
Yeah, it just didn't go this time. I don't get it.
I know.
All day.
Crude's back on the bid again. 112.65.
My girlfriend's the same way. When she's long and she gets out of something, she's like, all right, it's free to go higher now.
Whoa,
There you
wait,
go.
she's trading?
She
Oh, yeah.
she a better trader than you, or did you teach her how to trade?
She traded crypto before she got into the futures game with me. So she was used to markets moving fast. And she's better at shorting the market than any other market. And trades it better than me on the short side.
No kidding.
She's pretty dominant. Well, she'll take risk. She's not scared. As they
What's your
say in
opinion?
Miami, not scared.
What's your opinion of being short 24,345? What would
pop there in?
This is a nice pop. I think they're selling VIX right now. If you look at a VIX chart, $24.
VIX going lower?
Yep. They've been sold it off a couple 20 cents.
Come on.
I'm looking at a 15-minute chart in the VIX. If I move into a 5-minute, there are sellers in VIX.
Okay.
MBT, Michael Bitcoin, trading pretty much
Market
right around
go up.
70,000.
So
13 minutes MOC.
That could be the tell.
Nvidia's selling a little bit. It's off 10 cents.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'll take anything. I'm looking for any reason for this thing to sell off. Crude bidding. It actually is bidding. I'm not just saying that.
I'm watching another round of buying here. $12.77. We did tap on 113 evens for a split second here in power hour. I'm talking about crude. What could you have shorted there? You could have got short from 350. And Q right back to 24,000. 343 ES.
Great for a whole time average. Great for the average.
Incredible.
MOC? Is that what we're waiting on now? Is MOC? Is that what's going to take?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe.
I'll wait. I'm patient.
Crude to go. Crude's found its range.
We are hunters. We got to sit and wait.
Yeah.
So they test our patience, Ted.
Mm-hmm.
I got to say, I've never been tempted because I never liked gambling. If I went to a casino and made $5,000, great. If I lost $5,000, the anger I'd have at myself outweighs the euphoria of making $5,000 by a long shot. I'd be so miserable if I lost $5,000 in a casino.
Are you the same way with trading? You get,
I'm patient.
In terms of emotion, in terms of emotions, the losses get you lower than the highs of winners.
Depends on the day. You know,
hate to lose more than you like to win.
I'm using math, so I'm not using anything where if somebody called me on the phone and said, "What do you think or feel?" I don't have a think or feel. I'm using math to decide my entry and levels. So if I lose, I'm losing on math. I'm not losing based on what I thought or felt.
So your system.
If I have a feel in a trade, it's different because I'm already in it. Like I see buying coming in, I see the underlying stocks are going up and I'm short and I've got profit. Well, I don't have to sit there and say, well, the math tells me to stay. If I see some green, I'll take it. If those other underlying observations are showing me that could pop in my face, then take my cash off the table. And if it goes up, I might get it at a better price than I originally got in.
Okay, I hope.
So
I like that.
No, I don't get that way. But if I lose a lot in like 3 days in a row and I'm losing money, sure, I want to take a bat to my screens, but I won't.
Have you ever done that, Ted? Have you ever broken a screen before, or keyboard, or mouse?
I had some laptops. Definitely
There you
some
go.
laptops that are casualties for sure.
That's it.
And keyboards.
Those are the most
Been
fun,
there.
though.
Been
Kids and
there.
keyboards
Those are the
most
best.
fun.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
are.
Smash
I had a
them.
guy that's on our
Keys go
trading
flying
desk.
everywhere.
He used to sleep. He used to sleep on the trading desk once in a while. He would. I broke some keyboards. He's like, "Can you just warn me?" You wake up. Yeah.
A little uptick here. I might jump. Might try to jump in a short here. And right there, I missed it. I'll get short.
Google made it just broke down a little bit, and Nvidia is just sideways.
Okay. Something popped there.
4.7 is a safe place to short, by the way.
I sold 340s. I sold 340s, Ted.
Nice.
In the NQ. What's the
Oh,
doing?
nice.
66.4. Well, we'll see. 66.43 last trade.
Something's
in the
going on.
ES.
There's the wiggle that we need.
Something changed.
Oh, don't you dare. Don't you dare just bid up there. Trey, I've been in this trade for, I think, 40 minutes, and you got 5 points better of price than I did.
No, I'm short from 40. I'm short from 40.
Yeah, 340. We're short 345.
Yeah, you're 10 points better.
Yeah.
All right, I'll sell another one. Short two for 334. 334. Come on. Got to push lower here in the NQ. 8 minutes to MOC.
300s.
Do you guys trade in the overnight session or pre-market?
Oh, yeah.
Do you notice those markets have been pretty good?
Yes, majority of the profits.
Especially pre-market?
100%. Majority of these profits are from overnight.
Dre will literally trade it any day. Which he would trade on Saturday if he could.
If there's
Dre loves the markets. Loves the
markets over everything.
Nice.
Minus 2100 delta in the ES. Positive. What was that, Hogue? Positive 2700. The NQ. There's our. That's the problem.
Look at this range. This range is so resilient.
It's got to go. It looked like it wanted to go lower.
320s, come on.
Do the right thing.
You know you want to.
That's a bit of a bid here.
NVIDIA selling. That we like.
All right.
There you go. Second red bar. Second red candle happening.
It's the second one?
Yep, we'll take it.
Am I selling another
one?
Yeah,
in the last 15 minutes. 15, 30, 1 hour. 2 hours and 15 minutes have been straight up in NVIDIA.
Lower Dolby. It's got to get through in the 320.
And I'm going to help it. My one micro is going to just suck up just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Out of way.
Right back in the range. Right back in the range.
Right back into the range. It's all right. Sometimes it has to do this before it makes the move.
It'd be nice. That was something. It hit the bid for a reason there. Dow's catching a bid. Gold might be rolling over a bit.
Okay.
Trust me, I'm looking for any reason. Ted, sometimes I'll look for any reason why to stay in this trade. I'll look for any chart, any market, any headline, anything.
How's the star alignment? Is the star alignment bearish? What's the moon doing? What is the moon doing right now? Moon has some visitors, actually.
It's true.
Whatever regime we're making a deal with, I still think they need to protect that regime, which means there's still uncertainty in the market over the war.
How was that?
All right, I'm short 2 micro ESs. I just put on a second one at 50.
Oh, okay. What changed?
No, I'm sorry. I put a second one on at 47. We're at 6605 in the S&P, and I think they close them 5 points lower.
Okay.
Just my opinion.
Okay.
Equities just popped. Yes, did. Ted getting short 2.
I'm into micros now instead of the full.
All good.
I want to keep this profit. This market's not real sexy.
It is not.
No, it's not.
5 minutes MOC. 5 minutes MOC.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
You guys catching a bid here. Upper in the range here.
Now we're in a breakout on the chart.
What the hell was that?
Are they going to bid it into MOC and then sell it off? can see that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're buying the Dow. They're buying the Dow.
Not loving this trade right now.
No, I'm about to.
I took mine off in the micros. Staying green.
Probably wise. Yeah, I puked. I puked the loser. Don't want to budge. ES right around the upper end of the range. NQ, same thing over there. 24,350. Last trade.
Apple bounced.
Is that what it was? What's market doing?
Apple's yeah, it's up $1 since you put the short on. It's a heavyweight.
Can't get a read on this thing. 50-50 on the tilt across the board. Ted, Dolby time here in Power Hour. Click subscribe, click like, click notify. Be so kind. And this is just yes, NQ just sell 350s.
I like the structure. I just don't like the momentum.
There's a good Instagram of a dog pushing a door open, just sitting there with its paw, bored out of its mind. That's what this is.
Hold on, Ted. When are you going to be on with this again? When will the people see it again?
Thursday, 9:30.
Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
This is. I'll sell 350s if I can. What we got? 3 minutes MOC. Actually, nope. Scratch that.
I'm going to wait for the MOC.
Same.
If it's over $1 billion one direction, that's pretty good. That's pretty good momentum.
Yeah, MOC coming out in about 2.5 minutes, 10 minutes before the New York closing bell. I'm guessing
Did I
Delta hasn't
answer
done
your
too much.
question, by the way, on the premiums? Did I answer that question for you?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, when you asked me the question about the options premium, that I was saying, like, if they sell it and it closes out of the money, they make money, they collect that premium. I don't know if I made that clear. I'm trading and trying to describe that at the same time. I don't know.
It's hard, huh, Ted? It's hard when you do this thing.
Yeah. I could have been thinking something and skipped over 5 sentences because I'm trading at the same time and been speaking a totally different language.
And the sellers rejected that pop. Are the Mag 7, are they all trading sideways, Ted? Apple, NVIDIA, is that NVIDIA still on the highs?
Pretty much.
NVIDIA
is only up,
trending down.
Or NVIDIA is pretty much flat on the day.
Mm-hmm.
It's down 26 cents.
Yeah, it's not doing a ton. Tesla's down, NVIDIA's selling.
It's been bouncing around 175 and 185 for 2 months.
Yeah, it's been very range bound. We're just going to hold this one, I think.
Let's get some MOC.
Well, that's 60 seconds there. About a little push higher here in gold. Range has just been much more narrow. Crude $5 range. Low, the session low of $109.84. Crude selling off a bit here. High crude, $114.28.
Volume. Plus.
Yeah, buyers stepping in again here. Q 24,358 last trade. Buyers stepping in a little bit here in 66.49 half. Sellers coming in crude oil. 25 seconds. MOC market on close.
Are we even going to make it to MOC?
We're buying here.
Oh, we done. Oh, my goodness. That was a close one.
We're buying here 66.51.
I think we're toast.
Last trade. We're looking at about a 10-point pop here. MOC coming at you right here, right now. What do we got? Buy side. ES 800 mil buy side. NQ 700 mil buy side.
That's it.
Those numbers can and will change. And
so they make a fortune if they close the SPX right here at 6605.
So that's the thing, Ted. They can control it now. They can control it much better since the markets have
6,600 on the put side. You got a lot of volume. 6,610 on the call side. You have a lot of volume. If you close it right here at 6,605, they make money. So anything above 6,610 into the close or below 6,600 would make me get into a position. Above 6,610, I'd sell short.
And those numbers can and will change. We got about 9 minutes till the closing bell. We're seeing some more downside pressure here in crude oil. $112.03 last trade. Still staying buy side in that MOC. Goodness.
10 below.
What was that? I should have got short. Should have got short up there.
Yeah, we're flat.
I'll get short right here.
It just ticked above 10 for a second. If it gets above 10 again, I like it. Or below 6,600, buy it. Come on.
Kind of interested in crude here.
Crude selling, yeah. Seeing some offers. Seeing some offers come in here in crude. ES. Seeing some offers. I'm gonna sell. Buy side growing a little bit here in ES, getting close to $1 billion buy side. There's $1 billion buy side. Nope. 8 minutes till the closing bell. Might just short one.
That's a very bullish move we had. I mean, momentum wise.
Yeah, I just got short NQ. Okay. In fast markets, we asked you to hit us up at Topstep TV on the X using the hashtag power, using the hashtag fast markets. Go up to James. Jay, we need some volatility. Dr. Volatility, how'd they do? Bring us the heat. What's up, James?
Oh, they have brought the heat today, Andre, because like Andre mentioned earlier in the show, we asked you to go to X, go to social media at all, and tag us, and we'll find it. Share us your trader wins, your trading setups, and anything else you want to show. Here's what you brought today, starting with Alex, up $8,028 on a Topstep XFA. I ripped longs last night after the NQ went through 24,000. Reclaim, and again today at the numbers below. So, Alex, congrats to you there, my friend. We always love to see an 8K winning day in the XFA. I do hope you locked it up, but no matter what you did, keep it up. Let's see you do it again and trade for tomorrow. Next up, from Sailor, Topstep max allocation achieved. Good way to start the week. I couldn't agree more. Look at all those pretty 150K XFAs. Remember, trade them responsibly. Treat it like it's your money because it could one day be. And maybe one day you'll see all those XFA accounts turn into a shiny, sparkly, alive, funded account. But either way, Sailor, keep up the good work and keep putting in the time in the charts. My friend Joshua Trades, live account with Topstep up today. Base hit win. And that is Joshua locking in $332 to his 150K live funded account with a nice account balance of 22K. So Joshua, here's to you. What a great way to start the week. Moving on from Ivan. Actually, I had to censor it here. I do F with the new certificate from Topstep. And you know what? We're happy that you do. And we're happy that anybody who prints out their funded trader certificate, be sure to hang it on your wall, send it to your friends, let everybody know that you tackled the combine from Topstep and you have the proof. And there it is, our newly redesigned funded trader certificates. Get yours today by passing your combine. And last, most certainly not least, you never know where you're going to see Topstep up here in the wild. From KB Chu, Topstep, journey with Topstep just like the Great Wall of China. Exhausted, failed, and hopeless. But without giving up, I managed to rise up and enjoy the whole journey. And you can see our good friend there wearing their Topstep swag at the Great Wall of China. Wherever you go, look around. You may see Topstep there with you. Anyway, that's all I got today from the Power Hour and Fast Markets. Let's throw it back to the guys to take us home. Andre, back to you.
That's very, very cool. Thank you, James. Still staying buy side here. Light, though. It's pairing back just a bit. 300 mil buy side NQ, 570 mil buy side ES Dow, right around 0. Okay.
There we go. 605.
Oh man, if you sell off into close, that would be poetic.
We did see it turn around. What's your lower here? Push lower in the ES and NQ. Again, Ted's price of 24,313. Will we finish above or below 24,313? We'll pop here in gold. Gold seeing some buyer
I
stuff.
think it just hangs here.
I agree, Ted.
I think it closes right here. That it's right in between two big levels of options. No blood. They make money.
Nope. We might just be waiting for Tuesday to see what happens with the deadline here.
That's right. There's a deadline.
Another deadline.
It was tonight, though, originally.
Is that right? Okay.
We moved the goalposts. Or somebody moved the goalposts.
It's lower on the range. Look at the NQ, 24,340. These prices we know all too well. We've been trading this price for most of Power Hour. 50-50 on the tilt. We got at the buzzer.
Here's our 4-7. We're right back to it. By the way,
Sure
if we
are.
get below 6,600 at 358 or above 6,610 in the SPX at 358, I think there's a little trade there. I would sell it if we're above 10, and I would buy it if we're below 6,600.
Above 10. Oh, you're talking SPX. What about futures?
Yeah, I'm talking SPX. Yeah, so
You're watching that? Okay, I see how you.
Yeah, just add 40, so 6,650, and
3 minutes.
6639.
639. Last trade 66.46.
Yeah.
Still staying buy side here.
Yeah, if you're at 3.7, I'd buy a little, and if we're at 50 and 55, I would sell a couple micros just for a little defense of those levels.
True. What do you got? You're short right now, aren't you?
I'm 359.
Okay. That's a nice price.
See if we can get another push here. Just one, but got MOC starting to work its way back to zero in NQ. Now it's growing buy side growing. A little pop here in crude, but we said that multiple times today. Very little reaction. The other markets, a little selling here in. Just do not want this to go lower.
This ended up being a pretty sleepy market in hindsight.
What's happening here? We got 2 minutes till the closing bell. I'm out. Only take so many bites of that damn apple. We went sell side in the ES. Now we went back buy side. Markets cannot make up their mind.
950 in the cash.
Yep, Ted.
I'm happy being green right now. Honestly.
Yeah.
Hey, your still 10-point takes are looking pretty good right about now. Would have loved to got 10, 20 points.
Something's changing. Equities are not as sensitive to crude so far this week. So eventually we'll learn the hard way. So we got about minute 15 here. Minute 15 till the closing bell. Ted, fantastic stuff as always. Let's see how this thing closes. Hey, Ted, anything you're looking for on the close here that you can use to carry into tomorrow or on the reopen that you put in the back of your mind? We're seeing buyers step back in, but
no, you know what? The nice thing about today's close, tomorrow's a fresh reset. 6 p.m. tonight, it's a brand new market. Whatever you did today,
right?
If it was bad, get over it. That's the good news about futures. I'm taking nothing but some levels. I just sold 2 micro ESs. We got we got the 6612. I'm just going to take a few extra bucks home before the close.
Let's
there
go.
it is. Done.
ES did pop. Just printed some new highs for power hour, that is. See, we got here the last 25 seconds. I like to pull up the ES ladder. We'll look at all the size coming on the bids in the ES.
We're going to close right here.
Ted's going to nail it. Will Ted nail it?
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate you.
All right, let's see what price you get out of here, Ted.
I got out. I took
it
was $11 at the very.
Wow. Look at this thing.
I'll take $11.
Well, here we go. Well, here comes the closing bell. Closing around the highs. Damn. Very interesting what happened there. Ted, Dolby time as always. Fantastic stuff. Something's changing. I'm weary of these markets. That being said, shout out to all the bell to bellers. All this, you got to keep grinding, keep jabbing away. Let's see what tomorrow does bring. Again, we got At the Buzzer coming up after this. I'm going to throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out here into At the Buzzer. Fantastic stuff, Ted and Dolby.
Let's do it. Yeah, fantastic stuff. Guys, let's hear it in the chat once again for Ted, Andre, and Dolby. What a power hour. Headlines were flying all day. The market has been doing crazy things, and you were here through it all. Thank you for staying bell to bell with us. And whether you've been here since 7:15 a.m. or you're just turning us on now for At the Buzzer, either way, we appreciate your time, your energy. We couldn't do this without you. So thank you for tuning in. And now stay tuned, because up next is At the Buzzer. At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. It's the complete market recap show that you didn't even know you needed, but I assure you, you do. So stick around and have this video automatically redirect you to At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. They're going to recap everything that went down in the markets. They're going to analyze every headline that came out, and they're going to get you feeling good for that 5 p.m. reopen. And then speaking of, once the market is reopened, you can be back here tonight starting at 7 p.m. Central Time for Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. You may have heard Coach Dakota plug slow markets earlier this morning. They're not so slow anymore, but that is all the reason for you to tune in. Slow markets, the party kicks off at 7 p.m. Central Time, so be sure to show up early and secure your seat with Coach Dakota. Then tomorrow morning, 1:30 a.m. Central Time, the London Open with Aaron Trades will be on, so be sure to catch your favorite London Open streamer, Aaron Trades, at 1:30 a.m. And then sit tight, because at 5:30 a.m., Deanna will be back with Metal Markets. Catch Deanna breaking down the metal markets at 5:30 a.m. It's a great primer for you before you get ready for another episode of Topstep TV right after that at 7:15 a.m. tomorrow morning. So you got a lot of Topstep TV still to watch before you see us again. Be sure to take notes. Maybe we'll have a pop quiz, and no cheating off the kid next to you. I know your handwriting. Anyway, that's all we got today. Stay tuned, because At the Buzzer's next. I'm James Harden. You're the chat. This has been Topstep TV. Let's go.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition, not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.